had an eye, or maybe there's an opportunity to get into it. And if it loses the absolute bottom, I'll put the hands back like Elvin on the Cosby Show and be like, I don't want any part of that long if it loses those bonds. Anything is possible, but you're not trading. I'm not trading a chip name without having a look on SMCI, because if it really starts to dump, then I don't know how much more I'm going to like that. NVIDIA was a great long multiple times yesterday, but if SMCI goes from 13% down to like 15 and then 20, I'm not going to care about how I feel necessarily about NVIDIA. I'm going to be very, very cautious with that. And I still like an AMD 134 potential short here. Obi?
Yes, sir.
Hopefully the lady in red didn't pick that outfit because she's predicting it's going to be a red day, although there's always fun stuff to trade there, Adara, up or down. Let's get this party started in 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ring it.
All right.
Party is started, and not crazy action yet.
Nothing too crazy
on SMCI. So nothing crazy happening on SMCI. AMD went right to that 134. You've got to be kidding me. As I'm looking at SMCI and NVIDIA, AMD went right to $134 and failed it right away. Just right into yesterday afternoon high and pulling back in. Okay, so it's pretty strong into this. You got a local high at the quarter mark. Remember, above that price, I think above the quarters, this could easily be a breakout. So watch out here for AMD. I said we'd take a shot at it, but if this breaks the quarters, this is a go. This is kind of go in the other direction. What the heck is SMCI doing? All right, I don't want to jump short to long, but this is sort of looking pretty strong here on, I should have just immediately jumped short to long. I was staring at NVIDIA for 108, and at the same time, that reversal just took place in AMD. Let's quickly go over to NVIDIA. That's still potentially available at the 108 level. AMD starting to go. Upstart's pulling back in, still going to look for a dip buy in Upstart. We're almost there. And here comes NVIDIA at that 108 level. Oh, Upstart bouncing off 29. That's another one we don't want to try to grab. So let's try to grab Upstart 129. NVIDIA's through that 108 level. AMD's trying to pull back to that 114. Might lose the 3/4 as well there. And Tesla not doing anything.
Yes, sir. So a little bit of a push up here on Shopify. I said I would go shopping a little bit, and it seems like it is working out for now. 65s pushing up on Shopify here. So I do have to kind of pull up some multi-time frames here to kind of define some of these levels. We are showing some crazy strength. Oh boy. Neil, why don't I have enough? The question that I ask myself multiple times over and over again.
Got it.
And I was like, that push into 65 looking interesting, looking nice, and that strength coming right back in. 66 is incoming right now, about 200 lots on the ask. Can we get a little bit of a push? Thank you very much. I will add through that. 66 is holding as of right now. Let's see, do we get an aggressive pullback, or do we continue this strength right off of the open? We talk about a little bit of break in downtrend. Multi-day downtrend here was happening on Shopify, and then we gap up and push. So a little bit of pressure, buying pressure. Talk about reversion on a higher time frame. I like that.
Oh boy.
And we are pushing higher and higher. 66.50s, Neil, 66.60s. Can we get a little bit higher? Can we get through 67s? I like that. Maybe we get to 69s? I might have to flip over for that one. Let's see if we can push into the 67s right now. 66.90s right now.
Yeah, you did.
67s. Can we get through you? It's coming in potentially. A little bit of deeps, a little bit of mid prints right here. 66.90s and 80s. A little bit of a struggle. So a little distinct difference there with that bid kind of stepping down. So let's see if we get a continuation. Does this buying pressure continue into the push?
Is Warren selling Apple so that he can get into Shopify?
Maybe, I don't know. 67's broke. Let's see how far we get off the 67s.
It's not impossible. It's not impossible. It's unlikely, but it's not impossible. I see you in the chat, the only 4.0. Yeah, pause. That's okay. Everything that was said was completely clean. I stand by it all. No, it is what it is. A great one looking over there. Very quickly on NVDA. Upstart broke the high just now, but NVIDIA failed the 108 break. Broke and then failed underneath. This is the concern with this SMCI debacle is that you could have everything start to churn. So SMCI doesn't break out the top. Sorry about there you go. Doesn't break out the top and pulling back in. And NVIDIA loses that 108 and suddenly looks trend down. So I like the breakout, but I'm not willing to stay with it forever. This is starting to look very, very weak. Tesla has not done a break of 204. It is trending to the upside for now. I went Upstart over Shopify, and looks like we should have stuck with Shopify. Shop's the one that's
I got out, got back in, but...
Oh, you're already out?
I got out when it broke back below 67s, but that bid stepped right back up, so I was like, all right, I'll take much less through 67 again. 67s, though, a little bit of a struggle. High a day right now, 67.60. Let's see if we can push back up there. We talk about some of those prior levels here. We're coming into an anchored from earlier this year, earnings anchored, so I do want to be a little bit more patient. That was some massive strength right off of the open. Pre-market high break was pretty nice through the 64.80s right there. So you can see, I guess we can go down a little bit there. I gotta fix some of these wicks, but you can see I just took the entry through that pre-market high with that confluence. We dipped down. We actually dipped down, and I was looking away, and I was like, I'm looking for those pre-market lows. We didn't even get there. We get to a low. Opening range low right now is what, 63.60s? So yeah, we got just to 63.60s and then rebid quite aggressively right back through 64. So I was like, all right, well, you know what? If that's going to be the case, I do want to kind of participate in that. What's going on, Adara?
Another earnings name to be aware of that we didn't talk about because we had so many is Fortinet. They are near high of days right now, FTNT. And what a report. We beat here for Q2 sales and earnings per share, and their guidance was higher than expected across the board for Q3 and for fiscal 2024. So good look for FTNT, guys.
Fortinet, I'm going to get to Lumen in a quick second, but two updates. One, Upstart does not go. They looked very similar, but they were not the same. Upstart back underneath VWAP in here. You can hardly see it, but when it lost that support, I got out. If it's losing VWAP, then I'm losing it as well. But Shopify, which is always in, that's starting to pull back into VWAP and looking a little bit nasty. I wanted to get to Lumen because Lumen lost the bid and then immediately regained it above $7. So I think there was a liquidity grab on Lumen both ways. Up top and then down low here, a bit of a liquidity grab. If this can hold VWAP, break it back out, Lumen has been doing some very strange things, and most of them have been bullish the last couple of days. Want to give it a chance. So going to go right back over to NVIDIA. The breakout didn't work. Currently putting in a lower high. I got to get rid of this wick. Sorry about that, guys. To zoom way in. I don't want to lose a pre-market action. But you're starting to look a little bit stronger off of VWAP on this name. Tesla still at 03. It hasn't broken 204. SMCI SMCI is now losing the bid. It hasn't broken the absolute bottom in the pre-market, but it has broken some support here. So some caution to re-entering any long positions in some of those chips. But now it's a nice little bounce off the lows for SMCI. Okay, so bouncing off the lows, I can go back to NVIDIA. I want to see it hold that 108 again. Adara?
We mentioned this story briefly earlier, but what a pop off the open here for Palantir, PLTR. Currently near highest days, up more than 3.5%, announcing an AI and digitization partnership with Wendy's. So Palantir, day 2 earnings, and this little Wendy's catalyst, guys.
That's kind of unfair. Like, I looked at that and was like, oh, continuation play, maybe a 27.5 break. And then it didn't go on that news. And I was like, okay, maybe it's not that big of a deal, and I'm overreacting to it. But now it's going. Obviously, congratulations if you got it. So here is NVIDIA trying to pull back into VWAP. Breakout, no good. That's a stop there. And we'll look to see if we can catch VWAP. I like the trend in the market. I like the fact that SMCI was able to catch a bit of a bid. But I don't want to get too far away from VWAP in here. Tesla is still tracking toward 204. So I do have that one up. If you look, it's like a 3-day high over there on Tesla that is trying to break out. I can see it start to hold. VWAP is another one that I was bullish on here today. Haven't seen anything over in Rivian just yet. So that must mean it didn't actually break. Wow, went right to 14 without breaking it. Well, that was a good idea to fade it on a pop, but that's already happened. Now we just have to look for some kind of other short on Rivian. Right to 14 even, and it fell down.
Yeah, so a little bit of a pullback here off of those 67 highs. We traded about a point lower down into 65. 66 is holding as of right now, and I told Neil, I was like, yeah, maybe every time it does do some dipping, it gets a little bit bought here. But again, we're hovering above VWAP. VWAP at 65.17. 66 is 30s trading as of right now. Let's see if that bid can kind of catch right back in, or we trade lower for a little bit of a pullback here off of that strength. That strength was absolutely crazy right off of the open. 64s to 67s. Oh boy, was that some momentum right there. And now we're taking a little bit of a breather here back to the downside. But something I do want to note, Neil, the futures past 18 halves. That's aggressively strong to the upside there.
And still going. Okay, we're going to have to follow along here. I'm going to go for that previous pre-market top there on, it's not Shopify, because that's starting to come back in, but just missed the dip here. Wow, I just missed that dip on NVIDIA by a matter of cents. So we swing and miss at that bid in front of VWAP, but I still think we're going to pick it up. I still think we have a chance at it. Shop did not hold that 65. There was a big seller there at 10s, by the way, on Shopify that just got chewed up. Let's see if it can rebound.
Right back
but VWAP starting to bounce on that name. Actually, I have it underneath VWAP.
Market highs as well.
I have VWAP bouncing here on NVIDIA. That's a big one. But SMCI is still losing it to the downside. And the market is headed up. So I think there's still some strength maybe in NVIDIA. The other name that we liked short that we never got was Airbnb underneath 113. That's at VWAP. Look at what it did at 113. You got to be kidding me. So Rivian doesn't quite get to 14 quarter. Airbnb goes right to 13, fails it twice, and now fails underneath 12. So if we're just going to be trend down, VWAP is going to have to be a thing for Airbnb. I don't think we're going to get a second crack at Rivian. All right, now we've got VWAP on NVIDIA. Let's see if we can get into Airbnb off a lower high. So it's going to have to be a tight stop. Do not want to hold it like a dollar against. I think that's a bit of a recipe for disaster. So if I can get a VWAP fill in there, we'll grab it. Market's still looking relatively strong. I feel like there's Microsoft and Meta and maybe Apple are doing some heavy lifting in here because everything I'm looking at is heading right back in and pulling back. And the market's at the highs.
Yeah, that 18.5, kind of a little bit of a wick action on top of that 18.5. Right now, watching the Shopify, looking like a little bit of a held offer at 65 halves. Every time it kind of pushes up into it, a 65 halves kind of holds. Maybe looking a little iced here, but a little bit of a sandwich between the 65 halves and VWAP at 65.20, 65.19 I have. So let's see who wins the battle here. Is it buyers or sellers? I have no idea. But I am kind of just watching the 65 area on top of that VWAP. And again, a little bit of pre-market high as well on top of this area after we've pulled back quite nicely on Shopify. So let's see if some of that strength kind of comes back in. What's going on, Adara?
Small cap on watch here. We have ADTX Addicts near high of day here, up more than 50%. This company's subsidiary, Persanta, submitting a proposal here for this clinical trial endpoints research award with regards to this congressionally directed medical research program. Has to do with the Department of Defense. So this company subsidiary pushing ADTX to the upside, guys.
All right, we'll have a look at that one in a quick little second. Okay, SMCI was just breaking down, and now look, wow, this is clearly, now we know what an SSR bounce looks like on SMCI. And it looks like this. And this was not that grabbable. It just retook 525, and it was, now it's like 535 to the up. It's absolutely flying to the upside. NVIDIA is trying to press back into the 108 level. Excuse me, I'm long NVIDIA, but I mean, SMCI is doing absolutely insane things. I hope somebody grabbed that bid. That was an epic bounce here. Wicks the bottom at 520, higher low at 522. Once it got back through 525, exploding to the upside is SMCI. I really hope someone caught that. But the spread, challenging would be the best, I would say, at executing on that name. So NVIDIA is trying to claw back to the 108 level. I never got Airbnb, so that must mean it's coming down. SMCI is going to rip some faces off here. If we can take the high on NVIDIA, I'm not looking for a high break. I'd probably go for another dip by some kind of a higher low. Wow, SMCI. Sometimes you have to adjust a plan of action if you don't get the bottom. this doesn't feel like a stock that I would ever want to punch through the high of the day. Not with the way the spread looked when it was down here. So let's see how it reacts to this high and see if we can't get some kind of a VWAP dip. Just looking for some kind of a long entry that makes sense here on SMCI. Wow.
Tesla 200 says Sharif. So that might be something. I'm still kind of staring this Shopify down back above 66s. So that VWAP bounce came in quite nicely. So it seems like some of those pre-market high levels, confluence with that VWAP, are holding. Opening price 64.50s, trading above that right now. 67.60s is the high. We're only about a point away from that, and we did pull back significantly. So I'm curious to know, are we going to put some shorts offside through those highs? We're only about a point away. This thing is moving around nicely here, Neil. I'm watching Lyft as well. Lyft didn't really quite get through that 9. There was some size on 9. I was watching that, very interested in that. We talked about that multi-week, multi-frame level breakdown, and that never really came in. We did more of like a wick dance off of that 9, failure to fall through below 9, and holding as of right now. So maybe that one I'll have to be a little bit more patient for that one. Let's see if those 67s can come right back in here on Shopify as of right now. Again, 67.60s is the high of day. VWAP at 65.29. We're trading, chopping in the middle. Here we talk about some of that sandwich that happened, and that sandwich kind of blew off the top bun there.
Blew off the top bun. Now that's a new one. I've never heard that one before, but I like it. Look, man, as long as it goes up, it doesn't matter. You can say whatever pun you want, and I'll be happy with it. Lumen, so very quickly, SMCI, I'm kind of looking for that to settle down for another opportunity. It might be doing so on the way back in. Airbnb popped into VWAP, so I was able to grab that just in front of the 112 level, 112 quarters resistance. So Lumen just got to what was the trend before the market opened and is dipping back in. I want to look for it to hold 7 and VWAP. As mentioned, Airbnb got to VWAP. There it is, kind of wicked the same level. So wicked it like 3 times on a lower high. Struggling at the $0.50 here, so maybe I should be on the front side of the $0.50 and not the back side of the $0.50. A lot of times you'll see that. It's like, I mean, if there's buyers in front of 111.50, then why am I sitting on the other end? I should try to get the fill on top of 50 at like 52 instead of offering or bidding at 47. It's 5 cents difference. One of them's on the other side of a theoretical support level. I want to see 111 get filled here if we can. Nvidia's still looking okay. It's up 50 pennies, but it's holding underneath that 108 level. And then the aforementioned SMCI heads right into resistance. Oops. Right up to 540, right back into 526. So let's see if it does set up another bounce play here on SMCI, maybe off the 525 level. This stock is absolutely insane, Obi. It's flying around. Just another note, Rivian is back underneath that $14 level. If that pops in, stop would be at $14.25.
So some of this, some interesting action happening right here underneath that 67 mark. As we build up into some of those levels there, like I said, some of these dips, they keep on getting bought up. For now on Shopify, let's see if we can get through that 67, trading at 66.80s right now. So again, don't have enough on this ticker as of right now, but it seems like the pressure definitely there. A lot of volatility on this name as of right now. Again, earnings day one doing about 7 times the relative volume on Shopify. 66 halves. Oh boy. Might be in a little bit of trouble here when it comes to those shorts. Only about a point away. 9 coming in on the Lyft as well. So I've got to keep a closer eye on that one.
You know, Lyft is a nasty one. We talked about Rivian, Lyft, Airbnb were looking weak. Lyft never got into those highs. Whereas you had some opportunities elsewhere. The Lyft is absolutely breaking down here. I did not gotten filled on Rivian just yet. It did that wick right into 14.20, pull back in. Need to see a lower high, maybe a head and shoulders. The first short was probably the best one, so rushing into it when it's an upward trend doesn't make a lot of sense. And Rivian Millionaire, let's not talk about Rivian, Uber continuation is now blowing through the top. So, okay, now NVIDIA's through that 108 level. Finally, it's gotten through 108. Just quickly on Uber, if it breaks, it's like $70 is the big one on Uber. So here comes NVDA, finally through that 108 level. Was biding its time you don't want a daily chart, was biding its time, but look at the sellers, right back in here at 108.30. So it's holding on to VWAP. If we lose this 108 again, I'm going to get out and just rebuy it at that 107.5. Oh, by the way, Upstart's back through $30. Now the shorts are in trouble. I'm going to take another swing at Upstart, but it did not hold on to that 29.5 bid, and now it is absolutely holding.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of these names, man. Some of these missed opportunities. Sure, we're in a Shopify long, and that's working out for us. Being a little bit nimble is, again, something I keep saying I got to work on, and I am doing it right now. Being a little bit nimble as we pull back a little bit, push back in. But take a look at CrowdStrike, man. CrowdStrike continuation off of that dip. So situational change a couple of days ago with that DAL news, consolidates yesterday and today straight to the upside. 243 halves is the high as of right now in Uber. We were talking about Uber continuation. Take a look at that, 66 prior day high break. We're trading at 67.40. So strong earnings, closes near high a day. Not only that, it tells you that there might be a bid, because when the whole market tanks, it does its own thing and continues to close near the highs. So I'm like, oh boy, all right, cool. Maybe that one for continuation. But you know what? Shopify was a little bit more shinier for me, and it's coming right back into these 66s after attempting a push through that 67. So you know what? I'm going to be gone from this one for now. And if it comes back up into, if it comes back down into VWAP and holds nicely, 65.40s I have here. Maybe time to get back involved with that one. But oh boy, look at that! Every time it does get sold off, that dip gets bought up very aggressively. Okay, we're coming right back into 66 halves as of right now. So a little bit of chip chop action happening here on top of these 66s above VWAP. I'm going to take my hands off of this for now. Let's see if we can kind of break through those highs. If we're going to chop around aggressively between VWAP and high a day there, I don't necessarily want to be participating as aggressively. Again, can be. I guess those are some fast scalps to take. That's what I'll say. I need to be focused 100% on those. What's going on, Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
Thank you very much, Adair. I was just asked what the levels are on SMCI. I don't know that we can approach SMCI that way. So all I'm going to show you is these are where it's put in higher lows. Here and here. And if that's some kind of a usable trend, then I think there might be a trade. If VWAP ends up bouncing, then the 530 is where this would intersect. That's about it. Like, I mean, round numbers, sure, 520 held. You can certainly see there's some sellers at the 540s, but it's in an upward trend on SSR stock. So that's the best I can do for you on that. You're inside the range of the day. You haven't really broken out of anything. AMD's going ham right now. NVIDIA just bounced off of VWAP. It's in an upward trend, and I bought the dip on it, but it's not nearly as strong as AMD. And remember, SMCI is probably going to be the most volatile out of the entire group. So a bit of a gap up on NVIDIA, and then not nearly the strength of AMD or that last move in SMCI. Just very quickly, Upstart, I'm going to show you over here while this is trying to hold VWAP. Upstart's trying to break out the top here. So if it does go, it's up 27%, 33% short float. VWAP bounce or a breakout through the high is next, I think, on UPST. And thank goodness we didn't actually get into Rivian, because Rivian now blowing through the top.
Yes, sir. So I'm watching. I got my basket of in-play names kind of on watch here. So again, like I mentioned earlier today, I got home and I knocked out last night, so barely any prep was done. But you know what? It's perfectly fine. I did most of that prep. Well, not all of it, but more efficient and effective prep this morning, where I was like, all right, what are the top ideas? What looks the best? You're in a situation where maybe you're a little backed into a corner in a sense, metaphorically speaking. So what is the best of the best that you can potentially see to trade, and I picked Shopify for that one, just based off of what the chart was looking like and how the earnings reacted. And as of right now, what I have on watch, Shopify, Lyft, CVS, Bank of America, a little bit of a bigger picture play. BAC is still continuing to bid up. Interesting stuff. FTNT pushing up as well. Nice little continuation on earnings day one. That strength coming in. Uber day two, CrowdStrike, and Airbnb. Airbnb is still trading within its opening range. So interesting action there across the board. So those are kind of the top names there. But let me know in the chat what you guys are trading today. Always down to reassess and come up with new ideas intraday. What's up, Adara?
DIS on watch here, and not just because of their earnings this morning. We also just have coming out here through Benzinga, so on news and also circulating on social media, that Disney has disclosed a $1.5 billion stake in Epic Games. That's roughly 8% ownership of Epic Games. So just keep an eye on DIS with regards to this $1.5 billion Epic Games stake, guys.
All right. Well, I wasn't very bullish on Disney in the first place, but I just threw in the chat. I didn't mean to put it in all caps. My caps lock was on. I've just taken it off. Lost the bid here on NVIDIA. So initial break didn't work. Bought off VWAP did. Load into VWAP did not work. And now you're starting to flush into the downside. So whatever is going on, it's NVIDIA weak, AMD strong. SMCI is now testing the bottom end of this range. Upstart did break out that high. It tried to get to the 31 level. We'll see if it can actually get to 31. But if SMCI were to lose this trend, I think that would look a little bit nasty. The market is starting to pull back off of those highs here, Obi, as you can probably see. But SMCI,
sir.
I mean, this is just essentially a couple of higher lows. That's all it really is. The big SSR bounce really was down here when it wicked 520, and you had the 522. Want to see if it has some continuation in it. Remember, it was pretty bad margins for them. It's not like it was a good report. Wow, that is a huge breakdown through that support level. Doesn't even try to hold the 532. This is why I'm not sitting on any bids here. I need to see it hold a level and then try something. I'm not going to sit on the bid when it comes to SMCI.
Yeah, so I pulled up Uber here because I'm like, okay, well, Uber is definitely continuing a little bit of yesterday's action. 65, bit of a lick grab all the way up into 67s, 67.8s, so almost 68s happening here on Uber. So I'm just like, all right, cool. If this is going to continue, do the same thing as yesterday, or maybe the extension reverts. I have no idea, but I'm waiting. I'm watching. Earnings day two, definitely good. But again, I'm going to be a little patient. VWAP is still holding 65 halves on Shopify, so that's definitely interesting. But take a look at this. I pulled it up on the 1 minute chart here. If we can move a little bit left on the screen there. Wow, take a look at that. That bid off of VWAP coming in real strong right there. So I did. So this is what I'm talking about. So these are my executions off the morning. So look at that consolidation right off of right in the pre-market, right going into the open, and I'm like, all right, dips down to 64s. Bids right back up. I'm taking that consolidation break high long, adding on the 66s, adding on 67. Can't really get through. Goes to 67 halves, comes right back in. So I'm like, all right, cool. Get out of everything. Get much less on the 67. Sure, I hold it against me, but again, managing the risk with sizing. 67s, I buy 66s again. VWAP is the actual place I really like. Comes into VWAP, holds 65, get a lot more on that VWAP hold, pretty much double up for a pushback through. Can't really get through 67s that time around, but take a look at this. Those VWAP bidders still holding. VWAP holds and pushes off of the open 64s, pulls back into 65 change, holds and pushes right back in. And then the third time, pulls back into 65 halves, much cleaner test as maybe potentially some of those bidders are firming up for a push back into 67s as of right now. 66, this bid off of 65 halves was aggressive back into the 66 halves, but take a look at that. The futures, the NASDAQ especially is pulling back. The ES not so much as of right now, but Uber still holding some of those highs. Fortinet still going. What's going on, Neil?
This didn't take very long, but in the time you were just mentioning that, we've always talked about with your spidey senses, or if you see something that doesn't look right, then it ain't right. So that trend that I was talking about, SMCI, so it blows through it, regains the bid here on a break of 534, right? So it flushes underneath that little trend line, breaks back above it at a 534. I'm like, okay, get the long off 534. It goes right into the first obvious resistance spot, which is right here at 539. Gets right up there, and immediately the sellers, I'm like, join them. That ain't right. Let's just jump out of this. The way that it went up here and the way that it went up here was distinctly different from the way that it went up the third time through. That was enough for me to get out of it. Went from 34 right into 38 and a half, but I don't know that I like that setup the same way that we did down here when we missed it. So it did go through and run some stops on that trend line, but a quick scalp trade, just because that's how it felt to me at the time. I'm only in Upstart, but now all of a sudden Rivian is setting up. I'm going to do this because I have the trend line drawn on Rivian. Rivian got to that 14 quarter, successive higher lows. I'm looking mean reversion on this. So if it loses 14.20, I'm looking for a reversion back into VWAP on Rivian. There might be another scalp trade on SMCI, but here essentially I was punching through 34 to stop it out just underneath like 30. It was like 32 and a half where the stop was, for about $1.50 worth of risk. I'll take it that it gave the $4, but it didn't feel right up at that first resistance. Let's go to Adara, 10 o'clock. What's happening now?
Yo, check out Apple. Apple's about to break that gap down high from Monday.
210.
S&P 500 trying to push back into Friday's levels and what's been a pretty strong day for the market so far. The NASDAQ, though, pulling back a little bit while the S&P 500 currently looking to push higher here on this 15-minute chart. Bit of a lighter day and week in general in terms of economic data, though. Watch out at 3 p.m. when we get the consumer credit change for the month of June. Lots of day two earnings names on the move with both Uber and Palantir on watch. But we also have quite a few day one earnings plays to talk about, including Rivian. This one, in case you missed it, they did have a larger than expected loss per share for Q2, but they beat on sales. They also announced that their joint venture with Volkswagen will be coming to an end within Q4 2024. So RIVN trying to recover pretty nicely here. We also have Lyft, LYFT. The day after Uber reports, we get Lyft here. They beat for GAAP earnings per share and for sales, but their Q3 gross bookings estimate was a bit lower than analysts were looking for. So this one down more than 10% today. Last but not least, Disney, DIS. In addition to earnings where they did beat across the board, they also disclosed through regulatory filing an 8% stake in Epic Games. That came out after the earnings report. We also as well had some comments from the CFO and CEO with regards to park attendance maybe being an issue and some work being done on their streaming recommendations. So DIS on watch as it tries to bounce here, guys.
Disney. Well, maybe I should have. I was asked if I was going to buy some in my long-term account. Didn't. Maybe we should. I don't know. We'll see after the fact. Just quickly over to Upstart. I still have my eyeballs on SMCI for another potential opportunity. It's starting to go again, so we might have gotten out a bit early of that one, but it didn't smell right. Upstart got to 31. Here, we got the break of the local high, so it's still looking like it wants to go higher and higher, but the top is 32 and a half. So next stop, potentially 31 and a half, and 32 and a half would be top. SMCI, which I just mentioned a second ago, didn't look as strong. It's trying to bounce again, but again, it kind of gets to that same level and sells off a little bit. So not nearly as parabolically strong like it was before. The real big bounces might have already happened in this, and then you got to try scalping that stock, which is obviously new territory for all of us. Shout out to Apple for being the better breakout.
Yep.
Tesla 204 obviously never happened. Apple 210 clearly did happen, and now Apple is off to the races. So congratulations to anybody. Right, that key sucks. But congratulations to anyone that has Apple. This is what's keeping the market abreast. You're not nearly seeing the strength that I think you want to in some of the chip names as I keep looking up at SMCI 1 to break those tops. Rivian has now held underneath that trend line, so I'm going to look for that reversion short. But if we're going to get into an Apple trend after that break, got to look for some kind of a dip and higher low to work with. So Upstart just broke 31. That's now 50 pennies in the money. The 31 half zone is going to be the next stop. It doesn't matter how much it's in the money. I just see resistance at 31 half.
Yeah, so I looked over at Neil and I was like, yeah, Apple is going for some key levels. Okay, wow, look at that volt. Damn. Okay, so I was like, okay, 67s are pushing back up on Shopify, 67 and change test, and look at that, slams down almost a point, back down to 66, below 66.50, so a little bit of a chop and churn. Let's see if, I missed the chance here, the clean hold of VWAP Let's see if any of these pullbacks continue to get bought up above VWAP. Does it come down into VWAP? VWAP at 65, 69 right now on Shopify. But yeah, no, that Apple push, very, very interesting. Look, prior day high double top at that 210. Oh boy, let's see how clean that breakout was through that 210. That 210 double top from yesterday, hella clean. Comes in, all day trend off of the dip buy off of the morning.
I like that.
Right? Look at that. 210s, clean test, comes back in, pulls back into 208s, pulls right back up. Look at that flat top at 210. So definitely some resistance happening there at that 210, pulls back into the close. Coming into today, straight through, dipped down into some of those closing prices from yesterday. We are continuing some of this move, but again, take a look at the DAC right here, 18,000 to 18.5s, so a 500-point push on the DAC, and we're getting a break of prior day highs as well. So what I'm watching now, we saw what happened on Monday, and a little bit of a gap down that we had coming in. A little bit. Coming in over the weekend there. What are those highs is the question that I'm asking now. 213 halves. So we're trading at 212s as of right now. So does this strength continue? We do have some support from prior week here at 212.35. So 212.35s. So we're kind of holding some of those levels as of right now. A bit of a sandwich there. Let's see who wins. Does this bid continue? Do the longs kind of make it through some of those levels there? Does the bid get above 213 halves right here? Monday's day high, and then Friday's close in and around 220s. Oh boy, are we going to get a serious move like that? I have no idea. What is the VIX up to? That's another question that I'm asking here. VIX 22 halves, so nice little bleed off. We were talking about, Neil, that reference price from Friday that we pushed off of 23.45s, and take a look at this. This is why I got to keep a closer eye on the VIX. Yesterday, we do a little bit of a wait, no, this was this morning, not yesterday. We did a little bit of a push, but yeah, look at that. It comes in right into that 23 halves, that reference point, and then the VIX dumps down to 22s off of that 23 halves. So definitely got to keep an eye on the VIX during spicy times like this, as it can provide as a good indicator to kind of make some trading decisions. Now, that's just for me. That's just what I like to use. It could be right, it could be wrong for you, but that's something that I've found has definitely confluenced with my decision making over time there. Apple with a bit of a pullback coming off of that 213, so some of that prior week support potentially turning into resistance. Let's see if this strong trend off of the open breaks down. But again, it is Apple. It is one of the market leaders. Got to have some confluence with the DAC and the ES as well. Coming in, this Shopify is actually holding down below an anchored VWAP. I got it. You know what? I'll show you.
Underneath anchored.
Underneath it, it's holding exact. So that 67 half test that came in was exactly that anchored area, and we slammed right down. So talking about sandwiches, we are in a bit of a VWAP sandwich, anchored VWAP from early on this year versus intraday VWAP. On the day today. So let me pull up that chart, and let's do some charting together here so I can show you what I'm looking at on Shopify. So by charting, I just mean throwing up a line on the chart, and that line is going to be anchored. So let's go quickly to, let's go to a 3 hour right here. Click on what is this? So earlier on this year. So off of this high right here, I think that's where we're coming into. I got to look at my other chart here as well. Some of my other charts, my main charts, have a lot more lines, a lot more spaghetti on the chart, so they can get a little bit confusing as well. So let me just put this up right here. So I think this was the okay. We'll just go from there, right there. So
don't get lost in the sauce.
Yeah, don't get lost in the sauce. Definitely a good one there. So right here, boom. So look at that. Came right into that anchored from earlier this year. Let me go down to a 15 minutes so we can see it a little bit better there. So right there. So okay. So 67.20. So yeah, right there. Came right into it. I think I might have placed it a little 1 bar too late or 1 bar too forward. But again, on my other charts, I have it just here at the wick. And then we are holding and pushing up back towards some of those day highs. 67.60s. We're trading at 67.20s, but got to be careful here as the fluctuations on this ticker 50 pennies to the upside, 50 pennies to the downside. So if you are, I think, this is me more talking to myself. If I'm trying to trade this, I have to keep that in mind and factor that into my risk assessment there as well. Got to be ready to kind of catch a bit of a sell or a bid of 50 pennies either way if I'm going to be sizing into this. So it can't be sizing in too aggressively, too fast. Got to be a little bit of a sniper on this one. 67.30s incoming.
I think that applies to all trades. There are very few trades that you don't actually have to be a sniper for. Like, just in terms of, like, price matters, right? Like, no matter what you're trading, when you're long-term investing and you're going to hold something for 50 years or whatever, I mean, some people 50 years, 30, whatever it might be, price is going to matter a little bit. But price matters a heck of a lot when it comes to risk to reward. So just very quickly, you'll see I'm in that Rivian. It broke the trend that was in the steep upward trend broke. I didn't get it on the way down here. Watched it make a lower high. Then once it made the lower high and broke the bottom, that confirmed like these couple lower highs. So shorted that pop, scalps them out for 8 pennies. Now looking for it to hold this trend again. If it's above 25, I feel like it's gotten away. Looking for a VWAP retracement there. Oh, now Upstart is blown through. Never mind. Okay, just Upstart blew all the way. It's now going to 32. So I'm not in that Upstart long. It looks like it didn't have any problems with that 31.5. 33% now up on Upstart. Got to find a way to get back into that trend. Forget about VWAP. That's so far away now at $30. Might look at the 31 level. So watching this Rivian that we're in, and we'll see what happens with that Upstart if we can get back. And I thought we would get some kind of an opportunity on Apple, dipping maybe like 211. It looks like 212 is held. Apple's still in a very decent upward trend here, Apple. Watch out for that SMCI. I don't know that this looks that great for a long anymore. We had the one shot at the long, and it just did not want to follow through into the 40s. It doesn't look as strong as it did. I don't know if I see a long in SMCI anymore. We're going to have to look elsewhere. It is what it is. Like, you can't really fight it. Upstart now at 32. You got to be kidding me. All right. Don't want to FOMO that one, but we might have missed an opportunity there in Upstart. And I got to stop looking at SMCI. It's not the trade that I thought it was going to be on that upward trend. Just can't seem to get back into those highs. Going to try to focus on Apple. We're into Rivian here. I want to note Intel's looking relatively weak. If the futures turn around, I might go back to shorting that. Just feel like that's a short till it isn't. And we keep talking about this, but look at Intel. As the market trends higher, like, what are we even doing, Intel? Every single pop has been shortable. Not even the VWAP, just the same trend. I mean, come on. Unbelievable.
Yeah, a little bit of a pop and drop here on the Shopify. Watching some of these markets as well. Apple kind of back up towards some of those levels as well. So yeah, we did bid through that day high there and came right back in towards that 67. Like I said, bit of a strong mover here on Shopify. I like that. Let's see if we can kind of come back in towards VWAP. VWAP is where some of those buyers really are, and that failure to follow through of day high through that 67.60s. It could still very well come in. Like I said, 50 pennies to the upside. We'll be right back there on Shopify. 67's coming in. Let's see if we take a little bit of a breather here. Back down into 66's. Failure to follow through. I like that push. But again, no real sign of potential continuation as of right now. But that could come in real quickly with the way this ticker is moving around on the day today. 212's trading on Apple, still holding well within trend. This is a 9 moving average, or it might be an 8. But it is an EMA here, and look at how cleanly we are holding here on Apple, just on the other side here. I think my chart is zoomed into the wrong one here. So this is the Shopify happening as of right now, but Apple is the one I'm talking about here. Okay, cool. So Apple coming right back in. So look at that beautiful hold of the moving average. Oh boy, as the futures hold that 18.5, right? So looking nice on the Apple hold. Let's see that wind up. Let's see how far we get on Apple today.
Yeah, it's still looking pretty strong there, but as we mentioned in some other ones, like, we got away from NVIDIA when it could not hold on to 107.20. Now this looks a little trend to the downside. I'm just going to quickly double check one chip name that we didn't mention. And big shout out to Brendan for reminding everybody, like, Micron with a buyback did this. It's just hugging VWAP. Now, it's lost all semblance of strength and is just sitting here on VWAP. Now, I'm not saying this is it's not an obvious flat bottom break, but if we were to revert here, it's a lower high. I see other chip names not looking as strong. Underneath that consolidation would look a little bit intensive for me. Rivian, we got the one scalp trade. It then broke out the top. So now, we talked about this yesterday with, it wasn't Palantir, it was PayPal, right? PayPal had a bit of a trend reversal on a steep move, but once it took out, and for me, not the high of the day, like the lower high, once that's gone, I never found a place that I wanted to add more. Just never really set up. And then it broke out that higher low. So just got to be able to get out of Dodge, man. Like take the hit, move on to the next trade. Hopefully it's Apple. I'd like to be able to join that trend. The 210 was a huge breakout. I won't lie to you guys. We try not to. There's two things that were setting up for a flat top break. Let me go to the 15-minute. One of them was Tesla here at 204. The other one was Apple here at that. 210 was kind of a lower high, but that was that double top from yesterday. I chose Tesla thinking it would look more clean, the 3-day high, instead of Apple. Unfortunately, Apple's the one that went, and now all of a sudden, Apple could be taking out the next level up and filling in the entirety of the gap. I'd like to get in before it gets there. Apple's still trending pretty decently to the upside. And if you're wondering about SMCI, that's tracking right back into the low of the day. That loses 520. It could get nasty for SMCI. The market's this strong, and this wants to lose the bid. That would get pretty nasty. So Apple holding this higher low, 211.18. Looks like the 212 is looking pretty solid. Intel just got the VWAP. So I talk mess about Intel, and it punishes me 7 cents by breaking VWAP.
Is Intel continuing to sell off? Do we still?
No, it just bounced off above VWAP here.
Oh, okay.
So we took our first trade in Intel of the day. It had nice downward trend, and it finally broke VWAP. So I'm like, oh, I'll short it to VWAP, and it broke VWAP almost right away. So I talked mess about the stock, and it decides it wants to make me go for one on it. All right, Intel. I'll wait for the highs. 2020 is the high. I'm not either at VWAP or underneath that high of the day. Not going to mess around with it too much. So first trade in Apple, it'll have to be a scalp trade because usually I'd be buying some kind of a support level down here or down off of VWAP. And this seems like it's way too strong. Way too strong. Tommy in the chat, what's my look on Lucid today? I haven't looked at Lucid today. I know $3 was really big the other day. So I suppose $3 would be the level you want to look at on Lucid. Yeah, it just keeps holding $3.
Yeah, this.
Like, what else are you going to do? Like, buy Lucid in front of $3. Maybe it can break out 320, but what's going to get it there? What's the catalyst? It's not really moving.
Yeah, so I'm kind of just again staring down this tape, man. Again, it's a little bit choppy. It's not necessarily a straightforward read here on Shopify, but it's pretty decent. Yes, staring it down. I like those close-ups. But yeah, Apple breaking trend now. So yeah, Apple's breaking trend and then confluencing with that 18.5. Let's see if that 18.5 on the DAC pulls back in. A little bit of a pullback here on both the ES as well. So we were talking about that prior week level coming in as potential resistance, and here it comes in. For now, let's see if that 18.5 holds, and let's see if Apple holds some of that trend as well. Maybe it's just a false break of that trend. 67's pulling back in as of right now here on Shopify, just holding above this morning range, right? So this morning range quite extensive here. 67's all the way down to 65 halves there, and we pull up. We try to break that range. We push into day highs, and then we pull back into the high of that range as of right now. Let's see if we do some reclaiming. VWAP all the way down at 65.94s now, so that VWAP is definitely stepping up. So about a point away from that VWAP as of right now. Let's see what we do in and around this Shopify. Again, talking about that anchored from earlier on this year, acting as a bit of resistance at the highs, and we are pulling right back in to 66 halves. So let's see how far we can get with that. Do we continue to trend up? We have been making higher highs and higher lows, so I do have to be very wary of that action there. Opening price on this candle right now is 76s. Can we break the open on this candle? Yes, we can. 66.71's trading right now on Shopify. Let's see if we can slam down into that VWAP and see if those VWAP buyers come right back in again. Look at how clean those VWAP buyers have been every time we kind of get back in. But Let's see if they're showing some strength. Are we extending off of VWAP? Do those buyers like it so much that they're willing to step in above VWAP now to kind of carry this forward as we were uptrending on the day? But the market quadunking a little bit of a strong
SMCI low of the day.
flush coming right back in. SMCI what?
SMCI low of the day. 520 on the bid of SMCI. I got to pay for locates. So as Obi mentioned, that trend bounce on Apple does not hold. I was actually buying the trend line, and it just broke it. So broke that trend line, I'm out of it. I don't have locates on ARM. I'm just going ahead and paying them. Thank you, Real Trading. 1/8 of 1 cent per share for locates. I say it every single time because they're really cheap for us here. But here is the low. Okay, SMCI was looking like it was breaking the low of the day. It didn't quite get there. When I zoom in, it broke 520 again, but the local bottom is 517.50. Hindsight being 2020, and obviously this is true. Remember when I was in that long off the trend, I was like, something doesn't feel right at that 538 level for the long? It was just so very clearly a short right at that moment when it retested that same level. Now, I was biased to the SSR bounce play, so in my opinion, it was a get out of the long situation there. But my goodness, was that the exact moment to have looked for the short. That's when it broke that upward trend for good, when it failed the same level where the sellers were that got me out. So, you got to move on to the next. But I think that was one of those things to observe. Whoops, got to confirm the ARM shorts. We'll go ahead for that. But yeah, that was quite the reversal. Still no break of the low for SMCI. It just bounced off the low one more time. But it feels a little bit inevitable at this point that we're going to see this trend back into the bottom. This could get nasty. And before we go over to Adara, the reason why I pay for locates on ARM is this. ARM is the one thing moving. I thought SMCI would be a big one, and I've been kind of biding my time looking for the entries to the long. Unfortunately, we only got one of them. We missed ARM altogether. Multiple breakdowns on this stock. Let's see what we can work with after we get back from the small cap recap with Adara. How did I miss?
Really clean break below support here in the 3-minute chart for the IWM after holding support here at this 206.60 level for quite some time with lower highs. We just made our way below it, trying to climb back up right now with some volume actually for the Russell 2000. So some interesting things brewing, though it is still up on the day. In terms of small caps, it's a bit interesting. We have some with slightly larger market caps that have some news today, including Lumen Technologies, LUMN. This one is a name currently around $6, does have a market cap after its earnings of around $5 billion, getting some upgrades from JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs after their earnings. So good look for LUMN with a 13.6% short float. Upstart as well, I'm seeing as of before today's earnings, before yesterday's earnings, a market cap here of just over $2 billion, so a smaller name. They did beat earnings per share and sales estimates, guiding higher than expected Q3 2024 revenue. So UPST near day's highs, another notable short float here, around 27% for Upstart. Last but not least here, we have more of a traditional small cap here for lack of a better term. We have Autotext, ADTX, the subsidiary of this company, Pure Santa, apparently seeking some clinical trial research awards. So good look here for ADTX. This one here, $1.99 million market cap, so just under $2 million market cap. Short float of about 11% for ADTX, guys.
So just thank you very much, Adara. I actually wanted to comment on Lumen, but first, before I do that, I mentioned we talked about ARM. We mentioned Micron could potentially break down. The other thing holding VWAP here is AMD holding it to the good at 134. We had a failed breakout on AMD earlier, and again, breakout trade is going to be different from like a dip buy for me. Like it's just, I want it to work right away. If it doesn't, I'm willing to jump out and reassess. But suddenly, that same level, this is what it looks like on a 15-minute. Do you see what I see? Support at 134 here. While everything else is breaking down, you just wick the bottom on SMCI. You're at lows on ARM, and NVIDIA has been tracking a lot lower. So we jumped away from that one, I think, at the right time. Now I think it would be making sense to just look for VWAP longs off AMD. It's bounced pretty big off this 134. I should say 134, not VWAP, because VWAP is just a line at 134.5. Support is down here at the 134 level. And going over to Lumen, Lumen has really started to break down and trend down. However, I've seen this before, where you get failed break after failed break, and then everybody gives up on the stock. It goes into pre-market support, which is at $6. That was also an aftermarket level, and then catches a bit of a bid. So I got eyeballs on Lumen for this 6. If it can show a bounce here, heck, if you can find a 25-cent risk on Lumen at any price, it's going to be worth it. And now you go Palantir.
Yeah, I'm watching this Uber as well. Bit of a break of trend on Uber. Again, some confluence with the market pullback as well. Uber ATR is 3 points right there. And we've done about 3 points off of the open there as well. Let me just pull it up on this chart here so I can take a closer look at what's going on. So right here, this is what I'm talking about. Doing about 1 times R-vol, breaking through that trend. Oh boy! All right, cool. Okay, so I wanted to take a little bit more on that one there. But that's okay. Let's see if that rebid kind of fails to follow through. We're rebidding into 67.70s, high day 68.30s as of right now. So let's see if we can get a little bit of a move down in towards that VWAP right here, 67.25s. Now again, day 2, very, very strong on the day here. Actually, very, very strong from prior day here. A bit of a continuation move happening here off the open, but take a look at this. Off the open, very, very aggressive. Let me get the bottom of that wick right here. Opening range low to the current high a day, 3.11, 4.77% to the upside on Uber as it kind of continues a bit of that trend here. But let's see. I might be a little too early on this. This could again, a lot of people consider different things a trend break, but I'm just looking at some of this right here for a potential reversion. I have no idea whether or not it's going to come in. Wow, take a look at that. So I did kind of piece off of that Shopify. Shopify comes in to 67 halves again. I was like, okay, that bid is catching 66.50s, but look at this. Chop, 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 chop. Higher highs and higher lows over time on Shopify. So a nice little trend range happening if you're fast enough to kind of chop that up a little bit there. Yeah, every time, look at that. 66 half. So I did get short on the false break of the high a day there. As soon as it kind of popped in with aggression and didn't really go anywhere, we saw the aggression that was happening. So in my mind, I'm like, if that high breaks, like we should go. And it didn't go. It pulls right back in. I'm like, all right, well, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of players trying to play that high a day break, and they're just getting clocked on the pullback down. And we saw how heavy some of that selling and that volatility is. I'm like, 50 pennies to the downside. Somebody's probably getting stopped out. Yeah, it did kind of flush right back in just over a point there, 66 halves. Catches a bid again on 66 halves, and then I'm like, all right, well, peace off a little bit. Reclaim 67. I'm like, oh boy, are we really going to continue out to the upside? Get out of everything. I'm like, all right, hold on. Let's continue to watch this a little bit and see what kind of pans out on this ticker here. We already did a false break of the high, and we pulled in. Now we're making higher highs above VWAP. Do we extend off of VWAP there as the buying comes in a little bit over VWAP? We were talking about some of that firming up of the bidders, potentially that buying pressure that came in right off of the open there. Again, a little bit of a chip chop happening here. Market's pulling in quite really aggressively. 18.5, pulling back into some of these pre-market consolidation lows.
Quick alert.
4s. What's going on, Neil?
So quick alert. ARM did not get the short on the first available pop. Micron broke down, so I took Remember Micron were like consolidation, good news, and starts to sell off with the market. So broke VWAP, consolidated, did not get it up here, took the break. Took some out in front of 91.20. ARM did not get that fill up at 114. Still want to play that trend in ARM if we can get it. So while that was all going on, SMCI made another test of this is the bottom on SMCI. It's like 517.77. It just bounced once and then twice off 518. So right there off the bottom, SMCI is clinging to support. Now some people will be like, well, it could bounce and get to VWAP. That's $14. Or it could lose it and go to 500, which would be $17 to the downside. I want to get into an ARM short if we can, but if we lose that bid, forget about all these longs, man. Like AMD's trying to bounce 134. If this starts cratering on SMCI, I'm not going to want that. AMD's losing 134 as we speak. So everything started to come into the downside. Looks like we're about to get the first 50 pennies on Micron, but I got eyeballs right here on a low of the day take, it looks like on SMCI. It's SSR. There's almost no chance to get, I guarantee you, you're not getting fills on this break of the even dollar. Yeah, and that would be absolutely correct. Nothing, no. Yeah, you're not getting filled. I got to be careful getting swept up on the way back into the upside on a move like that. But you guys just saw it. Like, it broke. You could cross $1. You're not getting a fill. It's SSR, short sell restricted. There's going to have to be a pop to get into this name, and we'll have to see where that pop lies on SMCI. Breaking the lows, I got Micron. The next bid should be around 90 even. Sorry, 90 on the 90. Actually, you know what? I wasn't bidding 91 even. So I will just take some out at 91 even and then look over, see if we can find something here on SMCI. SSR means you can't hit that bid. Brandon Hottie, you mentioned SMCI short at 538, would have been smart. How aren't shorts restricted today? You can't short by removing liquidity on the bid, so hitting the bid to get into position, unless the last tick is an uptick. You can still go short. You just have to get picked up on the offer instead of hitting the bid aggressively. That's what SSR means. That's what short sell restricted means. It's just the uptick rule. And I mentioned 538 in the context of this looking weak at that level when I was long 34s. If I really believed in short there, I would have shorted it myself. I just thought get out of the long for the $4 instead of like 8 or 10. That's all I was thinking. And again, at the end of the day, you've just got to be able to make the read that you can on those markets. And you know what? Reality here at Real Trading, we have the ability to trade a professional platform, learn the right way how the market's structured. Like, you ask yourself, why do I look at SSR plays? Why am I looking at that tape on SMCI and seeing that it looked like a bit of a sell? I got out of my long. It was the right place. Maybe I could have found that short opportunity. Do not want to be long Micron here. But if you want to learn to tape read, if you want to learn about market structure, if you want to learn to trade real money and gain real professional experience, then this campus program is for you. If you are in Canada and you are interested in trading on this P-Pro 8 platform that Obi's on, that Sean trades on, that I trade on, that Sharif and Adara and all the traders behind us, Max, we got Wayne and Brankles up on the bridge. Everybody here learns the same way. You start out, again, this is going to be free. You start out with an introduction to the markets. You'll learn things like SSR. What is short selling? How the market structure works? What are the different gateways you can use? Then you're going to learn about P-Pro 8, the platform that we trade on, made for traders, by traders. You'll be a couple of weeks in that. Then you go into the simulator. Again, you're going to have one-on-one coaching in this program, the free program. Do that for about a month. Then you have the opportunity for what everybody wants. Go live, trade real money, gain real profits. That's what it's all about here. So that is the goal at all times, but you want to learn. And there's no better way to learn than free. You can put 10 grand into a bunch of accounts and blow them up. Or if you're in Canada, you can try this program out, which is very similar to what a lot of the traders on the floor go through. At the end of the day, you put your time and effort into it, about 16 hours a week, and you come out learning a bunch. At the worst. At the best, you become a funded trader. That's what everyone wants. Let's go to the desk with Adara.
We have some people in the crypto space, hedge fund managers, that type of thing in this crypto space, saying that they still see a lot of strength in BTC despite that move down. We have analysts and directors from groups like OnRamp, Market Vector, and Bitwise speaking out here in this Yahoo Finance article with Matt Haugen, who is the CIO of Bitwise, actually saying that due to the psychology of Bitcoin, despite that big drop we had, because we have Bitcoin holders tending to be more HODL or hold on for dear life rather than short-term investors, there is still a potential for this asset to push higher and actually make new all-time highs in 2024, despite that pullback we had. So Bitcoin today trying to hold on to that 56,000 level right now, taking a bit of a move back with the rest of the market. We were around 57,000 before the most recent drop in that NQ and the SPY. Bitcoin slightly up on the day here. Ethereum, though, feeling a little bit of a hit here, down just over 4%, holding on to that 2,400 level. The rest of the crypto space, similarly pretty mixed. Solana up, Tron up. We have Ripple down, Doge down, Cardano down. But these names that are down are a little bit less hit than the names that are up. So interesting mixed picture here for cryptocurrencies, guys.
So I was telling Obi on Micron just there, I went to cover at the opening. It's not the opening range. This is when they announced the buyback. Was down right around here at 90.80. So I'm like, okay, well, that's a good place to bid. I actually keystroked a long, which would have been good, but the plan wasn't to go long, it was to get out of the short. So I did, got out of it, was long as I was doing that read for the campus programs. I'm like, just punch out, Neil. I mean to be covering here at that level, not going long. Obviously, again, just like the SMCI thing, like you get out because you think it's a turning point. It doesn't necessarily mean I think it's a long at that point. Clearly, it looks like a good one, and hindsight being 2020. I'm going to look for a lower high to short. Okay, so SMCI came back and now has resistance at 518. So once, twice, 4 times on a 15-minute chart, it can't get through the 518 level. Looks like it wants to head further to the downside. ARM is still hanging right around off of its lows. I'm looking for where the relative strength is. It seems like it's still an Apple, Obi. It's certainly not an SMCI.
No, that Apple looked like it was doing a bit of a reversion, and then not really. That bid steps right back in, and we push right back up. We barely even pulled back 210s and some change, high 210s and some change on Apple on that pull. Again, we talk about that breakout, that 210 breakout, holding fast there. And again, the market doing a little bit of a reversion here back towards some of prior week's levels. We talk about, anyway, we can talk about why things may have happened, if things are overextended to one way or the other. Fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, you got to observe and kind of work with what the market is doing. Because like, if anybody's like, oh, the market is definitely going to do this, I'm like, okay, well, that person is definitely lost in the sauce, and probabilities is how we want to be thinking. Exactly. Trust me, bro. But here's the thing. There's certain scenarios, sure, you can have a very high degree of confidence, and that's fine. But I don't think anybody really knows what's going to happen tomorrow in the next hour or so. We saw what happened yesterday, right? Like bidding up. Yep. All of a sudden, something comes out, and then boom, we flush to the downside at the end of the day there. So interesting action nonetheless. But Tesla taking a pull to the downside. SMCI finally breaking below that consolidation low.
It's lost it.
So it's continuing that sell-off now. 510s incoming on SMCI. Tesla as well pulling back in. Let's see what else. Intel still holding in and around that 20s, Neil. I know that 20 was a good place to kind of do some business yesterday, and we're kind of chopping and churning in and around those 20s. NVIDIA makes a high of 108.80s and pulling into 104.88s as of right now. Day low at 104.29s. So interesting stuff. I asked you guys in the chat, so it's been about an hour since the open. What have you guys traded? What have you guys done? How has your morning, how has the first hour of that morning session gone for you guys? Trader Forever saying, I am long SMCI now.
Ever?
Oh boy. All right.
Good luck out there for sure. I mean, even AMD, well, I'll get to Micron in a second. ARM is just gone. I paid for the locates, but I wasn't willing to punch the low there. But AMD lost the 134 level in a big way. It then confirmed selling underneath VWAP in 134 again. So that was the keeper. I've only traded AMD off this price level, and it's right back underneath it. So that means short it. If we bounce 133.2, then I take this out. It's the time of the day where if something wants to reestablish itself as strong, the pre-market breakout was right here at 33. The original dip off the open was here at 133.25. So if it bounces off that at in the middle of the day, that would make some sense to me. So we're short this one. Essentially just started flipping and looking shorts on the chip names because of this. That's SMCI. And if you look at what's happening to ARM as well, I mean, ARM is absolutely bleeding to the downside. Chill vibes in the chat saying Meta's going to lose 500. Oh, you're right about that. See, this is what it's looking like. I mean, you're not in any longs anymore. I'm not looking at any longs at this current moment unless it's basically just Apple. And if you guys let me know something else that's strong. I see Apple looking pretty good. I know Upstart's still going, at least the last time I checked it. But everything looks like they're heading to the downside. 500 break. I hate hitting lows when the futures are bouncing. I would much prefer the reason I'm into AMD because it makes sense. It set itself up. The support level at 134 broke. It tried to bounce back above. It failed back above that level and then came back down. That set up a short trade. I don't really see a setup in Meta yet. It doesn't mean it's not there, but I just don't see a setup for it. A pop and another lower high, that would be a setup for a short trade here on Meta. 500 is going to break on SMCI.
Yeah, a couple of replies there to what I was saying in the chat. So Hans in the chat saying he got into a long on NQ and got out before it dropped so good, but almost heart attack. Yeah, exactly. Glad you got out before that drop on the NQs. We're coming right back into some of those consolidation levels we saw right before the open there, 18.4s on that. Quantron asking, what do you think about the Amazon break of 167? So, okay, all right, let's take a look at Amazon. I haven't really looked at it today. Oh boy, look at that chop. That is a range happening. Look, that definitely looks like a messy jungle here of candles. Take a look at that. Straight. Look at those bars. Look at those wicks, Neil. That is some price action, some consolidation, right? We talk about consolidations happening. This consolidation is happening above prior day's highs right there. And look at that, Friday's range as well. So we already broke Monday's high yesterday on Amazon. We broke prior day's high, yesterday's high today, right off of the open, and we're back into the range that we pretty much were at on Friday. So Amazon's had a little bit of a recovery here already into Friday's levels. Should be interesting, but take a look at this chop happening on top of VWAP there. So shout out to my range traders on Amazon happening here. What is that? 65 and some change. Highs at 66s and some change. So about a point of a wash orbiting around VWAP, right? So you can take the reversion into VWAP, you can take the edges of the range, you can take the range breakouts, failure to follow throughs, a lot that can happen here, but the market is holding some of these levels and Amazon is consolidating after bidding back up and holding prior day's highs. So it should be interesting. You were talking about that 167, 166.99 high of day as of right now. Yeah, it could be interesting. If we do get back up there, it could definitely be interesting, Quantron. And Friday's highs I'm looking at right here, a bit of a double top at that 168.59 though. So that's what that's how I kind of see that Amazon as of right now. But this chop and churn looking very interesting. What's going on, Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by Stonks.com. Want a chance to win $1,000 every day? Stonks.com is giving out $1,000 daily. And entering is super easy. Predict the stock price after the earnings report. Today, we're looking at Robinhood. All it takes is 30 seconds to join. Just go to stonks.com, sign up, and hit the Make Prediction button. And potentially win $1,000. It's that simple. Each day, you get one free ticket to predict. Want more chances? Share your referral link and get 5 extra tickets for each sign up. Go to stonks.com, don't miss out, and good luck. Great look here for the market, as you can see reflected here in the board. And really, the main story this is telling is strength across the market, with the exception of some earnings names. Health technology definitely telling that story. We have the 2 majorly weak names today being Amgen and Eli Lilly. Amgen just reported earnings yesterday after the close. Eli Lilly moving in sympathy with Novo Nordisk, and Lilly itself has earnings tomorrow morning. So this sector interesting. Consumer services, same kind of idea. Strengthened basically across the board with the exception of Disney and Airbnb, both day one earnings names. Retail trade a bit more mixed here though. Consumer durables pretty strong. Consumer non-durables pretty strong. Utilities, energy, minerals, producer manufacturing, commercial services, process industries, communications, all pretty much green across the board here. Finance also especially strong. BAC notably to the upside, up about 3.5%. And of course, this technology services sector is worth discussing. Pretty much every name here is green, with a lot of them being sharply to the upside. CRM, NFLX, CrowdStrike, Fortinet as well, up more than 20% after earnings. So generally, with the exception of a few earnings losers, good look here for the market as a whole, guys.
Thank you.
We are back from Sector Watch. Wow, what a move. What a move we're seeing in some of the chip names here. But I wanted to go to Lyft for a second. We just mentioned Shopify's going up. I took one break. Didn't work. Right back into the previous high. Did not jump back into it. That's going to be the story for me today. Well, the story for me today is going to be SMCI. I was completely convinced SMCI, and ultimately, like, the one scalp trade is SMCI. ultimately the one scalp trade is my best trade on the day. However, it just inadvertently set up what could have been an absolute monster short. And I wasn't there. I was still thinking trend long. I wasn't even thinking reversion on that stock. It's bouncing off 500, at least for now. I wanted to get to Lyft. I said some things are strong, some things are weak. Lyft is doing a very interesting thing right now. Bouncing off $9, obviously down 13%. So look at this ridiculous barcode in the pre-market right here at $9.50. Now look at it barcode after trying to break it out at $9.50. I feel like if it loses $9.50, this should be a short. Here on Lyft, it's short sell restricted. If it breaks, it doesn't mean you can't get filled. It just might make it tricky to catch a fill. So the chip names are catching a bit of a bid, but I wanted to go over that on Lyft while I got the chance. AMD pulling right back into VWAP. Remember what I said. If AMD decides it wants to regain VWAP, that's that opening range breakout and support level. If it's just simply bouncing off here for another break higher, it is a relatively strong stock. So I do not want this breaking out above VWAP. It's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong, right? So I don't mind if this one wants to take out the top here through that $0.50. Going to jump out of that trade. It can always reestablish it lower. There are weaker names out there. This being one of them. That would be ARM. We mentioned NVIDIA is also weak. We got away from that and look at this. Wow, NVIDIA is really screaming to the upside.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That bid back up.
Let me double check. Okay, stop is still in. I double checked my stop to make sure it was still in on AMD the way I saw NVIDIA coming to the upside here.
Yeah, so a little bit of a strong bid back through that 18 halves right there. I am just running through some of the top volume gainers on the day. Again, Shopify, that long off of VWAP was definitely the trade. It's pushing up a little bit higher. Those buyers coming in a little bit higher than VWAP now, pushing into it. So yeah, let's go through some of these runners on the day. Volume gainers I'm watching. If I can just pull that out. Okay, cool. So volume gainers on the day. We can start from the top. That's what I was kind of looking at. It's like intraday scans, right? So something like moves are certainly some morning moves are kind of done in my opinion. We've kind of been doing some other things now. Market's bidding right back up. 18 halves are pushing right now. And again, it seems like that VIX might be kind of pulling back in. We're trading at, or it's at 2264 right now on the VIX. So a nice little volatility reversion off of the craziness that we had coming in over the weekend. Lumen lighting the way for potential moves, continuations to the or not really to the upside. We're just kind of consolidating within the core of this earnings reaction that we had. $6 to $7.50 as of right now. So Lumen, interesting stuff. Let us know. Have you guys been trading Lumen today? I know that there's been some interesting interest on Lumen. Let's go to the 15-minute chart. Let's get that VWAP out of the way as well. I like my charts clean as I can see the candles. I can see a little bit of the price action a little bit better that way. NVIDIA, a bit of an uptrend over the past 3 days. Lyft, holding that 9. Palantir, today's day 2 earnings, we have broken out of day 1 highs, attempting to push a potential reaction high, earnings reaction high, 28.79s, about a point away from that one on PLTR. Tesla, a bit of a sideways chop here, sideways consolidation. We've been washing that 200 level for the past 3 days as well on Tesla. So this whole week, Shopify continuing to push to the upside, another volume leader on the day. Rivian, you were talking about this one, Neil. Rivian is hella strong to the upside. Talk about a bid back up. Rivian,
flying.
Look at that. Breaks that pre-market earnings reaction trend, pulls right up into that prior support, maybe potentially turn resistance prior support level here, 14 halves on Rivian. So a nice little look on that one. Strength, got some market confluence as well with the market bidding up quite extensively. What is this? GTHX? This is looking a little bit like a buyout here. So yeah, if you're trading those,
that is a buyout.
That is straight up a buyout, looking the way it's kind of trading right now. And I'm pretty sure if I look into it, it will say
$7.15 cash.
$7.15 cash.
$7.15 GTHX. $7.15 cash. Like there is on GTHX. There is probably 500,000 shares on the bid and 800,000. 6 or 700,000 shares on the offer. I'm just looking up on a level 2. I have it up on a level 2. Very quickly, we mentioned AMD and VWAP and that stop order. Palantir is about to break 28. So AMD broke VWAP. I'm out. First short worked. Now we're out of it. I did not reshort MU. Eyes on Palantir for me. It's got this trend since it broke out here. It's got this trend that it's holding. A failed break at 28 to me is a break trend, come back into 27.5, which is support. But this is a higher low into a flat top on PLTR. It did break. The 28 is broken, and there is a print at 28.5. So currently, the high is actually 28.5, which you don't see very often. So to me, we need to break the 01s. If it breaks 01, then I think it's really gone. So just a quick note on Palantir. I know for everyone's going to see the chart and say, yeah, 28's the high here. It actually has run stops at 28 a couple of times. So I would need it to break 01s to look for a long trade here in Palantir. So I'm going to set a stop for a break. I was just adjusting it because I actually had it at a break of 8 and then realized the high of the day is just slightly above that. So Palantir right at the key 28 level. I think I can play this in either direction. I really don't mind. If it breaks the trend down, I would short that trend break. If we break out to the upside here, we'll look for that long over there on Palantir. So any second now that could happen. I don't want to get away from the level 2. I want to show you guys the bounce that just happened off 505. When SMCI catches a bid, like it really catches a bid. And it's trying to roll back over. The opening range bottom was here at 17. I feel like if it fails the 520, Palantir doing still there. If it fails like about 520 and comes back down, I think you could see a retest of the low. So while I'm waiting for Palantir to break this high or break trend back down, let's go over to the desk for Money Talks with Adair.
Tail candle here for the DXY on the daily chart, though a second consecutive green candle. We don't have much economic data on the horizon today. At 3 p.m., though, we do have the consumer credit change for the month of June coming up. But we did have some interesting movements yesterday in regards to the market as a whole. Yesterday afternoon, we had the White House acknowledging economic volatility, basically asserting, though, that there is some strength and resilience in the broader economy. The major thing, though, that's happened this week and continues to happen this week on a week that's a bit lighter on economic data and updates is going to be the fallout from that Japanese yen carry trade. We're continuing to have analysts talk about the potential impact of this trade. There's even the global strategist at UBS saying that of the $500 billion position built up over the years in this carry trade since 2011, roughly $200 billion or 40% of that trade unloaded over the last 2 weeks alone. So due to the size of this trade, there are analysts thinking that this could still have long-term effects. So when looking at the DXY this week, be aware of that carry trade. Could still potentially be some ramifications for that, guys.
Thank you very much there, Adair. While Palantir is still doing the same dance with this 28 level. So I know you're an Uber. I'm just staring at this thing. Goes to 99, goes to evens, wicks to top, and you're getting a lot of consolidation up here. So either way this breaks, I'm going to have it. Breaks down, I'm going to go short. I'm going to punch short manually if it breaks down, but I have a stop order to go long. And I explained this before. This is if it breaks that high, my limit order is just going to here. I'm only crossing the 5s on Palantir.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, just keeping a close eye here on Uber as it kind of chops around this 68, 67 halves mark as of right now. Market's pulling back up, so I do have to be kind of wary and careful on that one there. But yeah, a little bit of a pull back up, and then pushes right back in through that 68 mark. So got to keep a close eye on that one. But something I do want to note, Neil, Apple is pushing for that Monday high right now, 213.44s on Apple. So a little bit of a push. Again, 18.5s holding on the NASDAQ as well. And that strength coming in a little bit across on some of these larger caps as well. So I got to keep those on watch. Let's take a quick look. Apple to the upside. Amazon actually broke that 167. Oh boy, did that really come in? 50 pennies to the upside. 167.50s on Amazon right now. So that's absolutely crazy. We did kind of break that chop consolidation from the morning session, and we are pushing aggressively to the upside. 167 though, I'm looking at my chart here. I got a bit of a line there. Let's see what we do.
Very quickly,
Multi-time frame levels.
Palantir broke that even level. I got 01s on the way up. Immediate resistance at 10s. I mean, it's a $28 stock, so maybe every 10 cents is just going to do that. The thing about this trade is, so you still have that trend line that I'm observing here, and a fail of this trend line would still indicate to me, like I'd still be looking for a reversion. So I'm just going to follow this trend. It probably establishes a different one after 28, which a key breakout like this. So on the breakout trade, I want to give it to this trend line. If we get, I'm sitting in front of 28.20 for the next opportunity for a take profit. We'll see if we get that. Oh, SMCI, as I was staring at that level too, SMCI, which you can trade on Blue Ocean overnight. You have that available. I just went to that symbol accidentally. Went right to the 520. Slams back down, and again, if you're not getting short when you're trying to get it on the way back down in the stock, remember it's short sell restricted and the spread just opens up. When it's going down, the spread really opens up, and getting fills is not the easiest thing in the world. But it did turn at that 520 level, reestablish that opening range bottom, and heading right back into the lows. I got to look over at Micron here. Okay, so Palantir just lost that bid. Micron did set up again for a short. I'll see if I can jump back into the Micron short. But Palantir just reversed it. So first things first, I want to make sure you guys saw that SMCI. Palantir lost to 28. If it holds this trend, we're able to scalp into the, it basically gave you like 8 or 9 cents there, and I lost 2. So it was still good. But if it's going to lose this trend line, I was looking for a reversal short. That's got to work much more explosively, kind of how it would have here on a breakout is what I'm looking for. Otherwise, let's look for the reverse breakdown.
Yeah, so taking a bit of a pullback here, wick action happening on the 15-minute candles here on the NASDAQ. You can see we're pulling back in a little bit where we've seen some 15-minute wicks off of the open, right? 18,550s acting as a little bit of a level there. Apple as well, taking a little bit of a pullback off of those 213 halves. Right here, you can see a little bit of a pullback there coming in on Apple. Let's see if we kind of continue, or does that dip get bought up as well? 18.5 seems like an interesting level here on the day today when it comes to the NASDAQ. So, you know, gotta be a little patient. Gotta be a little patient with that one there, and see how some of those highs get dealt with, how that comes in. Uber still holding above this VWAP right now, and just chopping sideways. Nothing too crazy right now. 67. Take a look at this false break once again. So we push for high a day on Shopify. False break, pulls right back in. 67's coming in now. So 67, what is that? What were the highs there? 67.70s was the high. We pull right back in. So we're getting a lot of this chop in an uptrend. So chop and churn range to the upside as of right now here on Shopify. So it's, like I said, if you're playing the range, I think that this one's been pretty interesting. Again, not the easiest, but definitely moving upwards in a range type of motion there. Take a look at that 18.5. I'm seeing a lot of reds coming in on a few of these tapes here. What is going on? Are we pulling back significantly on anything? What's Intel up to, man? Are we still going to be shorting that one there? No, definitely not. We're back at 20, so a little bit of a sideways chop on Intel. AMD holding sideways. Van Eck back within, maybe not in its opening range, trading a little bit below its opening range, below its VWAP as well on Van Eck. And by Van Eck, I mean SMH. That's what I mean. Wow, take a look at that pullback, Neil, breaking that trend to the upside. Shopify, nice little reversion back through that 67 and some change there. But again, it is not the easiest ticker it's not a straightforward ticker in my opinion. I don't want to use the word easy. Nothing's easy. Things are either straightforward or they're not.
That's a better word. I like that. I like that, straightforward or not. Like that's the way that it's going to work. Oh yeah, it looks like Palantir break is going to go. So first, I want to get to your super chat there, Mr. Swearington. So Palantir, quick breakout at 28, scalp trade. Said I wanted to work the short if it broke the trend. It broke the trend and reestablished. So I did get out of that right away when it didn't work. Because the way I see it, if it's breaking this trend, I want it flushing. Like flush right away. Instead, you're right back going into the longs. I think it's a different trade buying dips into a trend than it is taking the flat top break. It has to go right away. I am into Micron again, but before I get to that, shout out to you and thank you very much, Justin Swearington. Smash the like button, hit that like, hit that subscribe. More importantly, make sure you tune in every single day, but hit the subscribe if you want to be in the chat. If you want to engage with us, ask questions, as we're sharing thoughts about SMCI today, Uber, obviously a little bit of Upstart, and Shopify have been fantastic. The chip names have been absolutely nuts today. Those are always fun, but appreciate you and thank you for the nice words and kind words there, Justin Swearington. You made your day shorting the queues and heading to the beach.
Nice.
Nothing wrong with that. I don't know where you are, but if you're close enough to a beach, then you're somewhere nice as far as I'm concerned. There's beaches in Canada, but in my books, they're not really beaches. Like, we have beaches too, and they're not that close to here, but they're also not real beaches. If it's not white sands, then it's not a real beach. If it's a bunch of rocks next to water, then it's not a real beach. So people in Canada will say that we have beaches, and I respectfully disagree on 90% of them.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Once you've been, okay, so maybe a little bit of story time. I was in, I was in Grenada for a bit.
Nice.
And white sand beaches, some of the best in the world.
Second best, definitely not the best.
Some of the best.
The best beaches in the entire world are on the island of Antigua. If you want white sand beaches, go to Antigua. There are three. It's an island of 100,000 people, the size of Brampton, which is a town here. And on top of that, like I said, 365 beaches, and they're all public, which is really cool. That basically means you could be at some fancy-ass resort that they don't want people just running to, and you want to park and you want to go lime on the beach, then you can.
Hey,
full disclosure, my family is from Antigua, so
nice.
I am not paid to say that. I've just been there a bunch, and it's absolutely gorgeous. But Grenada is amazing as well. And shout out to the Grenadian track team. They are so fantastic. I'm loving the track. By the way, as I say that, I'm just going to say this because I said I love the track and field, and I just made a reference to it. If people in the chat could please not spoil any of the track that's going on right now, because I watch it when I go home. Watch it in the car on the way home, and then I get driven home, by the way. I'm not trying to watch it while I'm driving. But please don't spoil what happens in the track. It's been unbelievable watching the Olympics.
Yeah, so Shopify.
No, I shouldn't have said
yeah, no, you kind of be like.
I kind of just probably
don't think about what is it? A red and white panda, and then what comes into your mind, right? Kind of a similar concept. You never heard that?
I
you
have
tell
no
someone
idea
like, don't think about this, and then it's like you're almost inducing that thought into.
But I didn't get the reference. I understand the concept, but what the?
Well, it's not really a reference. Like I've heard it being said before.
Yeah. Oh, it's 11 o'clock already.
It is. Wow, time has flown.
I didn't even get.
I tried a couple of longs on top of VWAP when Shopify slammed right back into VWAP there, but a couple tries, that's fine. I will walk away from those couple of tries as that VWAP test. Distinctly different from the prior ones there. Slamming right back in through. So giving up a lot of those gains in the morning session right now is Shopify. What is the opening price? 64.50s. All right. So apparently it's 11 o'clock already. I just checked it. We did get the lunch menu. We got Thai green curry coconut. Thai green curry coconut crusted white fish with steamed rice and roasted vegetables. Okay, that sounds rather enticing. I will be having a salad. Currently, the only thing I'm in right now is Micron, which is heading back into the downside. I know you're in a short as well in Uber, as the market's actually trying to reverse a little bit. But it's time to learn to trade with the professor and Adara. Go get him. They're down SMC.
Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that Midday Show. That is your girl Adara in the bright red. But I think you wore the wrong colors today, Adara. Well, maybe, who knows? Maybe we end up turning red.
Yeah.
But yes, wait for everyone to come on over from the other side of the chat. There we go. Charlie Taft. We got Roniel Garcia, Matthew Booth. Welcome back, my man. Nimit, what's going on, my man? Chase Bands also joining Adara and I today. Hold my beer. holding his beer while this market, I guess, does things. Mr. Jonathan, we got Bongzilla, Brian Thomas meeting us as well. Paradox TH, Jeremy Newman, and Trader Drew. We got Nakul, we got Day Trader Cut, and Small Goblin. I will not have any big goblins in this chat. Aaron and Joanna Brewster. We have got the Piper, Oscarito, Mark Knight. We got Roberto Trader Without Stress. Love that name. That's a hell of a name right
jealous,
there.
yeah.
Yeah, Rivian Millionaire. Tough day for Rivian, obviously, but all good there. Nate, Darius Golden, Tammy B, and 1320 Wolf. Good morning, Dara.
Good morning. How are you on this fine, exciting little Wednesday?
I can't complain. The weather is really good out there. There's no humidity today, so it was really nice to be able to get in a nice little walk there without, having to sweat profusely in your own clothes.
Or bring an umbrella.
Or bring an umbrella, because I did walk with an umbrella yesterday.
Yeah,
so
did.
committed to my midday walk. But let's get right to it, guys. Adara's in a trade, so I'm going to let her cook there and do her thing. Before we start, I just want to show exactly some of the small cap gappers. Well, they're not even small cap gappers, to be honest with you. They're all mostly earnings plays. I didn't even put a small cap gapper on today. I guess we'll look at that in a second, because as I look at my scanner, ADTX is doing things. But I've got Lyft on here as it tries to get off that $9 area and weasel its way into 10. We'll be looking at Lyft, Airbnb, finally catching a bid. Don't know what's going on there, up into 115 off that 110 hold. Rivian as well, Disney, all reporting. SMCE, SMCI.
SMCE.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough day for SMCE today, Adara. SMCE is reeling here 16% to the downside, but that's being, I guess, counterweighted by Upstart. Upstart is on the dang way up. It just printed high a day, $34. This thing is up 42.5%. Go Upstart, go. I have no idea what your business is, but it's all good there. Keeping an eye on CrowdStrike as well.
We have 3 super chats already this morning.
Wow. Okay, Adara, we got to get to those.
We do. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, thank you for letting me know. These are left over from the other chat. All right, let's start up here. Stacks. We got Stacks giving us $199 worth of stacks. Thank you very much. My man says, great show. Appreciate you and appreciate your comment, obviously. Big Smile Burdette, or as Adara called you yesterday when I showed her that really nice picture of you smiling.
How about this?
Big Smile Burdette. What's going on, Big Smile? She did call it, and she wanted me to credit her for that. So,
I did.
so impressed was she with herself. Neil, spoiler alert, Big Kyle set the hammer toss world record in the summer of 2007 while working on a hay baler on a hot summer day with a thunderstorm coming. I kind of believe that story. Shout out to you, Big Smile. Always doing the most in a good way. We have Zenod, 1066, $2. ADTX, yes, sir. See that, 88% in the clear, almost 72 million shares. We'll get that in the hot second. Day Trader Cut, $2 super chat. Thank you very much. This market rewards those who are not greedy. Haven't heard that before, but I do like it, Adara.
Yeah, I like that as well. Right now I'm in Shopify, and I'm making this face because we're going to have to wait and see on this. I had multi-time frame confirmation. I basically, when we had that big huadunk there below the 90 MA, I said, let's see what we do at VWAP, which came into confluence with that 66 level. We broke below 66, is retested. That's where I got short. Took a decently sized position, again, not like massive or anything, but I wanted to kind of build out. I'm risking 30 pennies. We're about to get to where I'm going to have to get out here if we get to 66.30s aggressively. And then I was basically going to try to make minimum 50 cents with the first part of that position. Not sure if this is going to end up working out in my favor, but happy I tried it. And I think sometimes that's what matters. You take risks if you want to make those rewards. As we get into 30s, this is where I'm going to have to say adieu to Shopify. I'm going to have to park my card outside, return it, and Shopify fill me. Thank you very much, Shopify. Pleasure doing business with you. Not really, but it's all good there. Right now, though, we're going to, definitely lots of other ideas to talk about, including one idea on Disney that has a bit of a bizarre origin story, but we're going to start here with the lesson of the day.
Absolutely, yes. So let's get right to it. We are talking about earnings all week, guys. And I think it's very appropriate today, given the zillion names that we had to review this morning. Adara obviously doing a fantastic job with that watch list. And so it's tough play there. So let's get right to it. Identifying potential earnings plays. We're going to talk some options today, guys. So all my options traders out there, get your listening hats on. We're going to get right to it. So earnings season presents both opportunities and risks. Kind of goes without saying. learning to identify potential earnings plays can significantly enhance your trading strategy. So let's get right to it. So we're going to talk about different earnings plays. I'm going to submit to you guys 4 different option strategies that you can kind of engage in to take advantage of some of these earnings plays. So let's get to it. An earnings play is a trading strategy, essentially, that aims to profit from the stock's price movement around the earnings release date. So the first one we're going to talk about is long calls. So what are we talking about here? So essentially, it's super simple in explanation, a bit different in executing, obviously, because you got to get the right price and the right date and everything like that. So this involves buying call options on a stock, obviously. It's profitable if the stock price rises significantly after earnings, and your risk in this particular instance is limited to the amount that you paid, your premium paid for the option, okay? So whatever you ended up paying for the option, that's the maximum amount that you can risk in that one trade. Your long, and here's the call options change. So I took this, I screenshotted it from my own platform on Apple. You'll see on the tab up the top, you have different expiration dates. The first one set expire on Friday. They always expire on Fridays unless that's a holiday. That is 3 days out from yesterday, obviously. August 16th, the next one, the 23rd, the 30th, etc. Then you're going to have your strike price, the price that you think it's going to move up or down to. And then you're going to have the open interest at that strike. So you're going to be able to see the amount of market interest at that particular stock price there. You'll be able to see the volume, the bid size, the bid, the ask, and the ask size, kind of like what we see on the level 2. So this is kind of how it's all laid out. I'm sure you can add more columns. I just left the default setting on mine, so showing you what it looks like. Long puts. Let's talk about that. This involves buying a put option on a stock. Obviously, it's profitable if the stock price declines significantly after earnings. And again, like the long calls, your risk is limited to the amount that you paid for that option. Okay? And here is the other side of the options chain. This is the put side. So again, you've got the strike price right in the middle. And then you've got the open interest to show you market interest in that particular strike, followed by the volume, bid size, bid, ask size. And in the top right-hand corner, implied volatility, IV. We'll get to that in a minute when we get to the end of the lesson, because we'll talk about some of the Greeks. And if all my options traders will know what I'm talking about there. The other trade or strategy I should call, is called a straddle. And this involves buying both a call and a put option on the same stock with the same strike price and the same expiration date. It's profitable if the stock price moves significantly in either direction, since you have both, but it requires a high degree of volatility in order to really profit off that. And here is kind of the diagram for a straddle. Again, you know I'm not an options trader, so someone's going to have to explain this to me. I know that my platform allows me to kind of have these different options trades. I can put, you know, the iron condor or whatever it is, a straddles. It has these pre-programmed different settings that I can go into, so I don't actually have to do it myself. Calendar spreads, the last one we're talking about here. This involves buying and selling options on the same stock with different expiration dates. It's a little less risky than the straddle, as it benefits from the time decay or on the shorter term option, and it's profitable if the volatility remains relatively stable or decreases. So those are the 4 we're really going to talk about today. Obviously, we're not going to get too nuanced in them, but just letting you know that there are different ways, rather than just buying and selling equities, to be able to, you know, profit or involve yourself on these earnings plays. And here is basically the diagram for the calendar spread. You can screenshot that if you want. All right, so how do we screen for these earnings? Now that we know the trades, that the different options trades that we can weasel into, what's the actual methodology that we can employ to figure out, you know, what's upcoming on earnings? Well, first and foremost, we can utilize an earnings calendar. So utilize an earnings calendar to identify upcoming earnings release dates. This helps you prioritize companies. Personally, I would prioritize them with a high potential for earnings surprises or significant market reaction, like the Teslas and the Nvidias, for example. And you can consider the timing of earnings releases relative to other market events. For example, are you getting an earnings release on the same morning that we're getting non-farm payrolls? If we are, well, you may have some extemporaneous, involvement or injection into the actual price action of the name that you're trading, because it's not just going to be exclusive to the earnings release. It's going to, have some NFP filtering in there. And this is kind of what the earnings calendar looks like. Obviously, my platform has one. Other platforms has one as well. But if you don't have it, you can go to Earnings Whispers. They do a week for you, I think. I don't know if they do the month, but this is the week. This is obviously from last year. So this 2023, but the same week, next week for last year. All right. So the other way to screen for potential plays is to conduct some fundamental analysis. And we're going to just talk about very easy type of fundamental analysis. First and foremost, you want to know the industry performance of the name that you're going to trade. So you identify sectors, with positive growth prospects, earnings and positive earnings expectations. Like until lately, it was all the hype about the chips. Last year, in 2022, it was a lot about oil and energy. Last year was really kind of the Mag 7 exclusively. So you want to identify the industry performance with either the most upside potential or downside potential. It really doesn't matter because you can go both ways here. You also want to look at the company growth specific to the name that you want to trade. You're going to look for companies with consistent revenue and earnings growth or misses, because you can take it both ways, demonstrating strong financial health or bad financial weakness here, to take it short. You're also going to consider the analyst ratings. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. So consider stocks with a high consensus analyst rating and recent upgrades or downgrades, for example. Earnings history as well. Analyze the past earnings reports for the specific company to identify patterns and trends. For example, is there something specific to the economic conditions which helps this company do better or worse? Are those economic conditions in play at the moment? And then you also want to consider the surprise history. What is this company's history for beating or missing analyst expectations? Because that's what's going to lead to the most beta. Okay? So that is kind of what we're just going to look at from a fundamental perspective. Let's talk about some of the Greeks, though. So implied volatility is one that I always have my eye on. And I just want to show you guys quickly where you can get the implied volatility if you don't have a platform that allows you. So Market Chameleon is a free website. We're not sponsored by them. They're not paying anything for this, obviously, but I want to show you. So you can just log in. You have to make a free account. You go down, you go up to the earnings tab over here. You click that calendar, and then lo and behold, you get a list of all the different names that are reporting today, both after the bell and before the market open. Let's look at Novo Nordisk, for example, over here. Look at this, the expected move. That is the expected move, the implied volatility. So we're looking at this one. This one was expected to move plus or minus 6.8%. And look what it did. It dropped 6.7. So well within the range. And now Danielle Shea actually brought in a really good point. I remember her on the market recap with Adara and Sean basically explaining her position that if you breach the expected move, the likelihood for reversion is a little bit less. So if you were to, print 8% down on Novo Nordisk, the likelihood that you would retrace to the pre-earnings release price is diminished somewhat. So Market Chameleon, you can get all that information from there. So that's basically that. Let's go on to the next Greek over here, time decay. Important one as well. Understanding how the time value of options erodes as the expiration date approaches. You need to be aware of that. This can influence your choice of expiration dates. I showed you on the Apple one how there were multiple different expiration dates there. The delta, another Greek that we need to be aware of. This measures the option sensitivity to the change in the underlying stock price. This helps assess the potential profit or loss for different stock price movements. And last but not least, one that I don't really know too much about, the theta. It represents the rate of time decay. So understanding theta is crucial for managing those options positions. And here is a little, infographic about the Greeks. If you want to take a screenshot of that and have a little cheat sheet there for you, go right ahead. So that's basically it. I had a risk management slide, but there's really not too much to talk about there. Diversification is important as well, spreading your risk across multiple stocks and strategies. Position sizing, especially during the earnings season when things can be very volatile, is super important to risk management. So make sure you are position sizing correctly, and stop loss orders. Can't always stress that enough. Got to make sure that you have a plan to get out, Adair.
Hashtag stop them losses. Yeah, have a plan to get out. And that's how you can avoid situations like this snafu that I had on IWM. Whose fault is that snafu? Mine. So basically, I've talked a lot about my tired trading rules. Usually I implement them closer to 1 p.m., thereabouts. To be fair, I love this level in IWM to the extent that I even mentioned it on the small cap recap. I love that 206.60. I was like, if 206.60 holds, I think it's a nice long. To be fair, we were below VWAP, but we had these higher lows. We were bouncing off the 90 MA, blah, heh, heh. I was like, okay, cool, I like it. Now, what was the issue here? I went in with too much size and I immediately added. To be fair, I added with, initially it was a smaller position and the plan was to add there at 206.70s, or I didn't even think I'd get my 206.70 fill because we were holding 80s really well. And then we sink like a stone and get filled both at the same time. I should have gotten out there. And then we get to 60s and my brain is so dead that I don't even notice we're at 60s. The management here was disgusting. It was PU, not a fan. But now we are in that Disney position, and I'm super proud of what's happening here so far. So I want to talk about this. Disney, much like IWM, I had levels, but Disney, I feel a lot better about these levels. I mentioned earlier I had kind of an odd reason in part for being interested in Disney. And I've talked a lot about how music, I feel, influences my trading. Sometimes I'll have random songs in my head. This morning, and Sharif can testify, I did say this out of nowhere. I said, I have Part of Your World from The Little Mermaid in my head. That's kind of weird, right? Then I'm at the big desk, and I have He's a Tramp from Lady and the Tramp in my head, and I'm thinking, oh, Disney confluence, and that's when I realized I'm like, maybe the market's telling me to trade Disney. To be fair,
I like that.
I'm being serious, but to be fair, I already actually liked the level in Disney before that happened, and that level was 88.20s. Now, if you look at any time frame, you're going to see 88.20s.
Oh, yeah.
Heck, even the daily, you'll see 88.20s. So when you have that much confluence, that is something that is, to borrow another term from my friend to the right there, distinctly different. Look at 88.20s here. Did I hallucinate this, or was this? Okay, so yeah, I guess it's 89. Wow, okay. Yeah, sorry, it is 88.30s. But yeah, there's, at the time, that was kind of a level here in the daily chart, so I don't know. But that's what I have here. I already took out half the position. I'm planning on adding to this as we chop and churn. And I'm also trying to add a little bit less because I think it was a bit too aggressive with the sizing on IWM and Shopify. Shopify exited accordingly. But, as we look at this market, the one really important thing to remember is in the stock market system, traders are represented by two separate equally important groups: bulls that want the market to go higher and bears that want to watch the world burn. These are their stories. Yeah, I just had to do that. What are you looking at today, Sharif?
I'm long the future, but I just need you to hold on for a sec because I got to set up for the ad read. Yeah.
Okay, so so that weird Law and Order reference aside, definitely, guys, make sure to vote for whatever stocks you're looking at. ! Join, space, $, whatever ticker you're interested in. Maybe it's Disney, maybe it is IWM, maybe it's AMD, maybe it's Palantir, maybe it's UM. Am I looking at my side charts? You'll never know. Yes, I am. So definitely get involved, whatever ticker you're looking at, to make sure that, you get your voice heard. Paradox saying, well put, I guess in reference to the Law and Order reference. Yeah, I mean, it works, right? We've got two separate equally important groups, the bears and the bulls. Sometimes things have confluence in the world. But you know what also is worth noting always is our lovely sponsor. Thank you very much to Benzinga.
Where do they keep going, Adira? Oh my God. So, sorry, there we go. I got it, guys. I got it. I'm not that bad. All right. Are you tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in this market? Are you missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Well, Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? If so, visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial. Good look there. Yeah, Benzinga Pro, they're good. All right, let's go over here. I'm in the future at the moment for a possible VWAP hold here on the NQ September contract. We got a bit of a VWAP hold, but I'm a little bit lofty, I guess, in where I want to take my first peek. Whether I'm looking at that nice area at around 50s. Let's see, we can cross. I'm waiting here at 82s, zigging and zagging, and got into 82s, but it didn't cross. So we're just gonna have to pack our patience. I'm also looking at some other names here. So Meta just absolutely fell off a cliff. Not sure what's going on. It did do a little bit of zig, a little bit of zag at 500, but it ended up giving way to those levels. So I'm going to keep my eye here on Meta. If we curl back into 500, it was stair-stepping down for that flat bottom break. Yeah, because that 500 was a level that we were interacting with there in the pre, specifically around that 850, 855. We tested it at 1040, bounced, got back into 503, but that was as good as we could do on that little bounce. And down we go again into that 497. Technically, the low on the day is 495.75. So we'll see if we can continue to, sadly here, move down. I'm going to be looking for something possibly off that $500 level. Yeah, so I'm still waiting here either to get stopped out at on the future or to get printed. Sadly, I was in the money nicely, but wasn't able to take profits there as it did not cross. So keeping my eye on these names. Let's see what else is going on over here. Apple, obviously, to me, it's looking like this is an interesting area to start looking short. I got the fact that, it's holding the 10 exponential. It only got to VWAP a couple of times over here at 1015 and 1020. But now it's really, putting in that rounded top kind of thing. Last time we got this rounded top, we had a VWAP retracement. So I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be looking to take a bounce, a long trade off that 213 area at the 10 exponential. I'd rather it give way and then either go long at VWAP or look for a 20 exponential retracement. We'll see which one comes first, but yeah, looking for something here on the dead one Apple to see whether we can take something maybe back down or to take it to the high side if it holds that level. Still zigging and zagging here on the TQQQs. I always keep coming in 1 penny from getting filled. I'm just too stubborn to adjust my order, so we're just gonna let that go and come what may there.
Yeah, come what may, I got to add into Disney there at 57s, which was a level, 58s, the average is 57. Does that make sense? Yo. Anyways, I added at that level, it was 58 or 57, it's a penny difference, because that was a level I noticed we were kind of having a bit of a moment with when I was watching the book, so I added there, we came back, then we dropped, I got out 60% of the new position there. I guess the remaining position, because I've added and subtracted at 88.35s. Am I willing to add again? You bet I am. What I want to see, and I don't know if this is always going to manifest, sometimes things don't manifest perfectly. The other times here, what I've seen is a dip below the 90 EMA, with the exception of this first entry, because I was waiting for the move below the 90 EMA. But I've seen we get a wick kind of up or into the 90 EMA, then we push lower. That's been a good level for entry. Based on what I've seen in the book, I think if we get back to 39s and reject, that would be an area at which I would be comfortable adding. Let's see what happens here, though. And I've also found looking at multi-time frame charts, which is, again, something I've tried to do more lately, also has been helping with regards to these Disney entries. I see this topping tail candle. I see okay, are we struggling? Are we pushing lower? And I'm interested. Like I said, that Disney 88.20 to 88.30 level is a level I'm very cognizant of. So if we struggle here for too long, I might take the remaining 40% of this position just out now. That would be the end of this. But that being said, I don't know if the movie is over yet for the House of Mouse. I want to make this trade. Forget about a utopia. I want this to be Zootopic. I want to have that much fun here in this trade. Shout out to Zootopia, my favorite Disney movie. And I want to see what we do here on this Disney, because I do think that the House of Mouse can give you a little bit more cheese. We had the same thought there in this market. What's wrong with NVIDIA? What's changed, says Lumiere. Yeah, I think. Okay, Disney, let's see what you do here in 4 days. I'm going to let this pull up this NVIDIA here. NVIDIA is definitely, I think, just kind of, we kind of pull back in all of the futures. Futures actually kind of rangy, which I need to keep an eye on. Apple, a little rounded top. Tesla having a bit of a fight here below 199. So for me, NVIDIA kind of mirrors a lot of these other Mag 7 names. I'm going to be honest with you. Like if I pull up Apple, Same kind of idea. Oh, Apple, if you break below the 90
I'm
MA,
saying.
I shall short you.
That's what
and
I'm
it will be
saying.
violent and beautiful. That was aggressive. Google, also though, like we're seeing a little bit of rounded top action across the board is what I'm trying to say, right, Lumiere? So I don't think it's exclusive to NVIDIA necessarily. That is my take. Yeah, so shout out to Paradox there. Yeah, I've been saying multiple time frames lately because I found that really helped me with my entries yesterday with regards to Palantir. I had the level I liked, but I waited because I didn't see confirmation. Then when that level came back and I did, I was able to short it successfully. So I do think sometimes you want to have patience, as I know Bears vs. Bulls says sometimes in the chat, like PAY. Also, we had someone mentioning the double top and the SPY in the 5 minute. I don't disagree, but we have higher lows here as well right now, right? We're bouncing off the 529. I watched that last 529 bounce. Violent, aggressive, beautiful if you're a bull. So I want to see what happens here. I'm willing to take some SPY scalps, but one of the things I'm working on is shorter scalps, less, I guess, repeated scalps. And the word I used on my playbook was high probability scalps. So scalps and levels I really like, multiple time frame confirmation, all that jazz. I had a brief one in Tesla before we started the show here. I basically got involved because I saw that 198 70s hold on the 5 minute and the 1 minute. We broke below 70s. I got out, so I was risking like 18 pennies. Didn't work out. Happy I tried it. Very excited to continue to learn and grow as a trader. Disney, you're at 40s. If you want to reject, I'm going to add another ticket there to enter that theme park. How are you doing?
Right. I'm still in the future. At this level, we'll see kind of what we get. I'm not really seeing anything I like on the Mag 7. So like I did last week, if I don't really like anything on the Mag 7, I'm just going to turn it off and look at something different. Because I feel like maybe my reads today, I haven't taken any bad trades or anything on the Mag 7. I just feel like maybe I don't have the right read on them because I keep looking for different things to happen. And none of them are really happening. So if that's the case, that's all right. Let's look at some other names. So these are the names that I mentioned with respect to, the names that are moving. And Upstart's just not stopping here. I mean, it's found a bit of a top at 35, not a whole lot to talk about, but you can see there, it's just not even coming into the 10 on the 5, the 10 exponential on the 5. It just keeps going and going and going. So strong is UPST. I mean, if we get something at 34s, maybe I can get something off the 10 exponential here for the first time on the day. Rivian, also important here, topping tail into that 1470, zigging and zagging, but this feels like more of a range on Rivian than really anything else. So we'll see what's going on there. Airbnb, also an important one today. I don't know why it's not updating. ABNB, let's put that on there. There we go. Updating back into that 114 and change. It did dip into that 20 exponential super quick, found support there, and then right back into that fifth of a dollar we go. So interesting look. All right, doing well here on the future. Let's see if we can print. We're about almost 20 pennies in the money there, so we'll take the 20 penny winner and we'll get at a dodge. Pleased with this trade. But
for you.
Thank you. Let's see if we can get a nice little move back up here on the future. I don't mind adding to this position again if we can continue the directional move up. We're right back above VWAP and we're above that 50-point level on the NQ September contract. Still well, though, below that 500-point level. We had a whole lot of resistance at that 18,550 area. Look at the umpteen amount of topping tail candles that we got in and around this area. I think this is what O was talking about when he said, you know, it looks like we may be coming down to 18.5 because we were doing the wick shimmy at an area where, 50-point level, we don't, often do the wick shimmy at the 50-point level like we do at the 1 and the 100-point level. But I'm trying to see if there's an area of previous resistance in and around this area from the last few days. Not really. So interesting look, double top, keep that in mind, possibly here, especially if we give way to the middle part of the M. Let's just say possibly an 18.425 break. I know the wicks go south of that, almost into 18.4, but if we're to give way, then that's a gnarly looking double top. And quite frankly, I think we chop and churn until the election. So I don't think we get that nice direction that we all got maybe in June and half of July, not the entire July. So that's my look there. What are you guys looking at? Squeeze time, says Kenny G. He's long now. Well, I just took the long on the future, but I'm still a little uncertain as to how we trade. I liked this level on Meta. I didn't take it. Meta tanked off 510 on the high of the day and dipped down into 494, which was yesterday's closing print. And then the gnarly looking bottoming tail hammer candle right off that 494 yesterday's closing print, today's support level, at least for now. Let's see if it can curl back up. But if it does work its way up, I'm very interested in a 500 short on Meta. You're not going to see me with a resting order there, but I'm definitely going to be all eyes if we weasel our way back into 500 a day.
Yeah, I have the House of Mouse is still chopping around here. I think we are making, and I say I think because I'm just kind of waiting to see what we do here. I have a sneaking suspicion there are going to be some slightly higher lows here if we can't decisively, viciously break below the 88.30. Or, like I said, 88.30, a huge level for me on Disney. The last time we broke below this, we got to like 88.29s and broke back up. The time before that, though, we got to 20s. We got to like 21. 21 did something for Disney, and then we bounced. I also have to talk about Shopify because I'm involved in Shopify. I have some qualms, but we talk a lot about balance of the evidence, and for me, the balance of the evidence says along. And I'm aware that could be a bit of an odd decision, so I want to talk about it. So if you look at this 5-minute, this looks really bearish. I fully acknowledge the 5-minute chart for Spotify looks bearish as heck. Ooh. I took a short on it for that reason. But look at some wider time frames. Look at the Shopify here, 10 minutes still, like you're like, okay, it could be a little bearish, right? Bottoming tail candle, mind you, bouncing off VWAP, trying to push this little head above the 90 MA. Then we get to 15. We're above VWAP in the 90 MA, bottoming tail candle. Look at the 30. The 30, this is gorgeous. So the more time frame confirmation I see, the more I'm like, I think it's a long. I was ready to go short because we were so idle at that 66.30 level I was using as a stop for my short. But then I said, Adara, I actually think this is a long. Don't go full ham with the whole position like you did in the last Shopify trade. Start to build a position here. Right now, we're a few pennies in the money. Profit taker, I'm going to see what we do here at 67s. If we come back after 67s to bounce at 66.60s, I'm definitely okay with adding there at that combination of sixes. Disney breaking back lower. Okay, we're going to get that beak water ready again. Let's do 25s. Oh, you want to break even lower, Disney? I'm okay with that. Well, living your life. So we're going to take out 40% of the position there at 25s. Should we get back there, Disney, you're like a cent away. Happy with how the Shopify long works. The point I'm trying to make is this multi-time frame confirmation, yes, I'm going to keep waxing poetic, has been really helpful in helping me kind of get extra, whatever confirmation or confluence you can get your trades to make sure you are trading with the balance of the evidence. But you know another way to get a balance of evidence, certain times of the day, only around 2 p.m. is if you go into that chat. You knew what I was getting at. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. Get in that chat. Let us know how you feel about whatever name. And, you know, we'll have the big kahunas, Obi and Neil, go and like look at those tickers for you. Shopify still finding some resistance here at the 90 MA, but I'm not scared. I'm giving this till about 25s, which is the bottom of that range here. And if we bounce off 25s, I might add a bit. I'm trying to be a little bit more nimble. Disney breaking below 88.20. There's a smile on my face. Also, someone was asking about Robinhood earnings ETA. I was seeing 405 for all the earnings today in terms of the expected times of a rival. Robinhood right now is also the stonks stock. That is their pick. Robinhood. Bouncing off that VWAP, which is also kind of previous resistance here. What is the 1742? Not a pushback moment for me. I'm already very busy with my 2 children, but I think this Robinhood is an interesting look if you're looking for another arrow in your trading quiver today. Robinhood, pun intended.
Get it.
So let's see how that goes. I don't think I'll be getting it, but I appreciate it to anyone who does want to get it. Shopify pushing higher here. Please just punch. Let's see how this goes. Really, again, just trying to, I think the biggest thing for me has just been trying to find more little pieces of edge, more ways to find what you do and try to build on that. So I like scalping. Let's use the book and some confirmation for some of these longer term trades. Let's see how this goes. How are you doing?
Love it. I've been trying to get into Upstart. It just won't let me in. This thing is a rocket ship to the high side, guys. 35.60, no problem. I set up a dip trade at 35.15. I was like 5 or 6 pennies from getting filled. The spread is not that wide. It's a few pennies. I just didn't want to chase this. I wanted to take it for a nice 35 retest. It's not giving me that, guys. It's just flying. So, yeah, we're going to have to figure out a different way to weasel into this trade, but it's very strong right now. I'm also looking at Amazon at this level because we're at VWAP on Amazon. Also, that 166 defend, I do happen to like, even though it's a bunch of lower lows, with the future is above that volume weighted average price. It's looking to work its way back, possibly into that 18.5. There we go. Let's see if we can get into the Zon. The Zon won't let us in, just like Upstart won't let us in. Nothing's letting us in today. Yeah, it's going without me here. There we go. Now we're filled on Amazon, so we have to put the out for this one. It's going to go right here. So then we're going to go like that. There we go. So we're long at 20s. Let's see if we can hold this general area. We're above VWAP right now, but I am a little bit suspicious of the possible longs. Let's just set up our beak wetters possibly over here so we can set up everything. Stops in place. Oh, Amazon just came down aggressively into that 166 area. Let's see if it holds on to 166 generally or it gives way. All right, we're going to defend that level there. Let's see exactly what we do at 166. Whether or not we break a whole lot of chop and churn at this moment over here as the future topping tails. Oh, this might be trouble for my position. Topping tail on the future and down we go into 1850, but then up we go right. Wow, this is nuts. Again, so a lot of volatility, zigging and zagging every which way. Right now is the future. Let's see if we can hold on to this position without getting stopped out at the moment. But we're in the money just barely though. Let's see if we can work up into 30s. I'm unsure exactly how this futures trade or these Mag 7 names resolve because of all the candles of indecision that are happening at the moment. We're holding on to this area. I have to adjust my stop to take into account the new size. Oh, looks like we're going to get stopped out here as we dip back into 166 again. Or generally that area as the future does take a bit of a turn. So here we go. We're going to get stopped out there. All good. We'll look to see if we can get back in. I had to take that trade because Amazon was defending the volume weighted average price multiple times. I guess just the time that I get in, no way, no how. So this one breaks through 166. If it reclaims it on a closing basis, I will have no problems getting back into Amazon at this level. But right now, I feel like I don't have a read on these Mag 7 names as we basically are in this no man's land here on the future at this 18,450, a little bit above, a little bit below. So it's just time to look at the more directional names. And that there's no more directional than UPST. Just couldn't get into the Upstart house over there as it would not allow me in. And now it's almost at $36. A lot of strength, but I have to go on for a little bit because Fabian is away from his desk. So let's see if we can look back here at UPST. That order is still waiting at 35.15, but still obviously hasn't triggered. Upstart not allowing anybody, well, no, not anybody, for me to get in. I can't weasel my way into this trade. Let's have a look at what the future's doing over here on the side. Yeah, as you can see, zigging and zagging, the better part of now half an hour worth of chop in and around the same area on the TQQQs. That's 57 2/3 generally in that area. But Upstart continues to go to the high side as I see him on my side chart over here, almost at $36 now. And the spread, very reasonable. It's time to take off this dip trade as, yeah, that's no longer valid. Near that 35 is at least not the way that it's setting up right now, Adair.
Yeah, so Disney, we're about flat on this now. I added back at 40s. I'm not leaving this until, I've been watching see what we do at 50s, right? My initial stop for this was about, I think 80s. Clearly, we had to kind of move that down because we've dropped lower, and I don't want to risk that much as of where we are now. I'm finding, though, potentially a bit of a bouncer at 88.30s, which was, like I said, my biggest level in Disney for the day. We are still below the 90 EMA in some of these wider time frames. Again, continuing to check the wider time frames for confirmation here. I'm going to stay in this for now, but because I don't have any reason to leave this, but I am being cognizant of our inability to break back below 88.30s. You know what? I was initially going to save the rest. We're going to take out half if we get to 88.31s, and then I'm going to save a piece for the dream lower. I'm not going to be adding again, unless I see a bit more of a continued downtrend. But Shopify, I took out 2/3 of the position here at 75s or 72s. The reason I didn't, I know I said I was initially going to wait till 77s, but the market got a bit violent. I said, Adara, take out some. Then if you want to add when you get that 60s bounce, which we are, then you can. And you know what? I actually decided I do want to add at that 60s bounce. So 61, adding the same amount of the position that I took out. So it's not a larger position than the one we had to begin with. still medium sized. I don't love what Disney's doing here as we get back into 50s. Let's see if we can continue to kind of push lower here. Disney, I think, definitely doing a little bit of a curly Q. If we get back above 50s, I am getting out of Disney. But I will say of the two right now, somehow Shopify is the cart that I'm more comfortable pushing. I think they've been a little bit more subdued for me as of right now. Happy with what Disney did. Happy I took some profits earlier. And you know what? As the tides change, you get out. You get out of the boat. So good time there. I'm willing to actually add to this as a long, given the support I now see at 88.30, which, like I said, was my level. NVIDIA in the red, says Vancouver Isle guy. Yeah, NVIDIA, NVIDIA almost in the red here. Probably was like when the message happened, which is not when I saw the message. Yeah, NVIDIA breaking below that. NVIDIA breaking below the support area of 104.50s. That was a level I actually liked yesterday. So if it wants to give me a little retest action, I might short that. Shopify, though, we are in Lamula in Shopify. I did want to add to this at 60s. Don't think I'm going to get that add. I should have had that order waiting, but it's all good there, baby. Like I said, I still like that 67 level. If we rejected 67s, that might be where I have to pull the brakes. But if not, I'm interested in pushing this higher. Sorry, totally. I guess I missed that one.
Yeah, no worries. Do you want a chance to win $1,000 every day? Stonks.com is giving out $1,000 daily, and entering is super easy. Predict the stock price after an earnings report. Today, we're looking at Meta. All it takes is 30 seconds to join.
We're looking at Robinhood.
Right? Yeah, we're looking at Robinhood. I don't know why it says Meta there. Maybe we didn't update it. Today, we're looking at Robinhood. All it takes is 30 seconds to join. Just go to stonks.com, sign up, and hit the Make Prediction button. I like that. That's very easy. And you could potentially win $1,000. It's that easy. Each day, you get one free ticket to predict. You want more chances? Share the referral link and get 5 extra tickets for each sign up. So go to stonks.com, don't miss out, and good luck. Fabian, I don't think the position board is right because I'm in a trade right now, Fabian, and it's not showing up on the position board. I am an ADTX looking to take this bad boy off the volume-weighted average price. We're going to give it a couple of pennies here to do its thing. We're about 2 pennies out of the money right now, but it is at VWAP. And, it's zigged and zagged, I guess, a little bit with VWAP here on the day. But right now, I thought maybe, hey, let's give this one the old community college try and try our hand at this one since we're not really having a whole lot of success with these Mag 7 names as they zig and zag. So we're in this small cap gapper right now. This name, let me give you the deets on it. It's done 90.5 million shares on the day. The market cap is 3 1/3 million, so it's really small. The float is 1.95 million shares, and I didn't load up trade ideas. Totally forgot that. So give me a second here as we load up that, and I'll give you the short float on it because that's awfully important, especially for these small cap gappers, which could absolutely become parabolic. So let's bring down trade ideas over here. Shout out the NOS boss and his crew, ADTX, and oh, I typed it wrong. ADTX, Sharif. ADTX. There we go. 8.95%. So almost 9% of that 1.9 million share float is shorted. So not a bad look there, especially for a small cap gapper. We'll see if we can get a bit of a short squeeze, maybe headed to the high side here, looking to wet my beak at around that $0.75 if it will make its way up there. Okay, Upstart is coming down now aggressively for the first time on the day. I see it coming into 35. The 10 exponential on my 5-minute chart is at 34 3/4. Let's see if it holds up, number one, at 35. The answer to that is no, because it just broke it. Let's see now if it holds up at the 10 exponential. Because this will be an interesting area as well. So here we go. We're zigging and zagging. We're at the 10 exponential. We're a little bit below the whole dollar at the moment. Let's see if we can get a bit of a bounce at this area. I'm going to sit over here. Let's see. We zig and zag. The spread's opening up a little bit, guys. So let's see if we can hold up at this level. Let's go long and give it to, just dip down aggressively. We're long. We're going to have to get out if this dips down even more. Right here.
Tesla just
flew. Yeah, go ahead, because I have to cover this.
Yeah, sorry, Tesla dropped here. I got out of my Shopify because basically ended up being flat in the trade because maybe I shouldn't have added there, should have gotten everything out. We got into that 50s area. I ended up getting out here. If we come back and break below that view up, I'm going to try the short again on this SHOP. Yeah, just, things work out. You got to switch up the style. If they hate, let them hate. Watch the money pile up. No money is piling up for me right now. But yeah, like I said, happy with Disney, happy with Shopify. Should have arguably wrote less trades for a bit shorter period of time. Now Disney's back down, so all good there. Airbnb, though, below that 90 MA, I actually really like. So if we come back to retest that 114, I'm very interested in that short. Palantir dipping below the 90 MA. There are quite a few stocks that look like they want to get a little bit weaker here that I would love to take to the downside if they'll have me. So let me know, guys. I will short you with pleasure. How are you doing?
Oh, that was quick, Adair.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know. I saw a thumbs up, so I didn't know. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I can also keep talking. I can definitely keep doing that. You guys know I can. Charlie Taft saying Tesla through the 200 MA short. Yeah, yeah, honestly, my only level for Tesla would be my level I've had all day in Tesla, which is roughly mid 198s. That would be the look there. Airbnb, let's see if you come back to that 114 and retest. Shopify, like I said, also getting close to my level. VWAP breakdown, that's a short for me here too. AMD below, wow, okay, everything's coming into levels that I like, which is a little bit hard. What's a girl to do? Short the market, no, I'm joking. But let's see what we do here though. If I see any kind of, I want to wait for levels that make sense. Like if I see any whole dollar retest here for SPY, for the TQs, for anything like that, I want to get involved. AMD to me, like Airbnb, they're two of the clearest in that they had like clear levels that were support that they've broken down from with lower highs. For AMD, it's clearly this 133, or I guess not clearly, but for me, it's 133.70. For Airbnb, it was going to be about 114. So we'll have to see. I don't know if I'm going to get those levels, and maybe I should be risking into those levels, but we're going to have to wait and see what happens. I do not want to rush into any trades, even as the market drops. SPY, though, that could be an interesting little scalp, but I heard someone be very excited. I want to hear about Upstart.
So the price, I guess, on the position board is wrong. It's not showing my ADTX trade, and it has me not in this right position. I'm long at 60s right now, so we're almost $1 in the money, 50 pennies in the money. Sorry, I'll get my math right. Let's see if Upstart will go here. We're at 20s. Let's go, Upstart. Upstart starting up its engines, baby. Let's go to the high side, Mr. Upstart. We're waiting at 36s. Let's go. So sorry about the position board, guys. I'm not sure what's going on there. I've got taken out two beak wetters here. Still got a third. Possibly looking for that. Let's go to the third of $1. What's life without whimsy, Adara? We're going to put it at the third of $1 there, but it's zigging and zagging, and down it goes back into 35. Let's see if it can hold that 35 and then move back into that third of $1 again. Right now, it's, a little bit of indecision. Now, here's what I'm seeing on the 5-minute look, and this is what had me getting in quite aggressively. The first time on the day that we actually touched the 10 exponential on the 5-minute chart. We hadn't touched it since basically 9:45. So I was like, okay, I was a little unsure whether or not we would hold up at the 10 exponential or we would do a 20 exponential retracement because, well, it was quite a move up. And so when you get extended like that, and here we go, we're moving to the downside again. So if we break 60s, that's the end of my trade. I'm not going to let any part of this trade go against me, but we will look, and I mean me, I'll be looking to get possibly in at the 20 exponential. And that if we break down decidedly below the 10 and the 20, as I look on my SAR charts at 33 3/4. So that's a bit of a ways down. So you're going to ask me, Sharif, well, why don't you short it into 33 3/4 if you think it's going to weasel down there? Well, I don't know if it's going to weasel down there. It could be in no man's land. And if it does, well, then, that's going to cause problems for me. So I'd rather get it specifically off a level that I like to execute my plan rather than, trying to freestyle. So we'll see if we can get some more on this. No, I am not short Upstart. I am long Upstart at 34.68. So, yeah, I know. Sorry, Fabian. But yeah, thank you for trying. I know you're on your own today, brother. So no worries. I can update people on my positions. But yeah, the position is wrong, guys. I am not short Upstart. Your position is right?
That is correct. That's the average, yeah.
Okay.
I have two, yeah.
Yeah. So I apologize about that position board, guys, but we'll hopefully be able to rectify that soon here, Dare.
Yeah, to clarify, that position is correct. So I am roughly flat on Shopify right now. Yes, I am targeting the Shopify, I don't know. I got short this game. I wanted the 30s breakdown, wasn't fast enough for that. Then I tried to take a quick little spy scalp there, wasn't fast enough for that either. But then Shopify comes up to that 66, bounces, and makes lower highs. So we had that 66.10. I decided to get half the position that you want there, add the rest at 66.21s. Why did I choose 21s? You might know. It's a little cheeky there. 21 did do something for me here. But yeah, in all seriousness, though, it was kind of the bottom of this range, which is the other reason I like this level. If we get into like mid 40s here, that's when things are going to get a bit dicey. I think, this one could be changing a tide. We did have a really strong range, but also we are looking a bit weaker here in that multi-time frame you can't really see because of all my fills. But the point is, there have certainly, I got into the long even when that looked dicey because that's the time that was, I checked the confirmation, even though we were looking a little bit weaker in the 5, we had some other confluence at other levels, making this maybe look like a long. Here, though, I would say the confirmation for the long is a lot less severe, which is why I was willing to take this position. We'll see if it works out
68.
currently. Pardon?
Sorry, I'm just talking to Fabian.
Oh, sorry. We're like 15 pennies out of the money here. Someone just pumped his fist and is calling Upstart a punk, I'm pretty sure, under his breath. I want to hear about that. Shopify just kind of chopifying over here right now. Also, I heard Obi stealing my chip chop phrase. I just want to clarify. As someone who started saying chip chop, I'm happy that phrase is being more widely used. So,
Obi, explain yourself here over here.
He doesn't have to explain himself.
You're using Adara's chip chop?
The chip chop.
What's going on
the chip
over
chop
here,
in the
Obi?
market.
I know.
That's true.
That's
true.
I like that. Yes.
No, I was just saying, I enjoyed that. I was like, someone else is using it now because I use it a lot. So I overheard that this morning and I was like, ooh.
She didn't have a problem with it.
Too.
I'm just trying to create a problem, brother.
You're okay. I feel like now Obi's trying to create a problem. I apologize. I did not mean to upset Obi there. Okay, Shopify getting away from me as I started that fight for no reason. So that's my fault. Let's see if we can get out of this shop. Come on, shop. Let's get out here. I want to leave this shop. I want to cash out, buy my items, and leave that cart. Got out there, not pleased as punch with that trade. But you know what's great about the market is, and I can't believe we're going to use this phrase after I just talked about phrase stealing, but where's the next trade?
Oh, no, you didn't, Adara.
Obi won that battle. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. I printed up a storm here on Upstart. Very happy with this trade here on UPST. And look, I don't usually DCA unplanned DCAs. This was an unplanned DCA. The reason I wanted to defend it is because it was just up so aggressively. If there was going to be a retracement, you had to expect that there were going to be breaches of the level. The level that I specifically was looking at not breaching was a $0.75. I did add below that at 65s, but hey, call me crazy. I was able to wet my beak there for the last little beak wetter at high 30, so very happy with that. But it continues to move up, so I am upset about that, obviously. And Adara and I joke all the time on the show, and I'm sure a lot of other traders say this as well. You're always displeased as a trader. You either didn't have enough size, you either didn't get a great entry price or as good of an entry price as you wanted, or your out was not the top wig. So, yeah, always displeased, but always trying to be grateful at the same time. So let's see what, let's see what Upstart do. Guys, we're knocking on the door of 50% here on Upstart. Like, that's crazy to me. This is not a small cap gapper. Upstart is a multi-billion-dollar company. Let's give the deets. 3.11 billion. I stand corrected. So it's not multi, but 25.5 million shares traded on the day. What is the short float? It's a higher short float, isn't it, on Upstart? It's like a firm
It's like
style.
almost 30%.
Yeah, you're right. I remember something like that. Adara's bang on. 33.34% of this monster is short, and the float, let me give you the deets on the float. It's not huge for a multi-billion-dollar company. 76 million shares, of which over 33% is shorted. So kind of explains what's going on here. I'm not sure where everyone was short, but this looks like a gnarly squeeze. I mean, like nary a red candle. I mean, we can count them on one hand here on the 5-minute chart since the opening bell. You had a couple in here, and I wouldn't even call these red candles. These are candles of indecision. This is the big boy red candle, and then you've got a red to green. It momentarily dropped a little bit to be expected because this thing from yesterday, yeah, we're up 50% from the closing print from yesterday. Unbelievable. Great day for whoever is trading this specific name. as it continues to go up, guys. So UPSD headed to the high side. Let's bring in the side chart, see what else is going on over here. We've got the earnings names. That's why I've got all these different non-small cap gappers on the side chart over here. Oh, I did not notice this. Crowd went to the bathroom. Let's put it that way, okay? Yeah, it dropped $10 since the open. So it's still positive on the day, but barely. I'm going to be looking for a possible 232 touch, possibly 231 and 2/3, a half, something like that. That is yesterday's closing print. So I was looking for it to possibly come down there, but right now it looks like it's going to defend that $233 level. Still below the 10 exponential. So if you're looking short, I don't think your trade is completely wrong at the moment. There is some support or some resistance to jive with that 10 exponential at 235 and 2/3. Why? It's a bottom area, it's a pre-market consolidation area low. Generally, that 235, we held that 235 in the pre-market. Again, pre-market levels have to be looked at with a healthy degree of suspicion, but if it conflates with other indicators, specifically in this case, the 10 exponential, I'll be interested in it there.
Yeah, so right now I was actually interested in a few names. Had that Shopify loss, brushed it off, said a phrase that I know we're talking about phrase stealing, but it's all good. It's like we all borrow each other's phrases. I was just honestly happy that the chip top was catching on. That's all it was. But Disney here, I got back in the short because I noticed that moved down in the market. All the names that were generally longs went back to being longs, and Disney, which was a nice little short that I was kind of hanging out with, went back to doing that. So I got involved. Slightly aggressive position size, it was within reason here. Got involved just above 88.30s. The plan is to get out half. It was a third of this position here. We get to 88.10s. I think that might be a little aggressive / maybe unrealistic of a profit target, just given the drips we've had here, and maybe wait till later for that. But let's see if we can get 19s there. I'd be pleased, 13 pennies in the money with the first to the third of that position. I'm just checking my confirmation on multiple time frames. We're below the 90 MA. I'm happy with that. I'm giving this to near 50s here. I'm just kind of watching where we had those wicks. It's this 49 area, so I'll watch what we do at that point. I also took a quick SPY scalp short that I'm happy with, so we'll talk about that here as well. So I'll watch that whole dollar level, 528. We broke below, got involved. Could have gotten out of 70s, could have gotten more. I think I was taking 10, 12 pennies on this, so a small scalp, but it's just about repetition. It's about getting in those reps and working at it. I saw someone say NVIDIA long. I definitely think I'm picking up what you're putting down here. I'll pull up NVIDIA so that people can see what's happening here. Oh, wow. Okay, so I was just seeing all these wicks here, and we're trying to push higher off this base of 103.50. But we're getting into that 104.50 area, which is an area that was interesting yesterday. It would also be in previous support, and then also we're getting into the 90 MA. I would wait to see what we do at 104.50 for all of those reasons. Disney pushing higher. Okay, Disney, sure, House of Mouse, do your thing. EWM I was looking at as well, because EWM has been a bit of a short the pops. I tried to long this name earlier at my own peril because I was, in all honesty, way too tired to be managing that trade the way it is, especially with the size I was using. But look at this. We have pretty clean, actually, with the exception of some wicks, shorting the pops here on IWM.
Nice.
I like that 70s area. If I risk this into 80s with a size that makes sense, I can live with that. So we're going to get involved here, 65s. We're going to take a way less aggressive position. And we'll wait and see here. We'll wait and see what we do with the that level 90 MA. There's another one I saw someone mentioning that I was I wanted to look at here, and I don't remember what it was. But there was, if I see that, I will remember what happened here. There's been quite a few things here in this market, though, to keep an eye on. If there's any stocks you're looking at,
bang,
get in the chat and go !, join space, $, whatever tickers are fancy, because we want to see what tickers you guys have been looking at, and will be gone over by Obi and Neil. And right now I'm going to get into EWM because we had a nice little breakdown there. If we can get 62s, I would be very happy, and I would be risking here into 74. So risking about 12 pennies. I would want, honestly, minimum here, probably a lower low. So definitely trying to make some moolah here. Let's see what moolah is made, if any. But what are you looking at over here? I
just took a nice fill on ADTX at 175. Guys, I'm sorry it's not showing up on the position board, but I've been long ADTX at $1.70 since 11:41. So the better part of 20 minutes, I wet my beak at 75s. I'm looking for the next beak wetter, ideally at 80s. Reason being, not because it's a 10 penny level, but we obviously had a price action resistance there when we dipped into that mid 70s area on our way back into 80. We rejected. So I'm looking possibly here. Here comes 77s. Let's go. 76s now on the ask. Let's go, Mr. ADTX over here. I'd like to print. So we'll see if this can weasel its way up. It's a 2 penny spread on a dollar name. Do better, ADTX. Here comes 77s. There is size here at 78s larger than the size at 79 and 80s from what I can glean, but we never really know what kind of size there's actually going to be at that level till we get there, because oftentimes things are hidden. Iceberg orders, hidden orders. Maybe we'll do an entire week on that, but that's
cool.
Yeah, that would be. That's basically a sell order or a buy order that's hidden from the market. You can only see part of it, hence the term iceberg. Did you hear about that 400-meter high iceberg that's spinning off the coast of Antarctica? Adara, 400 meters. That is the observation deck of the CN Tower.
No.
That's how high this thing is. It's insane. It's insane. It's like, anyway.
How does ice not, like, that's crazy. It doesn't even, maybe I don't get
I'm not even
science,
making
but
it
I'm
up.
like, how is it not melting? I believe you.
Yeah, because it's in the Antarctic. It's in the Antarctic Ocean, so it's still, in that region. But yeah, it's insane. And it's spinning. Apparently it's a phenomenon. But somebody's spinning up a storm over here. What's going on over here?
Thank you. Yeah, I got my IWM position. I don't love the fill on this. And one thing I've noticed too, I feel like hopefully the sign of progress is I feel like I'm way harder on the trades that go well than I am the trades that don't go well, because you want to know how you could have done better. IWM, my entry point was a little chasey. I should have waited to get 65s instead I got 57s because I wasn't sure if I was going to get back into 60s. But we stayed below 70s, so I was all good with that. I got out half of the position here at 35s because that was kind of near that, just below that previous area of support, so I wanted to be cleared there. Disney, though, I also am printing on, I'm happy to say. Took out a third of the position there at 19s. I said I want to see what we do at 88s, so let's see what we do at 88s here. If we crack below 88s, I'd be pleased as punch. We're going to take out another, will now be half of the remaining position here at 07s, because that was a little area here. And then we're going to save a piece for the dream. If we come back to 20s and reject, I'm going to add to the position here. I'm trying to be a little bit more aggressive, trying to get involved, because honestly, the thing is, if you don't continue to progress, you're not gonna grow. That's why I hit my P&L, because I want to be focusing instead of profit on progress and learning. And then hopefully then the P&L will be reflecting on my market, not my, wow, word. English, bless you.
Thank you.
But right now, yeah, IWM still low here. We are like 40 pennies in the money in IWM. Disney trying to bounce here off 10s for a reason, so let's get a little bit lower, mouse house. Just scalp it out, keep tight stops. You're good. Short some Q while you're at it, says Jay Lee. Yeah, the TQs, I find if I'm going to take a market short, it's going to be the SPY. I just feel like I'm more comfortable trading the SPY, but thank you very much for your support. Hope you're printing up a storm there. SPY, speaking of which, way lower here. So many things to look at in this market. Got out another part of this Disney position. I'm going to save a piece for the dream. IWM, I'm more than 50 pennies in the money here, so we might scalp that out if we bounce off 205s. Please, this punch. Not a great start to the day, but the great thing too is if you have a trade that works, you can get lower as we push near low of days here on this EUM.
Tanking, Adara.
Oh my gosh, we are falling here in this market. I'm going to check to see if there's any news on this.
Yeah, do your thing. You want me to take over?
Yes, please. Yeah,
the market is absolutely flushing, guys. We just dropped into 18.3. We're 258 points off the top. 18.558 HOD. We just touched 18.3, breached it, bouncing up now. It's a sell kind of day, or it looks like it's going to turn into right now. You have the likes of Apple at the volume weighted average price. Amazon just absolutely collapsed. Meta's been retracing since the open, essentially. The soft one looks like it might be on the way down to 400 again. Goggles is definitely knocking on the door of 160. It's 160.07 LOD, and 200 has come and gone on Tesla. We are down now into 196, and Nvidia, I don't know, man, if we keep flushing like this, we could see 100 again on Nvidia, maybe 102.76er right now on NVDA. I'm all eyes and whatever other sensory organs my body will allow to see whether or not we bounce off the volume weighted average price on Apple. 211.66 right now is where my VWAP is showing up, but you're not going to see me just jump in willy-nilly like this. I want to see proof that it's going to hold up at this level, and the way we just tanked off that breach of 18.4. Look at this. So we breached VWAP. We were zigging and zagging. I was in a futures trade around here. Then I said to you guys, I don't have a read on the market, and I didn't, because I didn't anticipate this at all. I thought we would zig and zag. And then we dropped aggressively, breached 18.4, reclaimed it, barely, and then really dropped and breached 18.4 again, and then breached 18.3, and we're still on the way down. I don't know if it's time to set up short on this bad boy, or do we hold up at 18.3? I never really know until it's manifested. So we're going to keep eyes on this one. Apple right back above the volume weighted average price again. Does it hold up? Or is this a dead cat bounce? It's still technically a higher low. The previous low took us into that 210.80. This low took us into 211.20, so about a 40 penny difference there on AAPL, but that means bupkis if it continues to trend down. Seeing a bit of support now coming in. I was able to wet my beak on this ADTX trade, but now I'm 2 pennies out of the money with very small size. I'm going to either allow this to come back into that 180, or if it breaches 165, that's going to be the end of the trade. But as I hear it, the Chilean nightmare letting me know that our friend Neil is ready with his lesson of the day.
Oh, ready for your lesson of the day here. I was kind of hoping Adair would throw to me so I could say, what up, blood? That's what's up. What up, blood? What up, triple OG, triple OG over here. Adair in the all red. Just saying, it is what it is. But what's interesting is I had something else in mind for the lesson of the day, and then Obi and I were talking about something, and I realized this has to be it. Every now and then when you're in a trade, you come to a price level or a moment in the market, the futures could get to a level, the stock could get to a certain price, maybe you get to a moving average, could be a trend line, but it's a decision point. Right? And anytime you get to a decision point in a stock, you've got to ask yourself, what do you want to do? And the thing that we both said to each other in that moment was, and I've been doing this for years, imagine I wasn't in position in this stock. If I wasn't in position right now at this decision point, and I was forced to put something on, what would I do? And if I'm in a long position, and my answer is, if I was flat, I actually think I would short here. Then at a bare minimum, I want to be covering some, if not all of the long. And I think vice versa works out to be true. There was a floor manager and a risk manager before I started. At the time when I started, he wore a lot of hats. He did some algo trading. He did some risk managing. And one of the things he used to do when he was training trainees, believe it or not, is he would punch them into position into the simulator. So you'd be sitting there as a trainee, and this is the thing he would do, is whatever stock you were trading, he'd just say, okay, you're in at this price now. Could be long, could be short. What are you going to do with it? And it was to force you to make a decision and make decisions by being engaged. So the reason I'm saying this is because of what happened to me on SMCI. Now, granted, it was how many times you have SMCI after earnings, pull this move, gap down, beat SSR, short sell restricted, and be looking for a bounce. So yes, was I trying to get an SSR bounce plan at SMCI? Absolutely. So I was favoring along at the open. Did I catch that bottom here? Unfortunately, I did not get that wick of the low in the recovery. I missed that trade completely. I missed the higher low because I wasn't really looking for it there. I was looking at there. And then at the point it made the trend, I'm like, okay, now I have a trade because I have a trend line that if it can, and I was bullish on it, so I'm not looking for the break. I'm looking for the hold of the trend line, wicks underneath, traps, reversions, break back out long through VWAP. I'm long, baby. Let's go. This is going to go right in, fit 34. You got higher lows, higher highs the entire way through. This should see the mid 40s. At that point, I'm thinking I can risk $2 to make 10 on SMCI. Then a funny thing happened. It got right into this 538 lower high that had been put in on the way down to that trend break, and all of a sudden there was just different selling. Now I wasn't in these longs because I'd missed it, but the entire morning I told you this, I was watching the stock the entire time on the way up, both times that I didn't have the long, and both times it looked distinctly different in terms of the velocity that it was moving up with. It looked distinctly different where the offers were setting up. I was like, this is not the same. It's not the same explosion when it made a low as before. So I jumped out of the trade. Now, it didn't get to my target, and I had to adjust on the fly, because if I was flat and I saw that relatively, what would I want to do when I saw that? Something's different. This is bad earnings. It could turn. Now, I didn't go into the short. That's not the point of this. Obviously, when I was saying this, I think some people that were flat were saying they were getting into the short and looking for that trend down. It's not about that. It's about it gets to a key level, an important level, the first one, and you got to make a decision. I asked myself if I was flat, that would indicate to me it's not moving up as strongly as before. I think if I was forced into a position there, I'd be looking for a retracement short. And so I answered that question by just getting out of position. So every now and then you get to a key level, and look, that could have been 100% wrong and it goes to 545 or whatever, 550, and you look like an idiot. But you have to make a call. You get to a decision point, you just have to make a decision. Right, wrong, indifferent, whatever it might be, you make yourself a call. And the other name where that ended up being true is hilarious, because I was very sloppy with Intel early. Right, like Intel, didn't trade it. Classic top fail break on Intel. Classic Intel. Like, I mean, come on. When a bad stock does this, double top in the pre-market, classic fail, short it basically anywhere to the low. I decided I want to short it back into this trend, give it to VWAP, right? So you have these trend lines down. I'm going to short it here, then I want to short it off this level, and I want to give it to that level. I mean, so again, I actually got the right average price here. It was kind of going up. I don't know where it's going to turn. So I want to have an average of about 93, 94 in here and give it just under 10 cents there. That was like 2002. Ended up, I think I said on live in the show, I ended up losing like 7 cents. The bottom was about 13 cents lower. So it did set up pretty well. I didn't think my executions were good because that was all front end, not back end. But that's one side of the trade. The other point here is, okay, accidental long, but I'll show you why. So the short off the high, when it failed the high, it was a classic failure of the top, shorted back into VWAP. Now this was a situation where, I'm going to go to the 15-minute for you here on Intel. You had the wipeout bottom after earnings. There's your bad, and then the wipeout low, and the higher low. So after the flush on earnings, you make a bottom, you hold a bottom, and then you're putting in a higher low today. And then all of a sudden, exactly $20 is going to be VWAP on this push to the downside. So I simply said to myself, it's VWAP, it's 20 bucks. Like if I wasn't trading Intel every single day looking for shorts, what would I be doing if a stock had made another false bottom, higher low, and now was bouncing off of VWAP after making a higher low post earnings? Well, I'd be thinking long usually. If I didn't have a bias short, I'd be thinking long 20s, long VWAP in that sense. So the answer was get out of Intel at that point. I end up accidentally into a long position, which I punch out of right away. I chuckle about it because I got in and out at the same price of a long, only to see it then bounce off of VWAP like 13 pennies. But you don't mean to get into position, you've got to get out. The moral of this lesson, I think, is there are certain points where previous high, top zone, this is where I want to make a decision. Am I covering some here? Am I not? When it goes into this level, okay, well, if it tries to break down here and goes into this, where they also had a wick, am I covering or not? Now in here, that's a stupid, well, it's not a stupid out. That's a bad out. That's an out that doesn't make any sense. I can understand why make a decision here. Why make a decision here? There was no need here. I could have waited to see if we could have recovered 4 or 5 cents lower to take another leg out. When it breaks down and gets into this chop zone, I want to make sure I'm getting something out into VWAP. When it actually gets down in here, I want to make a decision all or nothing on the rest at that VWAP. Make decisions where you need to. And then ask yourself, if I was flat, what would I be doing in that spot? Like in here, if I was flat and I thought it was an uptrending stock, for sure that would be a dip buy spot. So why would I not be covering on the way back in? And the thing about SMCI, whether I got it right or not, it doesn't matter. It got to a point where I needed to make a decision, and I just removed position from it and asked myself, what am I seeing here? I'm seeing selling on a stock that's down on earnings, and it looks distinctly different from when it was going up the other times. That was the end of the analysis. Get out of the long. That was it. So every now and then, you've got to listen to your rules. You've got to ask yourself, in a neutral setting, what should I be doing with this stock at that price, at that moment, based on what I see in front of me? And if you let your position get the best of you or the bias in that moment, you can get yourself into trouble. Just try to have a clear mind. Those decision points a lot of times are relatively obvious. It just behooves you to ask yourself, if I wasn't in position, what would I be doing? That's your lesson of the day.
Hello. Thank you very much, Neil. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and the best A word, awesome as always. Neil Roberts every day around lunchtime, always dropping hot line. We call it Neilage on this desk because it is literally Neilage. So shout out to him. Thank you very much for that, Neil. All right, I'm in Apple. I was looking for a VWAP dip trade here. I think it's going to be short-lived because we're right back at that area of technical resistance on the future. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. If I'm able to find my screen over here, here it is. Let me just bring it in. This is what I'm looking at right now on the future. So we come into this previous area, 18,375. It's a former support area on the 5. We come right now on it on the 5 as well, 18,350 thereabouts, and we're rejecting that area. If we reject, I don't want any smoke on Apple. So I've already wet my beak on some profits, but I want to see if it continues to move up. I'm going to give this one a tight stop through the break of 212. So if it stops me out for the last remaining amount, it's okay. It'll still be profitable. I just want to see if we catch a bid, but knowing full well that we are in an area of technical resistance right now on the future NQ, a former area of support at around 18,000, between 2/3 to a fifth, two-thirds to a half, excuse me, and we're right back there on the way up. So probably some resistance. I've got my beak wetter on Apple if it triggers at around the $0.50. If it breaks 212, I'm out. So that's the look right now. But there's other trades to be had here. Both long and short. The one I'm looking at, TSLA, right? This one down 1 2/3. It's been beautiful right now off the 10 exponential. There was this area outlying here, breach the 10, breach the 20, breach VWAP, breach the 50, weaseled its way all the way up into that pre-market consolidation area bottom, came into that area, rejected all the way back down. Then starts re-respecting. Is that a can you re-respect?
Respecting.
Respecting. But you respected it and then it re-respected it. I don't know. I'm making up words like conflated.
You respected it so much.
I like it, Fabian. I like it. Anyway, make a long story short, it's respecting the 10 exponential on the way down now. So it's weaseling its way up here. 197.5 possibly could be an interesting area. Short, we're at $0.33 right now. Tesla making lower highs, lower lows. I don't think there's a news catalyst today specifically for Tesla, but it is not a good look at the moment. So possible short over here on TSLA. Packing my patience, looking for number one, this Apple trade to resolve, whether to the upside or the downside, come what may. And then looking to see whether I can weasel in my way into Tesla for a possible shorted there.
Yeah, market's using violence right now, and so am I. I'm short the Qs because look at this. Shout out to Jay Lee for being like, oh, don't forget about the Qs. I normally do not trade the Qs. My future of choice is going to be the SPY, which I'm going to get in. Okay, yeah, if we have that nice little break there below 527, I'm getting in the SPY as well. So I'm trading both these futures at the same time. It's a little risky, oh, for sure. And I'm very keeping my eye on both, but they're both coming into levels of resistance. I watched SPY waffle around that 527 for a while. As we kind of got weaker there, I wanted to take it short. Maybe a bit of an aggressive entry point there for the SPY, but it's much smaller SPY position than I have in the TQs. I got a little bit of wiggle room here in the Qs. I'm risking only 15 cents on this. I would love to see violence here if we get back into 56.15. That would be a nice level for me for the TQs. I'm going to go to the SPY though here, because it's getting a little too, and I want to focus on my one stock. So TQ's there, happy with you. You can live your life. And SPY, sorry I abandoned you, but you're looking a little bit relatively strong compared to my TQs. So, to be clear, the SPY actually made a percentage of a penny on the way I got out, so that was kind of weird. But IWM, I had a nice trade on this, right? That I decided to take 2 very necessary shorts. I feel better about this attempt at the second one than I do in the first one. I think the first one was we were breaking above 205, couldn't hold it. Oh, cool, great, short, whatever. No, that was a little bit chasey and I think a little bit FOMO-y, so I don't like that. This second short, though, we did have that 205.20 area. I watched this for a while. I watched, got up, watched this, was we had some topping tail candles. I like the look, but I should have checked on the multi-time frames. We still had that hold of 204.80. Alas, it did not work out. I had to leave. That being said, if we go bounce off 205.20s now, could that be a long for me? Potentially. Oh yeah, okay, my Qs are just topping and trending. I have no reason to leave you yet, but I will be piecing out of you. Let's see what you do. SPY now breaking lower, so I guess I could have stayed in the SPY, but for my risk management purposes, I had to not have all those two crazy futures in my brain. I just got to worry about one future. You can't turn your back on the futures even if you're going back to the future. So yeah, TQ is intermittently in and out of the money. Now I actually feel like we're trying to push higher on these futures. So let's see how that goes. But those are what I'm looking at right now. Disney's still breaking lower, so I clearly abandoned Diz a little too early. But if Diz gets back to the line, the VWAP, I'll be getting out there. Okay, bye Qs. You were fun while you lasted. Not really. Didn't get to do everything I wanted to with you. But let me out. Bye Qs. So good times there. What are you looking at over
I'm
here?
looking at Apple. I'm very close to getting printed here at the $0.50. Let's go, Apple. All right, so let's weasel our way up a little bit more, Apple, here, please. Let's go.
Please, Apple.
Assign sincerely myself.
Remember when I was talking to Apple this morning for you?
Yeah, well, Dara, look, there's not much, I can do about this price. All right, there we go. Nice move up on Apple. Happy with this trade. Oh boy, did I get into Tesla? No, I did not. Thank goodness. I was looking at shorting the Cybertruck at the $0.50 and it just blew through the $0.50. So please, this dang punch, I didn't get into that. But here we go. At the 20 exponential on the 5 is Tesla. This is a deeper retracement now. Let's watch to see if Tesla rejects off this level. There was a candle of indecision here that probably bamboozled everybody and their mother's cousin. Probably just me. But really, I was looking at getting short here off the 10 exponential. I pulled the order at the last second. I didn't like it because I wanted to manage the Apple trade. But this one, rejecting now generally off that 198 and change area, which is the 20 exponential. Let me tell you something else, though. That Chef Joe, shout out to the chef man in there. Thank you for putting the chef, because I didn't see it in the chat, or I didn't see it on my news blotter, rather. I asked, I guess, an open question. Is there a headline on Tesla today? Because down 1 1/3, while every other Mag 7 name positive or flat, NVIDIA flat. He says, yes, Tesla has paused the Model Y in Canada amid the rebate approval delay for Chinese imports. Very interesting. I didn't actually know any of the Model Ys that were in Canada came from China. I thought that they only exported the Chinese Model Y to Europe and other Asian countries. I didn't know about the Canada thing. So that's really interesting. Thank you for letting me know that. I didn't get a chance to read the article. Let's find out what the sitch is with that. Putting Canada in my news blotter. Nothing coming up for Canada. Interesting. Okay, nothing Tesla related coming up for Canada, but all right. We'll keep tabs on that. Anyway, back to the price action here on TSLA. Zigging and zagging right now, a little bit above 198, a little bit below. The reason I'm even looking at this level is simply the 20 exponential. I really can't make that point clear enough. There's no price action resistance around here. If you're looking for price action resistance, in my humble estimation, it's around 198.75 to 199 vis-a-vis these umpteen amount of candles of indecision, kind of topping tail, but more doji than anything else. Right around here on TSLA. Still very interested on the short as the future retraces, tries to get back into 18.4. As you can see there, a breach momentarily, the 10 exponential on the 5. Not like I use that specifically on the futures trades, but just keeping an eye here to see whether market strength is coming back or not. We're still up 1% on the NQ September contract. All right, the trade that I had here on the dead one, Apple, I was pleased with this trade. I wanted to see whether or not it was going to be able to take 212 because we had price action support earlier on our descent down at 212. So I said, all right, look, clearly it's shown itself at least intraday to be an interesting area of either support or resistance. Let's not front run it at 211.50, which was the dip area. Let's see if it reclaims 212 on a closing basis. That's what I waited for. So I gave up a couple of pennies, obviously, by doing that. And I was able to wet my beak almost into the $0.50 there at the mid-40s. So I'm pleased with this Apple trade. It's the strongest, is it? No, it's not. Yes, it is. The strongest Mag 7 name on the day, unless you include Netflix for whatever reason in your Mag 8. Netflix up 3%, 3.1%. Apple, hey, get it, Neil. Apple up 2.56, second strongest, or third strongest, excuse me. The Zon 2%, but the ZON is negative since the bell has rung. So Amazon is up 2.08%, but down 0.74% since 9:30. So again, guys, I always keep these two columns here, and I know we're not doing a lesson on it today, but I really want to yap about it for a second. I have two columns here on my watch list. One is change percentage, and that starts at 4 a.m. And then there's change since open. That starts calculating or populating at 9:30. And the reason you want those two bad boys in there, you want to see, is it strong when we gapped up overnight? Hence, different markets were looking at it as they were trading that 4 a.m. to kind of 9:30 a.m. time slot. Or is it consistently strong both after the bell or pre-bell and after the bell? So that's why I keep those two columns to see how the stock is doing, relatively speaking, on the day. So that's the look there. Let's see what else we got over here. Let's bring in the side charts and see how some of the other earnings names that we have on the day are faring at the moment. I know Adair was printing up a storm on Disney, and Disney's continuing to head down, just breached VWAP, gave that 88 level up on the way down to 87 3/4. Great trade, Adara. Wanted to shout you out for that. What else is moving here? Rivian is, I don't know, lulling you to sleep? What is going on here, Rivian? You want to wake up? Since 9:40 a.m., you've been locked in a 50 penny little range there, 14.10.
Let him live in, Sharif.
Oh, yes, I cannot disrespect the ranges with Adair Panera right next to me, Adair Panera range. No, anybody who was watching the show earlier in the year knows exactly about that. But 14.10 Adair seems to be a bit of a bottom here. The bottom is incrementally getting a little bit higher and higher, to be fair. So maybe around 14 1/5, 14.20, maybe that $0.25 now. But the top not really getting any higher. The bottom's getting higher. The top maintaining its kind of position at that 50 penny level. So a range trade right now, possibly here on RIV. And there are outliers. For example, this candle over here at around 10:45 breached and probably stopped out a lot of people, going up to that 14 2/3. So, you know, for the exception of a couple of outlying events, I think the range has been respected pretty well here on the day there.
Yeah, you know what else is actually weirdly respecting things right now is the TQs. Got out on my short, then I was like, hey, long maybe. And why did I like the long? Because we were bouncing off the 80s and we had that, nice support there. So I said, as long as we stay above 80s, more specifically kind of, I guess, like this like high 70s area where we had these little earlier, I was cool. I was like, let's build a position. Started at 90s, then I added here at just below 57s because that was where we were, kind of having a moment. Initially, I was trying to get out the first part of the position at 57.10s. TQs did not allow that to occur. I asked a TQ, and it did not give me the A or the answer that I was looking for. But I said, that's so good. Now I'm looking for 57.05s. It was just area I watched in the book that we were able to get to. So let's go to Qs. If I were to add again, I don't mind that I averaged up. I'm okay with that. If I were to add again, if we bounce off 57.85s, in retrospect, that is the actual clear add level if you do want to DCA down from this. Shout out to Jay Lee, who I know was in this short and said, in hindsight, you should have probably covered around 56.2. Yeah, I mean, you had a way better price than me. You said you shorted 58. So great look there. TQs, let's keep pushing higher. Where my next area I like be? I want to see what we do at 57.20s. Why do I want to see what we do at 57.20s? That was a bit of an area at which we chopped and churned. I'm happy we made it past that 57, 10s-ish area. That was clearly a bit of resistance from previous support earlier, so I'm happy we were able to do that. But also, another stock I've been looking at, albeit not as much as I often do, is Tesla. And I want to see what Tesla does at the 198.50. Like I said, mid 198s. That was the level at which I took my only trade in Tesla today. I took it before the market opens. You could see we bounced here. I did not time the bounce very well, clearly. Then we come back here. We chip, and then we chop to the downside. Then after having a little bit of a moment here at 197.75s, we push higher. If we can get to 198.50s, hold long. If we break below it, short. So that's the vibe there. TQs, how are you doing? I don't know, let's take a look at you. Okay, yeah, we're flat. Like I said, I want to see what we do here if, depending on what's happening here, around that 57 area. I'm okay with adding, like I said, 56, mid 80s, high 80s, if it holds there, because that was a level that I really enjoyed and honestly, arguably where I should have started the position in the first place. SPY also holding really nicely here at 527.50. The stress of being in two futures trades at once was a lot last time. I was going to say it nearly killed me, but that'd be a bit dramatic and also untrue. But If I like them both, I am tempted to take both. Shopify keeps grinding higher. There are certain levels I like on that. And as Strafe said, I was looking for like a potential short the pop area on Disney. Disney's like, what pop? What pop? It just keeps dropping. So I'll pull back up the mouse house again here. So Mickey can be like, hey, I'm still low. But yeah, I like 75. If I were to go like for a level, it would be that previous VWAP slash pre-market here at 87.75. So I don't want to chase. If it gives me 87.75s, I'm okay with that. Another stock that has been all drop, no pop here, that's been dropping the weight today has been Novo Nordisk.
I'd kick him out of my gym if he did that.
Right, yeah.
Dropping the weights at my gym.
That makes sense. Novo Nordisk actually trying to make a bit of a higher low, though. If we can eclipse this 90 MA area and that previous little here at
that's so good.
119.70s, I would actually like that for Novo Nordisk. Let's keep a lookout here and see what's going on there. Because if Novo Nordisk wants to bulk up a little bit before it takes his next Wegovy, I'll say let's Wegovy to Novo Nordisk. I did not.
You didn't? Okay, I think you probably said it to me. He's like, do you mean they dropped the weight or the whey? Both are criminal in my eyes. You drop whey protein or you drop the weights?
Oh, that's good.
Whey protein, Dara.
Sorry, I'm a little.
Yeah, it's all good.
That's really good, though.
I thought you might like
Go
that. That's
Fabian.
right down your alley. I think you're infecting everybody in a good way.
I am.
Because I think
know.
it's very like mentally stimulating to do these kind of things.
It keeps you focused and happy.
All right, I want to yap about a Tesla here for a second, guys.
Please do.
This looks like a bit of a head and shoulders pattern. And again, these patterns are fractal. And the reason I'm interested in this, not because, hey, look, I can identify patterns after the fact. No. Because I kept looking to short Tesla and it didn't respect any of my moving averages, not the 10, not the 20. But it did find a nice little topping tail candle right here. Lo and behold, it's at the neckline of the, you guessed it, the head and shoulders. So this is a really interesting miss here on my part. Head and shoulders pattern. We know the neckline is like that break-even point, the area where if you break down below that, you're supposed to pile onto the trade. We saw the trade actually manifest in exactly that fashion. Neckline break, huadunk. Retracement, huadunk. Again, so then we come back into the neckline at 198.60. Well, it's not a huadunk, but it's on the way down, right? Topping tail, da-da-da-da-da. We're about $1 off that top there at 198.60, high 50s, printing 197.80s. So really big miss on my part here. And I got to tell you, when I looked at it on the 5-minute, I didn't see it in the exact same, with the exact same clarity as I'm seeing it on the 1-minute, hence why I didn't take it. Here's the look on the 5. Kind of hard, I don't want to say it's hard to see the head and shoulders pattern there. It's now evident when you're looking at it, knowing that it's there, but this looks a lot clearer to me. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but yeah, mistrade on my part. Definitely nice area resistance there. You come in, great technical resistance at that level, and then down we go again. So good look there on TSLA. We'll see if it can break down below 197.80, because funny enough, that's a support level because it was formerly a resistance. So we'll see if that 197.80 can give way and what the sitch is there. The Future did reject 18.4. Okay, so we were talking about this one. We were talking about weaseling our way back from that 18.3 drop off that almost 18.6 touch earlier. And then right there we go. So now we're kind of putting in a double top generally in that 18.4 area. However, I don't know if we necessarily make newer lows. This could be an inverse head and shoulders. Left, again, I'm seeing maybe what I want to see here, but it doesn't hurt me to be alive to the fact that it may manifest. So left shoulder, head, right shoulder, we'll see if we can break that neckline at around that 18.410 level on a closing basis, not a quick wick. And no, it's got to be a closing basis. Possibly we could mean revert back into the top there on the NQ September contract. I'm also obviously watching Apple, seeing it as it is very strong on the day. A couple of bounces there off the volume weighted average price. We'll see if this one can keep weaseling its way up. Let's have a look at some of these small cap, or not small cap cappers, but some of these earnings play before we start the lesson du jour, Dara. We're talking, guys, in case you're wondering, about earnings all week long. So nothing really to my liking at the moment. But look at this on Tesla. Surprise, dang, surprise. 197.80 starts holding again. Former area of resistance now acting as support. Tesla's all over the map, man. It's giving you all these micro trades. This is great technical analysis, though. I think the way that it's trading, not how I'm interpreting it on the day. Because if you're able to see these, I think you're able to profit from them. So good look right now on TSLA. But let's start the lesson du jour. Again, in case you're wondering what we are talking about earnings all week long. Today, specifically, we're going to talk about identifying potential earnings plays and presenting you some possible trades that you can take through the options market to get in on these earnings plays. So let's get right to it. So earnings season presents both opportunities and risks, goes without saying. Learning, though, to identify potential earnings plays can significantly enhance your trading strategy. So let's do a little bit of learning here. So again, we're going to talk about 4 different options trades that you can possibly take. These are not an exhaustive list at all. I saw you guys in the chat say, hey, why don't you talk about the Iron Condor, this, that, and the other. Guys, I'm not an options trader. I'm presenting you with these trades. It's incumbent upon you to kind of do your homework on them before ever using them. And again, it's not an exhaustive list. So the long calls. What is this? So essentially what you're doing here, you're buying a call option on a stock. The idea is to profit from it if the stock price rises significantly after earnings, and essentially the risk, the amount of money that you're putting up here is limited to the amount that you paid for the options. So if the options cost you $3,500, Spile Burdette, I'm talking to you. I'm not going to say, but yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, that's
I think
okay
you did just say.
Well, what I'm hiding is the bigger thing.
I'm joking.
Yeah. If it costs you $3,500, that's how much you stand to lose. Okay. You only stand to lose the amount that you put in the options. And this is exactly how the options chain looks like. So if you get an option or if you get a brokerage that offers you options, you're often going to see this, your strike price, the amount that or the price that you think the equity name will move up or down to. And that's what you're going to buy or, that's the option, the call or the put options based on the strike price that you choose. You can often also see the ask size, the bid size, the volume there. But I would submit to you the open interest, very telling to see what kind of market exuberance, market interest there is at that particular strike. Case in point, look at this 195 area here on AAPL, 23,900 in terms of open interest. This 195 area has 23,000. The lower we go, it seems the less interest there is, as well as the higher we go, it also seems to be a little bit less interest. But there's a bunch here at 235. Who wonders why? Because we topping tailed on Apple. An island gap pattern at that 237. Go look. Island gap. So this is what you would see on the call side of the options chain. Let's talk about long puts, though, a different type of trade. This involves buying a put option on a stock. It's profitable if the stock price declines significantly after earnings. And again, much like the long call, your risk is limited to what you paid for the options. And here is the other side of the options chain, the put. Again, you're going to see the strike price in the middle, the open interest to show you market interest in that particular price, the volume, bid size, bid, ask, and asks size, and your implied volatility up here. So this is your options chain on the put side. Let's talk about straddles. What are straddles? This involves buying both a call and a put option on the same stock with the same strike price and the same expiration date. It's profitable if the stock moves significantly in either direction, and it requires typically a higher degree of volatility to be profitable. Here's how it's kind of described visually. If you want to go ahead and take a screenshot of that, help you out, have at it. The other trade we're talking about is a calendar spread. Calendar spreads, they're called. This involves buying and selling options on the same stock with different expiration dates. It's less risky, though, than the straddle, as it benefits from the time decay on the shorter term option, and it's profitable if volatility remains relatively stable or actually decreases. So that's another one you can look at there. Again, non-exhaustive list. Here is kind of how it is displayed visually, the calendar spreads. All right, but in order to actually execute any of these options trades for earnings, you got to be able to find them, right? To know this company is going to report this day, or these groups of companies, or this sector is going to report around this time. We all know banks start earnings season. They usually start it. Then we get some big tech as well. So here's how we do it. Get yourself an earnings calendar. Utilize an earnings calendar to identify upcoming earnings release dates. Prioritize, I would submit to you, the companies with high potential for earnings surprises or significant market reactions. I'll show you how to do that in a second. And consider the timing of the earnings release relative to other market events. So if Apple never does, but if it reported on Friday morning on the day that we get non-farm payrolls, you need to understand that the price action on Apple may not only be dictated by its earnings, it may be influenced by the non-farm payrolls. So you need to be very alive to the fact that there may be economic releases during your earnings, okay? And if there are, you have to account for that. And here is kind of what the earnings calendar looks like. If you don't have it free on your platform, I have it free on mine. Get yourself perhaps Trade Ideas or Benzinga. They all have that as well. You can get a free one here vis-a-vis Earnings Whispers. This is last year, next week. So this is kind of how it looks like there. And it's not exhaustive, guys, right? They're just choosing the biggest names here. All right, so you can use an earnings calendar, obviously, to screen for the names that you like, but then that's not the end of the matter. You got to dig a little bit deeper. So you got to conduct some, cursory fundamental analysis. The first thing we're going to talk about here is the industry performance. So you want to identify sectors with either positive or negative growth and earnings expectations. The reason I say positive or negative, because you can go long or short. We don't have to only go long, right? So if you're looking, for something weak and it could continue to bleed, look for that. Company growth or lack thereof, right? Look for companies with consistent revenue and earnings growth or revenue and earnings misses, right? Demonstrating strong or weak financial health, again, works both ways. Analyst ratings as well, it behooves you to get into this. You can consider stocks with a high consensus analyst rating and recent upgrades or low consensus analyst rating and recent downgrades. Again, works both ways. You also want to be alive to its earnings history. You want to analyze the past earnings reports to identify patterns and trends. For example, lots of these electronics companies do much better during the winter quarter because of all the Christmas buying and all the gift giving that's around that time. And there's also Black Friday around that time. So you need to be very careful to make sure which quarters you're comparing to. For example, if you compare Q1, which is the winter, or Q4, which is the winter quarter, with Q1 when everybody's broke after Christmas, nobody's buying iPhones at that time. So you need to be alive to what your competitors are. And you should also be looking to see what this company's history is of surprise misses or beats, right? Evaluate the company's track record of beating or missing earnings estimates, because if you miss or you beat, that creates a bit more volatility there. And the Greeks for the options traders out there. Again, I'm not one of them, but I'm going to tell you what they are. Implied volatility is one that I use a lot. IV, right? This is important. It's a measure. It measures the market expectations for price fluctuations. The higher implied volatility often indicates increased option premiums, right? Which can be beneficial for options-based strategies. But as the premium go up, your profitability may go down. So you need to look at those premiums. As the volatility goes up, the premiums will go up. So you need to be alive to that. Time decay also here, really important. Understand how the time value of options erodes as the expiration date approaches. This can influence your choice of expiration dates. I showed you that Apple options chain. You had the expiration, the one that was expiring on Friday, this Friday, and then you had the one that was expiring next Friday, and the one after that, and the one after that. So you need to make sure you know exactly which option you're getting, the call or the put, and that whether that jives correctly with the earnings release date. You also need to be on the lookout for the delta. Measure the options. It's a measure, or it measures the option sensitivity to the change in the underlying stock price. This helps assess, for example, the potential profit or loss for different stocks' price movement. And then there's the theta. This represents essentially the rate of time decay. Understanding the theta is crucial for managing those options positions. So make sure you're all good with that. And here is a nice little infographic of the Greeks. If this makes it easy for you, you can have that maybe in your pictures folder on your phone or something like that. That's kind of what I do. And I just want to mention here, I didn't put a slide for it, but it behooves me to do this. Risk management, guys, super important. All right, always. If you don't have an account to trade, you can't trade. So diversification. Ideally, spread your risk across multiple stocks and strategies. Not a hard and fast rule. Position sizing, though, is going to be, right? Determine appropriate position sizes based on your risk tolerance, your experience, your account size, etc. You got to make sure that you've got an account to trade with tomorrow. Otherwise, you're going to have to, reload that bad boy with some more money. And stop loss orders, guys. Implement protective measures to limit your potential losses, as we always talk about here on this desk.
Yeah, and sometimes one of the measures we talked a lot about a bias that I think might be unique to me called tired bias, and that can sometimes be a protective measure. Like, for example, hey, maybe if you have a level in Disney that you really love, the choice is not to, while you're in that trade, look and see what AMD's doing. And then maybe the choice is not, and to be fair, previous support, I'm not going to completely hate on this trade, but the issue was, I think, I don't know why I added to this. I should have waited for that 50s level instead of getting involved initially at 133.68, then adding at 50s. 50s should have been just the be-all, end-all on that. Then I wasn't able to get fulfilled, didn't realize I hadn't gotten everything out, so just a lot of mistakes made there. That being said, watching this made me realize the strength of that 133.40 level, which I was using as my stop. If we get back to 133.40s and reject, I'm very interested. Not proud of the trading that has been done here, and not proud of, honestly, a lot of the non-Disney related trading that's been happening today for myself. You just have to find ways to learn and grow and improve upon stuff. Yesterday went well, and it's what worked well yesterday? Taking trades off of levels and sticking to them. And in that way, Disney has been my best stock by far, just because I had a level and I stuck with it. But IWM, some of these extra unnecessary shorts notwithstanding, I have levels on. That 205.20, like I said, was really solid. My only thing with IWM is we do have higher lows that need to be being aware of. We'll pretend that was English. So keeping an eye on the Russell as that one kind of rustles its way to the downside. Also, if you have any tickers you're looking at, then maybe they're rustling their way to the upside or the downside or the all-around side, get in that chat. Exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers you're fancy. Maybe it's, maybe it is EWIM. Maybe it is AMD. Maybe I'm looking at my side charts again. Maybe it's ABNB. Whatever ticker you want to look at, you want those big kahunas to look at, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever ticker you like. IWM was Adara, you wanted that breakdown? That chance. Also, Disney, I got back in 40 pennies in the money there on that one. Took out a third of that position. I was looking to add. I don't think that's going to happen, but actually, as much as I would be this would be kind of a bit of a DCA to the downside, I'm actually okay with lowering my price and getting involved here at 87.48s because Disney shows you exactly zero interest in popping. And if it's going to do that, Disney, come on, sir. I will short you to oblivion. You know this. So I want to see if we get back up to 87.50s, what we do here. I am okay with adding to the position because I do want a little bit more. Okay, yeah, we can't hold that. We'll get down Disney. Yeah, you know what? And get down Tesla. I love that 198 short. I was looking at that as well. I want to shout out Sharif for that awesome trade. He already got out, so shout out to you. But yeah, Disney here, I should have better eyes on that Tesla scalp. EWM, I still have an order there that I'm absolutely not getting filled, so should have been a little bit aggressive with that instead of being once bitten, twice shy about it. We should get that TQQ short, says Jaylee. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm happy I let it go. I didn't have a good entry point on it, in all honesty. And if I wanted to re-enter, it should have been around 57.80. So all good. They're happy I tried the long. I actually took some profit in the long, ironically, and not the short. So we'll see what happens here on the TQs. Still keeping an eye on that, keeping an eye on this here Marquette, keeping an eye on Disney as it gets back maybe to 87.50s, gives me fill, then goes back downside. IWM, you go back to 205s, I short you. Lumen, I think, is done, says Manny Fresh.
That's
Lumen, much like me, I think might be a little bit sleepy on the day. Has a little eyes closed there. Lumen getting a little bit of shut-eye. Also, guys, in 12 minutes, we have an auction. It's going to be the 10-year note auction. I am very hesitant to get into any trades as we get into that auction area. Though, Disney, if you're going to still be weak, I'll keep you. I'm not that worried about you. Disney, I think Mickey and Minnie are having a bit of a quarrel or something over there.
Oh, that's not good.
I know. I hope they get over it, but not while I'm in the trade. So, I'm not that concerned about the relationship. But honestly, Lumen, I don't mind at 690s. And I'm going to zoom out here to kind of show what I mean. I had 2 levels actually written on Lumen, which is not the type of ticker I normally trade, but I still did like levels on it. One of them was 680, so kind of close to the level I'm mentioning here. But why I like that 680s is look at all these wicks we had here as support. We drop below, we wick up, we drop below, we come back up, we bounce. So to me, Lumen, for whatever reason, at 680s has been a little bit of a vibe. Disney, I don't think are going to give me what I want there. That's fine. Trying to look for some more trades, but not chase my way into trades. AMD. So find trades that make sense. But when you see the trades that make sense. You go after the trades that make sense.
Bang.
EWIM, why didn't I do that with you? It is no matter. We will find other opportunities. And yeah, I want to hear about the Tesla though.
Yeah, thank you, Adara. Look, I kept talking about this 198.60 as the area where the head and shoulders neckline broke. It proved to you that that was an area there because there was umpteen amount of topping tails that got into that 198.60 area, and then we dropped. We gave up that level at 198, and that's why I got short there aggressively and covered all the way down. I was able to take 40 pennies. I'm very happy with this trade. Obviously, I want to see if we hold up though at 197.50ish, because again, we got this area over here that seems to be holding up. Now, the other thing I want to talk about is the future is at 18.3 again. So this is going to be really interesting. We already printed a new local low. We got into 18.275. We hadn't earlier on that 12 o'clock dip. The worst we could do there was 18.280. So we breach it by about 5 points. That's number one. Number two, if we give way 18.3 here, we may be going break even or negative on the day. And then as the future comes down, look at the dead one. Apple, sorry. It's setting up for a head and shoulders. Shout out to Caleb. I forget his last name. I got to shout him out.
Robinson?
Caleb Robertson. Yeah. Shout out to him because what he said, look, possible head and shoulders on AAPL. Absolutely. This is the 5 minute. Just because we see it though, doesn't mean it's going to manifest. Let's wait for confirmation. We have right now a sloped neckline. And John J. Murphy talks about the sloped neckline in his book, Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets. You know, some people feel that they're more bearish if the right shoulder trough is lower than the left shoulder trough. Some people say the failure rate for the head and shoulders increases if the right shoulder trough is higher than the left shoulder trough. Whatever your case is, I see a possible head and shoulders here. I don't have to be first. I can participate in it. But it is a bit of a sloped headline neckline headline. Get it together, Sharif. At the moment. Finding support at the moment, again, at the volume weighted average price. It was able to hold up there. And quite frankly, if we hold up here, generally at this 211.75, this will be another higher low. So if we can count the troughs or identify the troughs on Apple's trading range today, we have the initial one here at 10.15 and 10.20, and the low there is around 210, low 80s. Then we obviously have a trough over here at around noon, and that got into 211.20. And if this area trough holds up here, I'm not saying it will, if it holds up here, it'll be a 211.60. So incrementally higher lows, something to also account for when assessing a possible head and shoulders pattern. So keeping my eye firmly here on AAPL. It's not really breaching the lows, though, while the future is continuing to print newer lows. We're all the way down really to the low end of the range. It's not the overnight low. That takes us all the way down to 18,030. So we're still about, 250 points away from that, 240 points away from that. But, we are at a local low. Now, pre-market area over here at around 3 a.m., 3:20, we bottomed out at 18.225. Yeah, not like I really have that level as an important level. We got the future, very weak. Probably chief among them is the soft one over here. It's really flushing. I mean, I felt I was really overhyping things when I said we could easily see 400 on Microsoft. Now I don't feel like I'm overhyping that at all. This thing's coming off 410. It's at 401 and a third. On the way down, it looks like here to touch 401. Not the highway, Dara, but yeah. Wow, you were not impressed with that.
No, I liked it. I'm just tired. This is my tired love.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, no. I promised the enthusiasm was real. As is my trepidation and the qualms in Shopify. I don't have enough qualms to leave, but I have qualms, so let's talk about the qualms. Clearly the trade on Shopify was the long. I want to shout out Obi, who had some longs on that one earlier. I had some longs on this earlier. Clearly this level is 66.30. Why did I try shorting it again? I'll tell you. It's because, although in retrospect, this reason makes no sense. I should probably leave. We had this big old drop, right? Then we get into 30s. We get below 30s. I was like, okay, Dara, the time is now. Short. And then I was like, okay, well, we do have higher lows here. We're still above VWAP. But I will say, as someone who's been chopped up in the shot who's been Shopify'd in the Shopify short for a while here today. This kind of baby bounce that we're going to get a view up, nothing compares to the bounces we have earlier. And I said to Dara last time, your biggest issues with Shopify were having too much of a position to begin with. So I started small. I'm going to add if we get to 66s and we break lower. If we don't, I get out 66s, I take 25 pennies. I'm going to be pleased as punch. But I was willing to risk here into this 50 area, kind of the top of that previous range. I didn't even have to. We got 44s, and I said to Dara, regardless of your hesitance, Shopify, we got the market down. Shopify not having that same little bouncy castle action we're at view up that we were seeing earlier. You owe it to yourself to stay in the trade. Also, Disney, surprisingly not my problem child. Please just punch with this right now.
Great trade.
Thank you so much. We're like 70 pennies in the money. I wish I'd honestly just traded only Disney all day because that would have been better. Sometimes you have those moments in retrospect, but time for some aggressive journaling. Disney, if you want to break 87s, you know how happy you would make me? They call Disney World the happiest place on earth. For me, my happiest place on earth is the Disney stock right now. So let's see if this happens. Let's see if we're going to move down to use a reference of a not Disney property. Chung. I want that breakdown here in these markets. Shopify, though, as I'm getting happy about Disney, Shopify is like, oh, can I get it to 50s? And I'm like, I'd really rather you not, but okay. Let's see what Disney does here. I'll see what we do at 25 because that was a previous area of resistance. And then the book, they got a little dicey. You could also see the topping tail candle. If we break above 25s, I get out. I'm willing to risk into 25s, though. Also, again, auction in 4 minutes. And that's going to be the 10-year note auction. Let's see what happens there for that re-auction. Also, Shopify, I do have eyes on you. I'll let Disney chill while I see what decision needs to be made with my shopping cart.
All right, we want to let you know, attention Canadian traders, the Real Trading Campus program is back. Are you ready to elevate your game? Our exclusive program is designed to transform you into a real trader. Dive deep into the market microstructure, explore diverse marketplaces, and master professional execution techniques. We'll focus on U.S. equities, starting with a carefully curated stock list, to optimize your learning. As you progress, you'll gain access to an expanded range of symbols, from order types to venue exploration. We've got you covered. This isn't about chasing high flyers. It's about building a solid foundation for a long-term success. Don't miss this opportunity to join our upcoming cohort and take your trading to the next level. That's a pause for effect there.
Join that cohort.
Yeah, get the cohort. I don't use cohort in that way, but that doesn't mean it's not usable in that way. Absolutely. Shout out to the best prop trading firm around, Real Trading, baby. We are sponsored by them. Shout out to them. So all I see is Disney headed down, and all I can do is hit the banks for Adara because basically it's one of the only real directional ones. Obviously, Upstart is very directional, but has been waffling a little bit since making that 3640 HOD. Generally, that noon hour or so. Good look today, obviously, for Upstart. Disney continuing to suffer and head down. It looks like it's going to hit that 87 awfully soon if it hasn't already.
It has not.
I know people were talking about Lumen, right? But guys, the move really was in the aftermarket yesterday because today, very much an inside day. This is if they inside day had a picture definition, this would be it right here, okay? You move up big boy yesterday off that earnings play right at around 415. You spike up into that 9 3/4, but you whiffle and waffle and then comes back down. Looks like we closed out around at 8 p.m. there at the end of regular or aftermarket trading. We were about $7. And right now, 610 the low, 783 the high. Very much ensconced in yesterday's price action. We are above the volume weighted average price, but we really do not have a discernible direction. The only thing that I can really see here of note is this gnarly double bottom here at 615, 614s. Generally in that area, if you print it on that, you're doing real well right now, 80 pennies or some odd in the money for LUMN. Rivian is continuing to maintain its 1450 top. But as I mentioned before, and nothing has changed, the lows are getting higher incrementally, okay? So if we can make the case over here, 1408 area trough, we then weasel a little bit higher, 1412 area trough. And then it's a 1420 area trough, and then we weasel up 14.25, and now 1427. I know it's not dollars here, but the low is getting bought up incrementally higher and higher on every move down. So I'm not saying this is going to be a flat top break or a bull flag or whatever it looks like at the moment, but this could present you with an interesting range trade, whether long or short. RIVN in play after that earnings report from yesterday. Guys, it was a tough time for Rivian. I think there's some good stuff and some bad stuff. I'm just going to talk a little bit about it here because the thing about this one is they're losing tons of money on their cars. $32,700 is the average dollar value loss per vehicle sold.
Oh, it looks like there might be an auction reaction, but I'm not actually seeing the auction as I put in the chat here, guys. It's still, it just hit 1 p.m. So maybe my eyes are slow or the thing is slow. We got a bit of a move down here in the market. I'm not seeing the number yet, guys. Sorry to interrupt there, Sharif. But yeah, I'll let you guys know as we see any move here. We have the SPY hanging out around that 525 level. Q's also at a level where it could potentially bounce. This could be a key area as we wait for that re-auction, potentially, should we get it. Just wanted to see, because I saw people saying auction, and I was like, I don't know yet, but we'll let you know when auctions happen.
And I want to let you know that the 10-year right now, so the way to compare the 10-year, right now, the 10-year futures is printing 926. It's up 1.11%. So oftentimes we make an incorrect assessment to see what the 10-year printed last time. It's not about what it printed last time. It's about what it was trading at before the actual auction came out. Right now, my 10-year is showing 3926. This is the continuous futures contract. You may have a bit of a different number if you're not on the continuous contract. So the reason I use the continuous contract for obvious reasons, because I want to be able to see areas of technical support when I chart on the daily without interruption. And there's a whole other thing about the math that goes behind a continuous contract, so we're not going to get into it. But there it is right there. We're printing 396. I don't think we have the reaction yet. Oftentimes, a lot of great viewers in the chat will put it for us, as they usually do get it before us. But yeah, that 10-year auction, awaiting that momentarily. But I was waxing poetic, to use an Adara term there, about Rivian before, and please feel free to interrupt me
if I see it. I'm refreshing, so I'll let you guys know if it comes out.
Yeah, so Rivian, again, the trouble with this one is they got some good cash from Volkswagen. That deal with Volkswagen helped them a little bit. But they did burn through $1 billion. Okay, so there it is. There's the auction. Now we were printing 3970. So now the 10-year is up from 1.11 to 2.11. Good market reaction there on the 10-year as it spikes. Here it is. So we were printing 3.92. We just got into 397, back down to 3953. So we'll have to see how the market reaction to that is. Let's zoom out here. Looks like Rivian took a bit of a spike down. What's the Fuge doing? The Fuge is headed to the downside, Adara, and looks like we're really going to give way here at 18.3, because now we're on the way down to 18.225. Oh, baby. This market is flushing. I'm going to let you do your thing. It looks like you're trading up a storm over there. So we'll continue to watch to see. Apple is still on the way down, but not really giving way as aggressively as I would have thought. I've been waiting to short up a storm on Apple. Let's now get out of this. Wow, Tesla's really headed down here.
I have the number with the 10% print was 3.96% compared to the previous there of 4.276%. So thank you, Sheree, for giving us that talk there on the auction. We also had DayTrader Cut putting in the chat, which I just noticed there as well. So thank you to you. I got to go to Disney because weirdly the market drops and Disney's like, oh, you want me to bounce off 87? Really? I'm like, Disney? No, I don't. No, I don't, Disney. Shopify, I'm going to watch to see what we do here. I know I said I was going to be acting at 66s, but we did have that pop down. I want to wait a little bit here because we're basically flat in this position. Like I said, a small position. And I think this move we had down is more aggressive than to the downside than I've seen in a lot of Shopify so far today. That could have been, I guess, to be dramatic here, a fatal decision, but we'll see. We're rejecting again off 66.24s. So I'm kind of qualmless right now. Shopify, if you even want to behave, I might add to you with 66s. Because I think if you break 66s, you're going to drop like a stone. And in that case, I want you to Dropify. I want you to drop Shopify. Now, the argument could be, Adara, you've been a little bit perhaps anchored to the Shopify short idea when they think he's bouncing on VWAP. But I'm like, yes, I made that argument myself. But I think, like I said, as someone who took a lot of false breakdowns to Shopify today, and then had the one successful long as well, part successful, mixed but mixed bag. But like now, what I'm seeing here in Shopify, as I said, is, to borrow a phrase from Obi, distinctly different, in that the highest we could wake up to was 66.50s-ish, and it was anemic at best. Like that bounce needed some ferrous gluconate, okay? That bounce needed an iron supplement. There was not a lot going on there. So let's see what happens here in Shopify. If you want to push lower, yeah, Disney, again, I was like, am I being weird about Disney? No, Disney weirdly does want to hold on to like 87.10s. I would consider getting back in Disney, and I say consider with like a lot of disdain, because I don't really know. If we have another rejection there, maybe I get back in Disney, but right now that's not going to be the vibe. I'm going to just check. Okay, Spotify does look kind of bullish here in the 10-minute, which I don't love. 15, a little bit more kind of doji-ish. But again, until we get that move into 50s, I'm okay staying in Shopify. Let's see what we do here at 66 is, like I said, 66. If we get another non-auction move down into 66, that's going to be the area where I decide if I get out or if I add to this for a Quidunk to the downside. Because I think a Quidunk could be in order with all these lower highs, with these topping tail candles, with this rejection of VWAP. We're actually now below VWAP, not just on the 5-minute, but we're getting there on some other time frames as well. So let's see what we do here on Shopify till you dropify. I might have been shopping or short here till I drop, but we'll see what happens. Also, guys, if there's any tickers you're looking at, maybe they're earnings, maybe they're not, whatever you're looking for, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you're looking at. Maybe it's NVIDIA, maybe it's Microsoft, maybe it's AMP, maybe it's Meta, maybe it's Robinhood. Shout out to stocks.com where you can look at Robinhood. But this segment, like the show, is brought to you by Real Trading. And if you want to see what our real traders, the big kahunas, today, they're Neil and Obi, what they're looking at, you could actually find out through that awesome little segment. So check that out. I'm going to get it set up for the lesson. But what are you? Oh, I see you're in Rivian. You're not RJ Scarringed by this stock.
So you and I talked this morning, and we agreed on something, right?
We did.
We did agree on something. Is it appropriate if we talk right now? I think it'd be appropriate.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that bad. Right?
Nah.
No. Okay.
No,
all right. We're going to have to do this. So here it is. So we're going to bring this down, and we're going to type in RJ Scaring.
I didn't know what you were referring to.
Fabian, let me set up Fabian. All right.
He's really excited about this because he's right.
Hold on. All right. Then we need to do two windows side by side. So we got to go like that, and then we go like this. And we're going to go Steve up. There we go. All right, guys. Look, I'm not making this up. But show it, Fabian. I mean, Neil, am I wrong? Is there no similarities there? Someone help me out. Like, there's a lot of similarities. Neil, the glasses, the face shape, the nose, they both have similar lips. I mean, I know Steve-O's a completely different character than RJ Scaringe, it goes without saying. But, I mean, like, come on, I just can't help. Like, look at this picture over here. I wouldn't know them. I think they could dress each other as Halloween. No one would know the difference. Same hair. Look at that same... These guys got to be related. Like, they both have that little V thing in their hair, where like it comes out a little bit and goes back in. Come on, these guys are related. I need DNA tests. I need to know immediately. Hit the thing. There it is. All right, I'm done complaining for the day. But yeah, that was interesting today because I don't know why, but I just actually noticed that they look like each other. While I was making fun of RJ Scaringe, I did get stopped out of Rivian, but it looks
like it was revenge.
Yeah, I know. I got out bottom wick to Adara.
Oh, my God.
I know, right? But that's all good. We're going to get right back into the Rivian there, and we're going to put the same out there. So if we break down below said level, we're going to be looking to get out around there. So interesting look today. Eh? Neil absolutely brings up a fantastic point. 23andMe, they're in trouble. They want to go back private. The CEO, she came out, she said, look, yeah, go to Neil's screen for a sec. Oh, that is not good, Neil. That's not good, Neil. Is that the daily? That's the daily chart. So absolutely 23andMe, if you're looking for a sponsor, get RJ on the phone. Get Steve-O on the phone. Let's get this done because I need answers, baby. I'm done for the day. Shout out to UC Wave. All right, having a good time over here, guys. What is everybody looking at?
Oh my God, Fabian's right. James Marsden also has a slight, he could be their cousin. If not their twin, James Marsden could be their cousin.
Okay.
This is James Marsden. I kind of see it. This is the guy that was in that jury duty show. I can sort of see it. Well, also he's been in other things. He was in X-Men as well. I could kind of see that. But yeah, shout out to Fabian. I would say if not their sibling, because I think RJ and Steve-O could be twins, I think James Marsden could be a first or second cousin. So shout out to Fabian for that. We love, shout out to him for everything he's doing this week on his own. And just in general, we love this whole team. Great team over here. Also, C-Wave praising your wit. You are very witty. I'm very happy I get to sit next to this desk every single day. By the way, guys, just to keep you updated on my Shopify in case anyone was caring. Shopify is still making lower highs here. I'm going to get out 2/3 of the position at 66s if we get there during the lesson. But then if we come back and make a higher low, I'm willing to add, keeping eyes on it, waiting to see what happens here in that Shopify. I just wanted to secure some of the bag, some of the shopping bag during the lesson if I can. So we'll see what happens there. But in the meantime, we'll talk about identifying potential earnings plays. Speaking of, I guess, Shopify, good timing there. So we're going to talk about some potential earnings plays that can help significantly enhance your trading strategy. A lot of these today are going to be, I think all of them pretty much are going to be involving options. So an earnings play is going to be a trading strategy that aims to profit from stock price movement, specifically around earning release dates. If you ever listened to Danielle Shea, you can usually find on the market recap on Thursdays. She wasn't there last Thursday. She talks a lot about earnings plays, and she also sometimes will talk about the pre-earnings window, which starts 21 days before earnings. So that's one window she uses a lot. So it's just one thing to note as well as a preamble. But long calls are one way to play earnings. This involves buying call options on a stock, and it'll be profitable if the stock price rises significantly after earnings. And the risk is limited to the premium paid for the option. So all you're risking is the premium that you paid for the option. Long puts are another way you can play, here's just an example. You got the call options chain, the strike price here. This is for Apple, all these different potential strike prices there. So shout out to Sharif for including these visuals, because we love in the wild. I guess it was at one point in the wild example. So thank you, Sharif, for that. But let's talk as well about potential long puts here. So long puts is what happens when you buy put options on a stock, and this will be profitable if the stock price declines significantly after earnings. So if you're like a trader of stocks and you're like, oh, like long puts, like, well, I don't know that, right? That's like, I guess from what I understand, that's similar. It's the options version of shorting, right? So you're buying puts. And so the risk is going to be limited to the premium paid for the option, same as with long calls. So where shorting can be a little bit riskier, you might end up risking a little bit more with long puts. With long puts, it's going to be limited to the price paid for the option with regards to the risk. And here's one example of these put calls, or not put calls, put strikes for auctions. So shout out to Sharif.
Can I just say one thing quickly?
Yeah.
The open interest here is super telling. The higher the open interest, the more market interest in that particular strike
There's
price.
a lot of Apple 200 interest with that strike price.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Sharif, for putting that out there. I really appreciate that as well. Let's also talk here about straddles as another play that we can talk about here for sure. And straddles involve buying both a call and a put option on the same stock with the same strike price and the same expiration date. So these options got to be twinning. They got to be treacherous twin instead of 21 Savage and Drake. And this option will be profitable. That pun wasn't intended. This choice for trading will be profitable if you have the stock price moving significantly in either direction. So if it moves up, then you profit from your calls, and if it moves down, you profit from your puts. But it does require a high degree of volatility to be profitable because you're really betting on a large swing either direction to offset the cost of the options in and of themselves. So that's something to note here. Here's one example of a straddle option strategy. So let's say you've got your break even for your $90, max loss $1,000 here, right? So you've got max profit unlimited here in this case, and you can kind of go either direction if you want to go short here or long, depending, what your price is, you're kind of able to do that there. So it's just one kind of option of how you can play these straddles. And again, you really are looking for a pretty large point of movement here, right? Like break even $90 and that's without profit. Break even $110 and that's without profit if you're getting in at like 100, right? So you're looking for, like in this example, at least a $10 move. That's a 10% move. So you do want those larger moves. And I really appreciate using that example, Sharif, because it does show the size of the the size of the potential move that is required for like some nice little penny on that trade. Calendar spreads, though, too. We talked about straddles. Another type of way the market can spread is through calendar spreads, and that's going to be involving buying and selling options on the same stock with different expiration dates. So with straddles, you had the same stock with the same expiration date. It's going to be different in calendar spreads, hence calendar, because it's got different dates on the calendar. I love when things work out like that. And these are going to be a little bit less risky than straddles because it benefits from time decay on the shorter term option. And you'll be profitable in this scenario if your volatility remains relatively stable or if the volatility decreases. And I'm a little bit behind here. There we go. So here's one example. So you've got, this is over time here, right? So you've got this window where you have profit, the stock price can go either way, and that's the case in which you will lose. You've got your break even here as well. I definitely want to understand more about these call options, something I want to read a lot more about. But yeah, I think for right now, I really like these diagrams. And again, this is a little bit less risky than straddles because instead of betting on one of those options panning out that day, calendar spreads give you some time. So for example, again, not advice, just one kind of example. If you've got, like, let's say instead of day one earnings, you have one that expires day one earnings, the other one maybe expires like a week after earnings, right? For a longer move. One example of how you might play this specifically for earnings, but again, not an options trader, something I want to learn more about. So we go from calendar spread to talking about the importance of the earnings calendar to help you screen for potential plays. So the earnings calendar, one way that you can help utilize this is to identify potential upcoming earnings release dates. And then what you can do is prioritize companies with high potential for earnings surprises or with significant market reactions. And this is where the planning ahead comes in. As I said, Danielle Shea has talked quite extensively about her 21-day earnings window, because they give you times you're an options trader to think, hey, what are some of the potential moves might be? What's the word on the street? What are people like talking about? What are people looking at? What's the street saying? And then you kind of know what you want to get involved in there, because you do want to consider the timing of earnings releases relative to other market events as well. So it's not just when is it releasing. Is it going to be releasing the same day as like an NFP? Is going to be releasing the same day as, I don't know, like the FOMC meeting. That could be really bad, unless you're a Powell, which I swear that company times themselves to be released on Powell Day. But either way, you know what I mean? Like, you want to be aware. You want to find out if there's anything you have to be aware of. And here's one example for Earnings Whisper. One thing I like too as well about Earnings Whisper is someone who looks in advance for earnings when I do the week ahead. They'll give you if the date's confirmed or not. Because sometimes these companies will confirm like 2 days before earnings. And I'm like, well, I would have put you on the calendar had you been there. So if you see the little check mark on Earnings Whisper, that means the date is confirmed. And if you're looking for like time-based options trading, that's certainly something to be aware of. Fundamental analysis is another thing to keep in mind when you're trading earnings plays, especially, right? You want to know industry performance so you can help identify sectors with positive growth prospects or earnings expectations, or negative if you're like a little bit of a bear. Wow, showed it to Big Spal Burdette. You might want to be looking for some names that actually, or sectors that look a little bit weaker, so you can target names in there. Company growth is worth noting too. You want to look for companies, or I guess sectors as well, that have some consistent revenue if the sector is strong, if you've got a company that generally has earnings, NVIDIA, because that will signify strong financial health, and again, not perfect, but maybe a likely chance they'll be able to beat earnings if you're looking to go long. Earnings history is also worth noting, as I just kind of alluded to there. You might want to analyze past earnings reports to identify patterns and trends, and look at the history that this company has with surprises. Not like jumping out of from the corner and screaming surprise, but when you have like let's say it drops like 10% compared to an expected 5%, you want to evaluate the company's track record of beating or missing earnings estimates. That can be really huge here as well. Also, options Greeks. Shout out to people looking. Shout out to Socrates. No, I'm joking. But options Greeks can give you another way to look here at these markets. So implied volatility is one thing to keep in mind on. This can help you measure market expectations for price fluctuations, because higher implied volatility can often indicate increased options premiums, which can be beneficial for options-based strategies. And we know volatility is huge. We have Obi talking a lot about RVol, right? And how that can play a role in seeing if there's a strong reaction on earnings. So you definitely want to be aware of that type of thing for sure. Also, time decay. You want to understand how the time value of options can erode, can decay as the expiration date approaches, because this can influence your choice of expiration dates. You know, we talked a lot about, like, I see some people in the chat, like 0 DTE options, right? And again, I want to learn more about this because I have the option to learn, so I should take it. Delta, I'm just joking. It's just a pun. Delta is another thing too that you want to be aware of with regards to the Greeks and options. You want to measure the option sensitivity to change in the underlying stock price. So this will help assess the potential profit or loss for different stock price movements. If you've got one that's a little bit more sensitive, that could maybe impact your P&L. Also, the theta is worth noting here too. Not delta and theta in terms of sleep, but delta and theta in terms of these options, right? This can represent the rate of the time decay, and understanding theta is really important to help manage your options position. But also another part of, here's one example. So you've got delta, which is the sensitivity of the price options, theta, the rate of decay. Gamma, which is the rate of change to the delta. That's interesting. So you've got how much the sensitivity changes in relation to the price of the security. So that's really fascinating. Vega too. This shout out to Alexa Vega, Spy Kids for some reason. This can help represent an option sensitivity to volatility, and then Rho, which can represent how sensitive the price of an option is relative to interest rates. And risk management, worth noting too, you want to consider diversification, so spreading your risk again across multiple stocks and strategies. Also position sizing, so make sure to determine appropriate position sizes based on risk tolerance. This is true of trading, but especially of options. And stop loss orders, make sure you're protecting yourself before you wreck yourself. Protect your neck. Shout out to the Wu-Tang Clan, because, you know, when you're a trader, cash does rule everything around you. So good luck there. And if there's any stocks ruling anything around you right now, get in that chat and vote. ! Join, space, $, whatever ticker you're interested in. I want to shout out Bears versus Bulls for like everything you do, but also just for, I know I see you in the chat, making sure if anybody has a little bit of an error in their vote, making sure that vote is filed appropriately, because we do believe in a democratic system here and Trader TV Live, making sure everyone's voice is heard. So if you want your voice heard, if you want Neil and Obi to look at a stock that you want to look at, get in that chat and let us know. Yeah, I have a bit of a trade to talk about, but I want to hear what you were up to, because I know you were involved in the TQs.
I am still involved, looking to take it short, but we did get into that closing print from yesterday, so I'm going to have to be careful here. I've been getting cut up on the future, going long, going short, so we'll see if we can find a bit of resistance over here. Still out of the money right now, so we'll see if this one can flush back down. We're still below 18.2, but 18.175 was yesterday's closing print. So we're at that level, and it looks like we are bouncing off it, at least for now. So we'll see if we can catch a bit of a sell to the downside. I'm going to have to cut this if it continues to move up. So I'm keeping my eye on about 55.25, generally in that area. If we can get somewhere below 55, I'll be looking to take profits. But if we get above 55.25, I'm going to have to sadly put my line in the sand there. So we're going to go and we're going to put, 55 and said quarter. And we'll be looking to get out everything there. And whoa, it just popped up quite aggressively there. So just going to have to look for a sec. I think I did already put a stop order. Okay. So I'm going to pack my patience over here. I'll just use my flatten key if this one pops up. But I was looking for continued weakness. Maybe I'm a little late to the party, as we obviously had a big down move preceding my entry, which I'm obviously very cognizant of. But 55.25, I'm going to have to actually say see ya to this trade. So we're zigging and zagging right now, a little bit out of the money, about 15, 20 pennies out of the money. And here we go, 55.25 coming. So I'm going to have to likely cut this bad boy, as the future's up marginally right now, about, there we go. So it's zigging and zagging. Let's see if it continues up over here. Looks like that $0.25 is getting taken, so that's all right. We'll have to take an L on this one. I'll look to get back in if we definitely continue above 18.2. But that was a mistake on my part. More irrational trading, to be quite honest. I just jumped in it without having a plan. So that'll make me rethink doing that again. But yeah, we're above 18.2 right now. So I did get cut up a little bit, sadly, on the future. So just make sure that I have no outstanding orders, so I didn't get in trouble again. Here we go. Above 18.2 we go. And this is what I'm looking at. This is what I keep looking at my side chart for. So this is the white line right here, 18.175. That was break even level on the day. We come back in there. We actually breach it. So we didn't actually hold up there. So I was like, all right, we're breaching it. Maybe we can make it down into that 18.030. We still could. We're still below the 10 exponential. We also have another area of local resistance at 18.280. So that if we weasel our way up there, I'll definitely be looking short there. So we'll keep tabs on this one. We're still zigging and zagging right now, a little bit above 18.2, a little bit below. So keeping tabs on that. Let's flip to some of these other non-Mag 7 related names and see what the sitch is. All right. Finally, Upstart starting to give way here. 36.40 HOD. It's now down into 34.60. So it's about $2 off the high. It breached the 10, the 20. The 10 now is pointing downward. So a little bit of a possibly different look. Personally, I'm loving this one at 33.50 or thereabouts, wherever VWAP is, essentially. I want to see if this one actually respects the volume weighted average price. I'm not going to have a resting order in and around there. I'd like to see exactly what it does, but it's breached both moving averages on my chart over here. Let's look at the 15. Let's see what the sitch is on the 15. So just got to the 10 and did breach it by a little bit here on the 15-minute look. So just want to see what other possible traders are looking at this. That's a 10-minute chart over here. No question, whatever time frame you're looking at, we definitely put in a rounded top with lower highs and lower lows since that candle that printed 36.40 happened at around 12:30. So we're better part of an hour now of selling off as it's 124. Keep tabs on Upstart. Great day today. No question about it for whoever's been trading or investing this. At least if you've been trading it to the long side, I hope you've been printing on that because it was one gnarly move to the high side there. Let's go back to the future, not the movie, but the actual futures contract. There we go. We're still zigging and zagging. A little bit above 18.2. We did get into almost 20s or thereabouts. So keeping an eye on the future. Definitely still interested in the short. It's just really where I get in, or do I have to DCA into certain areas because I may not get that, exact top. I'm looking at the Mag 7, seeing what they're doing as they do dictate the pace or the direction of the futures. It looks like we're getting some green candles, on some of them. Apple printed a nice green candle there, Microsoft as well as Meta, but these guys are all below key technical areas. For example, Meta's below everything. The 10, the 20, the 50, VWAP, Microsoft, same deal. Amazon, same deal. Tesla, Google, Nvidia, they're all below the 10, the 20, and everything else. It's really only Apple that's zigging and zagging here. It's at the 10, below the 20, below VWAP. So, at a kind of an area of indecision. It did print, though, that lower high. So we were talking about the incrementally higher lows that it was putting in earlier. That's changed ever since this dip into 210 and a third. We're about 211 and 2/3 now. So well off the bottom, but that pattern, that consistent pattern with respect to price action has changed somewhat. Let's see the future. Looks like it. The future could be on the way up here as we do now take that 18.2 and a quarter. Not like that. That was a super support level or anything like that. The 10 exponential on my 5 chart is at 18.255. So I don't have any trades right now as the future kind of in an area of indecision. At least I don't have a read on it right now. Let me see what you guys are looking at. Gorev, Nike holding relatively well. This might be a good area for a double bottom. We'll look at that in a sec. Trader CL, 10-year and soon inverted again. Oh, the 2-year soon inverted again. Let's see what they're at right now. So the 10-year, 3951. The 2-year, 3943. They are inverted again, my man. They did invert on Monday when we had that huge sell-off. So good call out by you. We'll see if that stays that way because, well, the 2-year was ahead of the 10-year, I think, even yesterday. So we'll see if that continues to do that. Let's look at Nike, though, for our man Gorev. Let's close this chart super quick over here and bring in the trusty side chart with all the indicators there. NKE. Let's load it up. All right. So this is the daily. Wow, that's an ugly looking daily. It can't get past 75, eh? That's interesting. Ever since the earnings dump, 75 has been a bit of a resistance level. That's actually good to know on Nike. I didn't actually have eyes on that. 70 generally support, 75 resistance, a range now of almost more than a month. So this earnings dump with June 28th. Okay, so that's the first order of business. Second order of business, let's look at the 5. So I don't know what you're looking at, Gorev, in terms of a double bottom. Are you talking about these 2 5-minute candles here at 115 and 120? Let's see what Gorev said. This might be a good area for a double bottom. Yeah, if you're talking about these 2 candles, that's kind of the only double bottom I can see.
I think it means more like it could double bottom. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to interpret that.
Yeah. Well, who knows? We'll see when he responds. But shout out to Gorev. Nike having a decent day today. It's not bad. It's definitely up nicely here. 72.50 was the closing print today. Prints 74.20. But like I mentioned on the daily over here, it seems to be stuck in that $5-ish range. Obviously, these outlying candles here on earnings day are not in that $75 range, but essentially anything from July 8th onwards has been a reject 75 kind of day. Thank you for that, Gorev, because that's actually quite telling there. Looks like the future might be headed back down. Oh no. Let's see here, topping tail candle into that 18.250, and then we're heading back down into 18.2. Oh baby, is this time to short again, or am I just gonna get cut up more here on the future? What are you looking at, Adara?
Yeah, I am, oh my gosh, Kay, I'm 75 pennies in the money on Shopify. As Shreve says, you're always going to be mad as a trader. I wanted to add in here at 78s at one point. Like, that was a while ago. We get to 77s, and then Shopify's like, oh, do you want me to Dropify? And I was like, yeah, but preferably after I added. And Shopify was like, I don't care, and drop further. I'm really proud though, because this is one that I really waited for. And I was like, honestly, I had to wait even while I was in it. While I was doing the lesson, I was checking this guy intermittently, babysitting it, like, are you okay? How are you feeling? How's the temperature? Can I get you anything? So with that in mind, I did take up part of the position at 66 as planned, but I added at 66.06s. Initially, I was trying to add at 66.10s, but then we kept getting lower highs. And I was like, Adara, if you don't add, you're not getting an ad. So I added, then we dropped, got part of the position out here around 65, 70s, because that was a bit of an area at which we paused. I got back in Disney as well, which just got filled there. So I'm going to switch over to Disney. Okay, so DIS, what I was looking for, we had that big pop up. I was like, oh, is it a long off the 90 EMA? Then Disney was like, oh, I remembered I was in a downtrend. I'm like, yeah, you are, Disney. Let's keep going. So I'm going to give this to 87.15s, which should be wicks notwithstanding here. The next highest, it would be a higher high if we break above that area, was what I was trying to say. So I'm going to take part of this. You know, we're going to, we'll do like 75s. We'll do 75s. Because 80s, I would say, would be like one of those kind of wick areas. But we'll do 75s. It's a smaller position than one I had last time because I don't want to like spend all my time getting involved in this trade. But one thing that I've noticed too in terms of like learning and trying to grow, yesterday was a good day, but some of the names that I did better on like AMD and CrowdStrike, I let go. And so one of the things too that I'm trying to work on is like, if you see a trend, the trend is your friend till the end when it bends. That doesn't just mean not revert. That means if the trend exists, why are you not playing it till the hilt? Why are you not playing it every time it comes in? That was something I was absolutely not doing yesterday that I tried to do today, which is why I was on Disney all day. We'll see if this might have been a little bit of a, mistake to go fast pass on this particular ride at Disney World. But I do like this look right now. I have no reason to not like it. We had that 87 level that we took a while to break. And to be clear, I still stand by getting out of this where I did, because the fact that the rest of the market was dropping and Disney was chilling, I was like, Disney, did you forget you're like selling off? But yeah, we'll see what happens here. I'm not really looking to add at Disney because, like I said, I don't want to give up the gains I had in this name earlier. And that to me, I don't think is like, trading P&L. I just think this trade is a little bit lower probability compared to the ones we had earlier, given especially that random little support we have here. As we pop up at 87.15s, let's see what we do here. This was also a bit of an area earlier, which is the other reason I liked it. That's where I got out of that first short, because that's where things got a little bit topsy and a bit turny. If we make a higher high here, that is going to definitely be a change in the tides, at which case I'd be interested in getting long Disney if it bounces off the 90 EMA. Either way, happy I tried that trade, because you never know if you don't try. And as I said, let's see what we do at 87.15s. Disney's like, oh, do you want me to drop again? I'm like, yeah, sure. Go ahead. Let's do it. Shopify, wow, I think that must have been a dark pull away because I would have seen that. But yeah, Shopify, I am honestly so tempted to add if we get back to 65.50s. I don't want to be bag holding. Well, I guess not bag holding. We're in the money, but I want to be cognizant here. I just think that we could get a little bit lower. Right now, we've bouncing off 65s. I don't have a reason to leave. Even if I don't add, I don't feel I have a reason to leave. I want to see what we do as we get to 65s, 50s, and 60s. Like I said, I'm trying to hold positions for a bit longer. That's definitely a new thing for me. And so far, that's been going all right. Disney definitely, though, trying to get off the schneid a bit here at 87.15s. Happy I tried the long, but right now it's time for me to say goodbye, whatever, Mickey Mouse laugh, to this one, unless and or until I see my bounce here off the 90 EMA. So that was the look. AMD long, says Robin Sandu? Gee. Okay. Got a little burned on an AMD long earlier today. And honestly, I kind of see what you're seeing with regards to the fact that we have a slightly higher low here on a 5-minute basis. However, we also are wicking up here. We failed to break above the 90 EMA on a wick basis, and we did that into some pretty clear support. Support can become resistance. To me, this chart is not a long unless and or until we can get A above the 90 EMA and B above 132, because to me, those are the two biggest area of resistance. And right now, they're sort of kind of in tandem together. So be aware of that. And if you want to look at AMD or any other ticker, make sure you vote in the chat, ! Join, space, $, whatever ticker you like. Shopify, keep Shopifying to the downside. I like you right now. Again, if I see anything distinct in the tape that makes me want to leave, I'll leave. But right now, I don't see that, so I want to stay in this. IWM, I have eyes on you, but I don't want to revenge trade you either, because I had one good trade in IWM and then some really bad ones. So we'll see what happens here. Not trying to rush into anything. Novo, though, this Novo kind of interesting for me here as well. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at the TQQQ still involved in this, about I'm break even at the moment on this. Looking for a move down. We keep zigging and zagging above 18.2, but we're below the 10 exponential. Right now, we haven't printed a new high, so we'll see if we can weasel our way down, maybe into 18.175 again. Packing my patience on this trade. There we go. We get the first beak wetter nicely here. On this one, we can see if we can get the second one here just in front of 55s or whether or not we're going to bounce at the fifth of a dollar, the quarter of a dollar, generally in that area. Here is 20s. Looks like there's generally a small buyer here at 20 as it holds up at that level. So I've been zigging and zagging here with the future. So I'm just trying to, pack my patience because I like what I see. When we're at the 100-point level, you're always a little concerned to see whether you defend it or whether you were, give way at it. Right now, I don't see the things I need to see to kind of be worried about breaking through it, but we're holding above it. So maybe that in and of itself is trouble. So I'm looking to add at the $0.50. That's a planned DCA. As you can see, that is still waiting there. But if I do see a breach of that 10 exponential on the 5, I will not be very interested on it for much longer. 18.250 or thereabouts. That's where my 10 exponential on the 5 is. Here we go. So we did get that add. Let's see. We're on the way up here into the 10 exponential. So out of the money now for my position, but still waiting to see exactly what we do at this level. Let's see exactly here. There we go. I'm going to look to add into that area as we were. Well, we're above and right now the 225 area. We're still below the 10 exponential though. I was able to de-risk nicely there on the way down. So we'll see if we can stay a little bit profitable on this trade. I think my line in the sand is going to be anything above 70. There is an area of local resistance there. So let's go 75er and then we'll look to cover into that level. So that's the good look. All right, so let's see if we can move back down here below the $0.50. So here we go again into the downside. So look, be waiting around here for a possible print. We'll set up that beak wetter there. We'll see if we get that. Some weakness still zigging and zagging a little bit below the 10 exponential on the 5, but it does look like it may want to take it here. So break even at the moment on this trade, but looking for a little bit more to the downside. If we can print something in the 30s, I think that would definitely help me out a little bit. Here come 40s, but yeah, still price action support at this area. What are the other components of the market doing? Let's have a look over here at the Mag 7, see what they're up to. Yeah, well, they're rejecting the 10 exponential as well. Most of them anyway. It looks like Tesla did breach the 10 exponential, at least for a moment, got into the 20. Amazon still below it. So is Meta. So is Microsoft. Google just got to it, but a smidge below it. Same sitch with what's it called? NVIDIA, the monster. It's also just a skosh below that level as well. So here we go. If we can get something in the mid 30s, we're printing 39s or so, but we're still getting buying at this area. Not really flushing in the way that we were earlier, guys. So interesting look here to see if we can continue down or whether this is just going to be an 18-2 pop and defend at that level, Adara. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking to reject the 10 exponential on the 5 on the NQ September contract. I'm trading the T triple Qs using the chart on the NQ September contract.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to that. Hopefully. Yeah, no, sorry, I don't realize.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, fingers crossed there for you. I hope you print as always. We always hope everyone prints here on How to Trade and also on Trader TV Live, just in general. So Shopify here, I actually added this position. I did mention I was considering adding. I was always planning on adding to this. I didn't get the level I necessarily wanted, which is going to be 78s. But then as I saw, we kept getting into that 65.50 without any kind of zhuzh, without any kind of oomph. So I got involved here, 65.49s. This might be an add I regret, but right now, we're just kind of chopping and churning. I want to see what we do here at 65.20s. If we can break below that, and again, maybe I'm overstaying my welcome. I'm fully willing to admit that could be the case, but I am trying to practice holding trades for longer and having more of these sustained moves. And honestly, if you don't practice, you never know. You can't get to Carnegie Hall without practice. So yeah, so just being aware of that. That being said, we had Shopify holding VWAP for forever and then breaking down beautifully. Disney, a bit of the opposite. I said Disney bounced off the 90 MA. I wanted that smoke. We're going to start adding here at 21s. I'm going to be looking to add again if we get to 17s. I don't know if we will. Trying to build a position here in Disney. If we break below 10s, that's where I'm going to have to get out here because I do really like that Disney long. I wait. This is, to me, a pretty substantial change here in Disney. I'm actually, I'm going to change my entry levels on this a bit because I want to be more realistic in terms of what I actually think will get filled. We'll start with 25s. 21s will add a bit of a piece here as well, and then I'm just going to wait and see what we do at 10s because to me, the fact that we had so much resistance below the 90 MA, the fact that we're trying to now use it as support is deeply fascinating to me. Shopify, still in the money with that average position, so I'm cool with that. Let's see if we can keep pushing lower, and I'm proud of myself for trusting myself. You know what I mean? Like the trades that have been the diciest today were ones that I was just kind of like, I don't know if I felt like I needed to be in a trade or what. There was just some like odd choices, but it's like if you have the levels on it, then you do owe yourself to take, you got to take it with confidence. You got to take it with pride. And so I think that's been a huge thing for me. SPX, let's go up, says Tom H. I would, for the Disney part of me, I would love to. Shopify, I'm a little bit like, no. But Shopify is kind of on its own little trajectory here anyway. So that's a bit of its own story. I'm going to actually take out half the position here because why not? And then we're going to save a piece for the dream, and that dream again averaged out. Honestly, if we can get back to that area from which we popped up here, which was like 64.70s, that would be amazing. I have no idea if we will, but we're gonna have to wait and see what we do here. Also, though, the SPY to get into Tom H's comments in a little bit more detail. The SPY, interesting to me here because I think we're clearly at a decision point on the 90 MA. We had a big old topping tail candle. Now we're trying to bounce. Let's look at, and I think we have some support here at 523.50. So. Again, potential support here for sure. Let's take a look, though, at this 10-minute chart here for a bit of a wider time frame. Wider time frame, the SPY, to me, I want to see us get in. This is a 10-minute. Let's see what we do at that 525 because, like I said, on the 5-minute, definitely some support here at 523.50. But if you go to a wider time frame, if you go to the 10-minute, there are a lot of topping tail candles and not a lot of oomph, with the exception of that support actually here at just above 522. Thank you. Adrian saying he agrees with me on the SPY. Kyle Burdett also, I guess, agreeing here because he says more puts around 525 SPY if it gives it to me. Yeah, I think that 525 level for the SPY is definitely one I would be spying if I was involved. So shout out to you, Big Smile Burdett, Big Smile Burdett, whatever nickname you want to use. As always, we hope everybody prints over here, whether you're long, short, or a little bit of both. I don't know how you can be both, but you can be in and out, so that works. IWM here could not get above the 204. I was watching 204 for a potential long because I was watching it for a short earlier, and then I was like, if we have that pull up in the market, I would like to go long here. And IWM could not give us that 204s. So that being said, I'm actually kind of interested in shorting here. We've got Kyle Burdett saying the smile is big today. So he is big Kyle, big smile, whatever you want to use. He's got a big smile. He's ready to take some trades. I guess he's in some trades there. So am I. And you know what? We're going to actually try for a short at 203.69s on IWM because what's life without whimsy? So we'll see if we get it. I'm willing to risk here into we'll risk like 20 pennies. It'll be 2 or 3 70s. I don't think I'll get filled here. Shopify is still shopifying and turning. Disney, we're ready to get that. If we get to 21s, that'll do something for me. I'll get the second part of my position added in here. But happy what's been going on in these trades. Happy I've just trusted myself to be ready to keep going because honestly, you're not going to do anything if you don't trust yourself and your reads sometimes on these here markets within reason, not just getting involved all willy-nilly. So good times. Also, A&D coming into that 132 level that I mentioned. Someone was asking if it was a long, and I said, see what it does at 132. AMD knocking on the door of 132. Now, I just got added into Disney, so we'll see as Disney gets a little bit droppy here. IWM, a bit interesting. I think IWM and the SPY both coming into potential areas of support here on the 5-minute chart. A little bit of baby shelves. So let's see if those elves can hold up those shelves. How are you doing?
I like that. We're doing real well here on the future, man. We're short 56s.
Happy to hear it.
Thank you. We just took out some at 20s. Looking for the next beak wetter at 10s. We're printing 15s. All right. Well, we're below 19.2 again, but we're still above that yesterday closing print at 18.177.76. Generally, that area. I'm looking for another move down as we did reject that 10 exponential on the 5. We topping tailed through that on the 5-minute. Here's the look. This is what I'm looking at right here, and this is why I kept shorting the futures, even though I was getting stopped out. I had the right idea, poor execution. Let's see if we got printed there. Yes, we did get printed. On the way down goes the future. Very happy with that. That's almost a 60 penny winner there on the future. If we can get some more, 50 penny winner on the future. If I can get some more, I'll be happy. We're bouncing up now. We're defending that 18,177, 176 area. That is, again, sorry to repeat myself, but that's the closing print from yesterday. So we are defending that area. So even though we did get a 10 exponential on the 5 rejection with a few topping tails, do we hold up here? I'm just asking myself a rhetorical question out loud. So I'm happy with this trade. Got me out of some trouble with all these shorts here that weren't doing that well. And I took much larger size up here, so that thing it panned out. Anyway,
Confidence.
Yeah, look, I get all that. I do things a little bit differently. You know how I roll. So we're gonna keep looking at this one. See if we can weasel down a little bit below that 55 area. I'd like something possibly at 54.90. That would be a breach of the 18,176 area. I think we hold on, let me just double check that super quick. I think the low there, the local low, 18,155. So we technically did defend that 150 area, but definitely looking for a lower low than that, not looking to wet my beak around there. So packing my patience, took the out at 10s. I have one more out, so I'm going to pack my patience on this one, see if we can get a little bit lower. Gorev, Uber is consolidating at its highs on VWAP. Good earnings day 2 so far. Shout out to Jay Lee. Congrats. I wish I could have you start at 57. Yeah, that would have been really good, right? I mean, right up there. I see what you're looking at, Jay. That consolidation area top there. Good look, Jay. Shout out to you. Let's have a look at Uber for our friend Gorev, and we kind of just did it like Obi, but that's okay because we do that around here.
Yeah, we do. All jokes aside, we do we borrow each other's phrases. It's fun,
right? Let's have a look at Uber. So he's saying consolidating at its highs on VWAP. Good earnings day. Let's see. Yeah, you're not wrong at all with that, Gorev. Every single closing print north of that volume weighted average price. It's been absolutely defending all day. Did not have eyes on that. What I do see though, Gorev, I know that's not really relevant for the range trade at the moment, but you have incrementally lower highs, but you do have that support generally at the volume weighted average price. If you gave yourself enough room, because there were bottoming tail candles through VWAP, but immediately got bought up to close at or above VWAP. Importantly though, and when I zoom in, I see it even more, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, multiple lower highs over here. I'm not saying flat bottom break, but that's a good look by you, Gorev, because I think that the day 2 play is important. Get down, futures. All right, we're waiting here for 55s. All right, here we go. And there it is. Very happy with this dang trade. There we go. 55, 59. We were short. We just took it out at 55s, excuse me, and it's continuing to go down. So you're always angry. I'm just talking about myself. Always angry as a trader, but there it is. Nice short off the future as we dip down below 18,176 again. Keep your eye, though, on that 18,155. We did have price action support last time around there. Let's see what the Mag 7 are doing, because the future is headed down aggressively. So it behooves us to see what's the sitch with the Mag 7, and they're all looking down except the dead one. The dead one probably will end up selling off at the close because it is putting lower highs and lower lows. And guys, I'm just joking when I call it the dead one. Again, I have to keep repeating myself because we always have newer viewers who are like, what are you guys talking about? Who's dead? Nobody's dead. Yes, we are putting in lower highs and lower lows on Apple. And you're always going to see on my black charts anyway, you're always going to see the ticker that I'm looking at in this white triangle right here, AAPL. You'll always see it like that. See Microsoft, Meta, Tesla, etc. So AAPL still trying to hold above 211, still below the volume weighted average price and not really making any higher highs. But I think this one sells off likely into the close. We'll have to wait and see if there's any market on close orders to get rid of this bad boy. But the future, here comes 5-5s, and there goes 5-5s. Adara, we are headed down. Oh, baby. 18,146. We're bleeding. We are now negative on the NQ September contract by about 0.2%. Yes, we were at 18,558. That seems like a long time ago. A lot of blood today in these here markets, Adara, as you like to say.
What a difference a day makes. Like 2 little hours. We go from like green to red on these markets. I guess my jacket ended up being a little bit prescient there, so I do apologize to any of the longs. I just take about 40 pennies here in the IWM, took that short again. I know I said I was initially looking for 70s, but then we broke that shelf area. I said, hey, Adara, support, resistance, flip it. So I got short there, 2 or 3 44s. Disney, oh wow, okay, Disney, I should have way better eyes than you. I apologize, Disney. I will be getting out of that mouse house now. Because I was getting so excited about my EWAM that my Disney was like, hey, Adara, what about me? So yeah, that was a mistake. We're breaking down below 87s there. Definitely should have had better eyes on that. I need to figure out how to work the whole like stop and like limit order system a little bit better because I admit I'm not necessarily good at that. But yeah, so there we go. Baby hit there on the House of Mouse. Should it like fill me? That'd be good. But yeah, it was holding as a long. If I'd scalped it, I think it would have been appropriate, but it's all good there. Baby still up on DIS. Just definitely, unfortunately, gave up some of those games that didn't last long. But yeah, I was in 3 trades at one time.
Wow.
For a second there. It was just a little bit stressful for me. Profitable on 2 of them. Did definitely I should have had better eyes on Disney. But this Shopify, the reason I got out where I did at 25 is because we got we pushed violently up into 65.50s. And I was like, And then we dropped back below. We kept struggling with that 25 level. I said, Adara, just get out here. You'll feel better if you get out here. And if you see here, as the market drops, we still have Shopify holding that 65 level. Kyle Burdett showed it to the $10 super chat. Jeez. In the words of Ric Flair, woo! Ric Flair drip go woo! Also, there was a comment here from someone, Spencer Schmidt. I got a kick out of your comment. I know I talk really fast. I apologize. It's just these markets are so invigorating, and you know what I mean. It's so much fun, especially when you're in a trade. I definitely am trying to get better as well at communicating while I'm in these trades. But it's just been such a fun day in this market. I'm really happy with what happened here, and what else going on here? Looking at this, profit take Apple says GZ. Yeah, Apple has been. I haven't even looked at Apple in a while.
On the way down.
Let's figure out what happens over here. Apple here below. Oh, Apple 211.50. That's getting written down tomorrow because look at that VWAP bounce. Wick, break below, come back up, and then we drop lower. So this to me, that 11.50, that 211.50 with VWAP, to me, if I had better eyes on that, my verdict for that trade would have been, it's guilty. So let's keep going. Celebrate every victory, says Easy Mike. I agree, and I think too, the thing with victories, you don't want to just celebrate them, you also want to reflect, how could I have done better? And that's a huge thing, right? Like, some of these, like IWM, I had some good trades, and I had some really questionable ones where it gave back some of those gains. Same with Disney, same with Shopify. So it's like, how can you do better? How can you have better eyes on the trade? Is there like getting a little bit better every single day? That's what I'm trying to work on as a trader. Right now, I am down in the day, but I know there are times where things were a lot dicier, so I was able to make back some of those gains. Nice. Excited to write in my journal and figure out, because I had a good day. Yesterday was a really good day. Definitely Monday and today were a little bit weaker. So it's like, how do you grow? How do you improve? And I don't mind celebrating victories as long as you're aware that you're celebrating them, but you're not resting on your laurels. You got Olympians, they win, and they got the next day, got to go back to training. That's the type of way you have to be in this here market. That's
Summer McIntosh is all I have to say. You don't know?
Oh yeah. Okay, I've heard of her. Yeah, I haven't
Olympics,
really followed.
Yeah.
That's true, yeah.
She printed up a storm in gold medals, Adara. 3 gold medals for Canada, baby, and
Long
1
summer.
silver. Yeah, she's swimming up a storm. I don't know what she's doing. She's swimming up something, Adara. She's really good. She's back in Toronto. Shout out to her. Very proud of her making Canada and Toronto very proud. Summer McIntosh. Neil, you been following that? Of course he's been following that. Shout out to Neil. He knows what's up. Yeah, and don't ruin the track and field, by the way, for my friend Neil, right? Like when he comes on at 2 o'clock, you don't want to do that. You don't want to put, he'll come after you. Shout out to Neil, man. I wanted to mention.
No, okay, I don't know if it's on or not, but if somebody spoils it, we're going to have to play front hand, backhand. That's all I'm saying. It's a bit. I love my track and field.
Neil, you got to tell him. What did the 5 fingers say to the face?
You know what they said. I don't have to say it.
Slap.
I'm just saying.
Loved it, man. Shout out to Dave Chappelle and obviously, you know, and Key and Peele, yeah. Another very, very similar kind of show. Big Spile, Big Smile, Burdette, as Adara likes to call him. I am swimming upstream and killing all the salmon. Roar! Big Spile, man. They got to spawn, bro. There's no spawning. There's no, obviously recirculating of the species. Big Kyle, take it easy there, man. Just joking.
This
We're having a good
analogy
time.
was wild, and I loved it.
Well, I don't know. He's killing them before they can spawn, Adara. I mean, isn't that what they do? They go into the ocean, and then they come back into the river system. They go up the river system to where they were born.
Salmon.
Right? Yeah. And then they're met with the bears, and the bears eat up the grizzlies, eating up a storm
He is
there.
a bear, so that makes sense.
Oh, that is really good, Adara.
Thank you.
Do we have that bear thing that Sean always puts, Fabian? I don't know if you can get that.
Oh my gosh.
Big Smile, you got to take it easy there on the super chats, my man. You can tell the dude's printed up a storm today because he's getting really happy with the super chat. Another $10 super chat, Big Smile. Gonna be plenty of spawning in Big Smile's house today. Oh, why did I say the word spawning? Why did I say that? Big Kyle, man, you always make me laugh. One hell of a guy. I love this guy. Jay Lee, the Bears are feasting today. That's all. Yeah, man, they're getting their feast of salmons on that. Did you hear about the Fraser River out in BC over flooding its banks? And like apparently it's messing everything up because of the salmon trying to spawn and all the debris and everything that flowed down the Fraser from the Rocky Mountains is blocking all the upstream, incoming upstream, so the salmon can't go back to their spawning grounds. It's a very big problem, Adara. I think we should leave trading and go see what's up.
Yeah, we should go to Fraser River and check on the little salmons.
Everyone's like wondering, what are these Canadians talking about?
Yeah, we're
Can we talk
talking
about
BC.
trading? All right, let me talk about this one, guys. SLRX just showed up on my gap scanner. It's up 50% on the day. It's now printing about 12 1/3 million shares. I didn't have eyes on this one. I don't know why, but it definitely moved right at the open there at around 10 o'clock. Not the open, but around 10, it did find its footing. The range per candle has been wild. So you've really had to account for that when placing your stops. It's a beautiful rounded, these rounding shapes. You can see the rounding shape take effect earlier there after the initial spike. It did it again off the volume weighted average price. So it is finding some support right now. I would say some support likely at that 270. In the same way that it did over here. So we obviously had price action resistance at this area over here from 10:10 to say about 12 o'clock, where it was 250. That was support or resistance. 245. Generally, 245 is a better level. We clear that. Now we start using 245 as support. So if that's the case with this name, I'd say be looking out for that 270, 265 area. That would be price action support for this particular area over here, and you could weasel your way in. It's a good look. Let me give you the deets on this one, though. So it's a $1.66 million market cap. It's essentially tiny, so be very careful. 12.7 million shares on the day, 560,000 share float, minuscule. Okay, it's very small here. What is this company? Is it a Chinese company? Because sometimes they have these very small floats. No, it's not. Oh, they use LSD1 enzyme. Oh, that's very interesting. Okay. Clinical stage biopharmaca company. Fabian. SLRX. Let's find out the short float. Over 27% of the 1.3 million shares. Trade Ideas is saying. So Trade Idea is saying 1.3. My platform saying 560,000. Whatever it is, 27% of that is shorted. This thing can squeeze. I like 270 here for a possible dip trade on SLRX. Good luck, 292 high a day. Small cap gapper just showed up on my scanner, not sure why. Upstart is kind of doing exactly what I anticipated it would do. Sell off that 3640. It was a pay for shorts kind of situation at Real Trading over here for this. Neil, just for example's sake, so we can tell everybody about Real Trading, how much would 100 shares of Upstart cost me right now? 12 cents. Thank you, Neil. Thank you very much for that. So it would have cost you a whole 12 pennies to take 100 shares of this bad boy short. That's obviously a very good deal in case you don't know. So shout out to Real Trading. Best prop firm around, baby. No question about that. SPCE continues to sell off. SMCI very weak today. 547 high, but that's as good as it could do. It looks like it's on its way to $500. 502.46, essentially 502.5 to defend their printing 503s. But this thing moves dollars at a time, guys. So this is going to split. We're going to have to wait a couple of months for this bad boy to split. August 1st, the 10th? October, sorry.
October 1st. Yeah.
First, thank you. Yeah, because
August 1st would be a couple months.
It's gone, Adara.
August 1st you'd be right. It would be a few months because it would be August 1st, 2025.
Oh.
So you were right.
Okay. Yeah. October 1st, guys, this bad boy splits is going to be a 10 for 1. So it's going to be, given the current price, be about $50. Definitely a lot more tradable for retail. And that is their obvious intentions here. They want more retail involvement. Hey, you remember that one?
I do.
October. Hopefully we'll get an October this year. Again, it's prior to the election. So my bias guess, that's all that it is that we zig and zag until the election is done, and then we know our foot from our elbow, and then we can kind of move on from there. You're printing up a storm. Tell them about it.
I am. Thank you. Yeah. So I know I've been like trading quite a lot today, guys. It's just been a really, if there's opportunities, I've been like, I got to take them. Took some opportunities I shouldn't have taken earlier today. AMD. But you know what? Generally, you've got to look at the trading and at your day on the balance of the evidence. And there are some decisions I made that I am very proud of. I'm going to stop like tooting my own horn here. The reason I liked that 65 on Shopify was because we couldn't break it earlier, right? So we break it, we have a retest. I got involved 94s here because I wasn't able to get full 65s. I was going to risk into that 65.20. I had a clear level because I had seen that level because I was in the trade earlier. Scalped out half the position here. I took some size on this too, 30 pennies in the money. Let's see if it can go lower. I was at a really brief SPY short. I think it took like 25 pennies on half the position or 2/3 of the position, and the rest of the position I got out like just shy of 522s here. That was a whole dollar breakdown. This is the type of trade I like to take on the SPY as it breaks down, which I have talked about before. But also, I can't believe it's already like 2 p.m. Sharif.
I didn't even know.
Yeah. Do you want to say goodbye?
No, I don't.
Okay. Sharif does not want to say goodbye. Shout out to Sharif, though. Thank you so much for everything you do. He puts together the lesson every single day. He's awesome. And he says, I have to hold on for a bit. I can keep talking. That's not a problem. I want to see what Shopify does here. If we keep going lower, happy I took out half the position. Hope you guys had fun because this has been such a fun day today. Thank you, Daryl Flinch. I appreciate it, And there were times where I wanted to flinch in this Shopify trade because I had tried this short a couple times and it didn't work out. But one thing that Neil and Opie were saying last Friday that I really have tried to learn from was sometimes the best trades or the most fulfilling trades or the trades you don't expect are the ones that you take because you didn't get it the first try. This is my third try at the Shopify short, and I hate to be trite or cliched, but third time was indeed the charm. And sometimes it's just like, if you still see those levels, don't doubt yourself. If you still have the confidence or whatever, go after it. That last try was just, maybe the markets are doing something different here. I am going to get out here at Shopify because, like I said, don't take trades beyond the midday. And also, I don't like this bounce we're having at 80s. So I'll take 20-ish pennies, 15 pennies. I have no qualms about that. That is for sure. I hope you guys had a really fun day here, though. NVIDIA, says Roger. Yeah, I'm going to pull up NVIDIA in a second here. I just want to get out of my shops. Close up shop for the day here. Shopify, though, if you give us any day 2 plays, that would be fun for sure. We've got NVIDIA here. Let's see what NVIDS is up to. We've got NVIDS. Ooh. Oh, wow. Okay, NVIDIA getting a little bit. I haven't really looked at a lot of these Mag 7s today, so I guess that, maybe I just have, I forgot how these move. But NVIDIA getting all wild and woolly here just above this 101 area. We're just waiting for Sharif to get ready, guys. So I will continue to talk until we find out what's happening here. So we're going to get out here basically flat at Shopify. I wasn't able to get filled here earlier. My NVIDIA chart, for some reason, only showing me 1 5-minute candle. So I'll pull up my side chart on NVDA. Ooh, NVDA had a bit of an interesting area here. That is for sure. Shout out to Roger. I remember at one point, someone in the chat said, we barely down NVIDIA. Now we're red, but also now we're looking for Sharif at the green screen. See you guys tomorrow. Hope you have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. We got my pal Sharif over there.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you get to decide what we talk about every day. Sean's on vacation, but we got Obi, we got Neil. They're ready to look at the names as decided by you. So make sure to join Adira and I on the How to Trade Midday show and get into that chat and vote for the names every day, and we'll cover them right at this 2 o'clock hour. There we go. The Q's definitely off the highs. We're at almost 18.6 on the NQ September contract now. We're really breaching that 18.2 on the way down. We're about a 1/4 point now negative after being positive the most of the day. We'll see the weakness on the Mag 7 name, save and accept for Apple. Palantir, the #1 name as decided by you. Great earnings report for them today. They got back into that $27, $28 area. We've been all watching for that $30 area breach, which has been elusive so far. Definitely well off the highs, but still, guys, up 2% on the day.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Okay. So, and we're going to get to Upstart's not there. We had some stuff we'll talk about Upstart obviously at some point here.
Yeah.
But as for Palantir, didn't exactly time that one right. So Palantir, for two reasons, I'd say it bamboozled me. And the first one was when you had that news, it was an earnings continuation play. And then you had the Wendy's news, I think it was, like it just didn't do anything on that Wendy's news pre-market. And all of a sudden at the open, here, I'm going to go to 15-minute chart because I feel like that's not, there you go. This is going to show up much more clean. Let me get rid of that line there. A little bit more clean here. Nothing happening in pre-market on the Wendy's news. Was looking for the continuation play. We had the earnings, a dip and rip. That was pretty good, but failed at 27.40. I kind of felt other things were going to be better than Palantir. Right at the open, it runs the top, pulls right back into support at 27, and then runs the top again, and then it just starts going and going. Well, I just got trailed out of ARM. We'll get to the chips in a second, but ARM, I was just short ARM in front of like 109, and it just trailed back through 107.5. So it looks like maybe we're catching a bounce somewhere. But Palantir did not get that dip and rip, did not get that breakout. Then it did that crest off 28. I decided to take the scalp trade 28 to 28.10 and reversed into this short-lived and tried to go mean reversion way too early. It made a couple of highs in here, but look what happens when it eventually breaks 28. And I'll get to Intel later because Intel was a good stock, but man, Intel should have been the best stock today. 28 finally breaks. Look how clean it is when it fails. Unbelievable. It tries to retest, goes exactly to $28 even, and now flushes to 27. There's a difference between the front end of a short and the back end of a short. Like whether you have it here, just somewhere else. But if you like the 28 level, this is when you need to have it like there, or breaking VWAP into the downside. This is why I bring it up, because I was thinking trend reverse, quick snap into VWAP, and did not give this one enough room, I think, on Palantir. And just because I did get out of it, I'll go to ARM right now because I was in the trade. It just trailed back out. So I shorted ARM a couple times, flat bottom breakdown, then let it come into resistance, scalped a little bit, and then it just took out, it bounced off 107 and took out 107.5. So that's me getting out of ARM. Still like this one to the sell side. ARM down 5% today. Who knew?
Yeah, it's absolutely wild. Like this right here, Neil. We talk about reversion. That is a beautiful backside. Oh my God.
It is
Day
tasty.
2 earnings, strength off of the open, consolidates what? For over an hour and a half, right? And then you make a base, and then you get crushed. Market tailwind for that confluence as well. We're about to come into day opening range low here on Palantir, pretty much wiping the whole move on the day. 2680s we're trading at 27s, only about a few pennies away from there. Oh boy, that is beautiful.
You really sink your teeth into that kind of version. What?
The playbook play.
Yeah, it's an absolute playbook play.
No regrets, a little bit of FOMO, but you know what? We missed the trade, that's okay. There's a lot of backside going on in the market right now, so, you know, what's the next trade is what I'm asking, but that is a beautiful chart, for sure.
I can't hang with all these innuendos, man. I mean, like, this is great. Fantastic. Tesla, next on the list, 3.25 in the red. No headline today for Tesla, but there was this one yesterday recalling about 1.8 million vehicles in China. Specifically, it's about to do with that front trunk or the frunk, whatever they call it, coming detached while driving. It's an over-the-air software update, not expected to cost a whole lot, but sending this bad boy down 3.25.
It's unbelievable that Tesla is an inside day right now. The market's bleeding, and this is technically still an inside day, at least for now. But I mean, obviously, a lot can change. So remember this morning, there were two breakout plays that I listed on Big Cap Tech that kind of weren't on our rundown. One of them was, hey, look at this triple top with higher lows into it on Tesla 204 breakout. Thank goodness that never set up, because if I had taken that break, suffice to say it wouldn't have worked. Not really rocket science. And the other one was Apple 210, like the one that I didn't actually sit around waiting with an order on was Apple. And of course, Apple went. So right here, you've got this, I guess the Alamo for this afternoon, like 192.70. This is yesterday's low. It was a consolidation in the morning off of that level as well. I'm going to try to hold it together because Obi keeps cracking up over there. But yeah, if we do not hold this, we're in some serious trouble. And I see you, okay? Casro, I see you. It's only Wednesday. We could lose 190 today, and we still have a couple of days to get to 174. It's still on my iPad. No questions about it. And you're going to get the bang, you're going to get the congratulations, or whichever thing on the stream deck is actually working for me in that moment. All I have to, and as far as I'm concerned, if we break 175, Casro, in our chat, that's good enough, man. If I see a 74 handle on it, it doesn't actually have to get to 74 even. So I'd be cheering for your shorts if I didn't own my long term, but I wish I had found a short in this stock today. There were a bunch of things to go short on, and we didn't. We'll answer the question about this after the rundown. If you've been watching the show long enough, i.e. if you were watching yesterday, then you should know exactly what we said what was coming. I mean, yesterday we said what it kind of had arrived and we had to go pick up. So you guys know what that is.
Yeah, for sure. Tesla off the open, wicking that pre-market high. Not only pre-market high, prior day's high as well. Flushes down. VWAP cannot get back through VWAP. Now, a little distinctly different from the action that we've been having over the past couple of days, holding above VWAP. Sells off of VWAP, reclaims, holds, pushes up. Right off of the open, you cannot hold VWAP. On the retest, you cannot hold VWAP. And then we're pulling back in. 200, failure to follow through. Confluence with a little bit of VWAP rejection there as well. Coming in and around that midday. And again, you have that market tailwind as well, giving you that flush. Coming in to that 193.50. Something I do want to note is that NVIDIA is almost at 100 right now, so I got eyes on NVIDIA, only about 80 pennies away from that 100 as the market tanks to the downside. So does that 100 confluence with that 18 thou? Let's wait and see. That's what I got on watch right now.
Yeah, from NVIDIA to Intel kind of in the same sell-off pattern. You can see it's at lows. It was zigging and zagging with 20. That was an interesting level for me because I was kind of looking at 20 possibly as the same thing that we were doing on 30 on Intel before that big earnings miss. Yeah, nothing new with Intel today. It's the same thing that was a holdover from last week from that disappointing earnings release. Look, they're going to cut about $10 billion worth of costs, and that's going to include about 15% of their workforce that they're going to have to sadly lay off. They're also going to suspend, not cancel, but suspend the dividend. We saw that with Micron, suspending it back in 2020, reinstituting it today, guys.
Things first, shout out to you, Mr. Westermeyer. Thank you for the super chat. Super chat from one of our longtime viewers, Bring Sally Up. And the congrats isn't to me. You're saying I earned it, but it's all you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for sending it. What this is. And if you're just tuning in, we like to have fun on the show. A lot of our viewers, you jump in the chat, and you have to be a subscriber to be in the chat. We interact all the time. And Mr. Westermeyer came and visited us actually here in Toronto. We went out for some drinks, and then I don't remember why we did this, but if I did the Bring Sally Up challenge, he'd send us a new 8-ball. So I did that live on the show. I didn't make it through the entire song, but I did go until I fell flat on my face to failure. That's the way I look at it. If I'm doing something, I'm going all out. I don't care if I'm on camera, and it was probably a little bit embarrassing that I fell on that because it's really dirty by the green screen, but that's what it's all about. So we'll unveil that. However, I will say this. With regards to Intel, which we're talking about right now, this is the worst possible green day that I could have in the last month. And the entire reason for that is it's all because of Intel. Like, forget about every other trade. I forget about the fact that exactly at the moment that I got out of SMCI was a perfect short. But Intel, I stand by the reason for getting in at the quarters and taking the point and getting out at the 20 level. In that moment, it made sense at that 20. But then look what happens, and I'm going to zoom way in so you can see what happens when it gets through 20. So this is it bouncing off 20. This is what happens when it loses $20. And this is it's a 1 minute chart. I'm going to go to the 3 minute. I usually use a 3 minute chart. I'll go back to that in a second because I wanted you to see here. This is 1 wick, 2 wicks, 3 wicks, 4 underneath, and then 5. So for 5 minutes, it sits right there with $20 on the offer after losing support. for 5 minutes, and then it breaks down. It then retests 1999 a couple minutes after that, and then flushes. And what you will see are an absence of shorts by me. I did go over to ARM when I missed out on Intel, and ARM's now a decent stock for me, but there's just no way I should be up more short ARM in like 2 trades than on Intel, which gave you everything you needed for the reload. It's just been a short till it's not. And I don't know the answer to when it isn't, but it's not today. That's it.
You know, we talk about that bigger picture trend, that trend move right here. Intel's already been getting sold off since those highs and accelerating even further off of their earnings, and now we're cracking this little bit of a consolidation on earnings day 2, day 3, with lows at 19.17. We're only about 20 pennies away from there. But yeah, Neil's absolutely correct. This ticker, again, I've been short this ticker multiple times over the past couple of weeks. And yeah, days like today, I'm just like, yeah, why am I still not kind of indulging in this idea where bigger picture, it is coming in and you're getting a strong market tailwind. NVIDIA a quarter away from that 100 as of right now.
It's going to break.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Yeah, be on the lookout for that break here. Next, Disney. Oh, bad lit day today for Disney. They obviously reported this morning, initially popped up, market received it well, earnings were good, revenue was good, but then this headline came in. They may actually have to pay another $5 billion for that Hulu stake, and that was not met well by investors. Guys, we are down almost 3.5%, but a little bit off the lows.
Okay, NVIDIA is right at 106 cents. I know we're supposed to be talking about, okay, let's get to Disney in a second, everybody. I don't mind. Disney's not really doing much of anything, but let's see what happens at that $100 level on NVIDIA. The thing about it, and Obi just mentioned, I just heard Obi say this, we're at 18,000 on the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
So if you were to bounce,
7,000 lots?
How much was there?
7,000 to 8,000 lots, is that right?
I saw it for like a split second on NVIDIA on the bid. Let's go in the other way. I saw it for like a split second on NVIDIA. What are we seeing down there? I have to keep
chunk of
scrolling.
change.
It's a lot.
A nice chunk of change.
$1 million. Call it $1 million on the bid. Something like that. It's done 250 million shares. However, it might have been $1 million on that bid. But if it wants to go through, it's done, like I said, it's done 250 million shares, NVIDIA. 250 million shares. It's 215. Okay? So it doesn't care about 1 million shares on this bid. It'll chew through that like a hot knife through butter, or like any reasonable pass rusher through the Cowboys' offensive line. It doesn't really matter. It's chewing right through it. I'm just saying. So I know what you're thinking, and I'm probably thinking the same thing. Because we're at 18,000, I'm talking about Obi. If it breaks this, the short might not be if it breaks right away, because it might do a little bit of a rinse because we're at support on the futures, and then it would be either a fade off of maybe 101, 102 on the way back after it stops everybody out, or a reclaim of the 100 is the way that I would play it. Yeah. So I'm not going long off 100 here because of 18,000, but I'm not taking the breakdown right away. I'm looking for a false break, maybe a reversion back in here where we can short it after everyone gets stopped out that tries to short the 100, or if it takes it a second time. That would be my play. Okay, so now you've heard my plan of action. We can talk about Disney. Disney's at the low of the day. Disney is not having a good day. Thankfully, Netflix was doing okay.
Oh,
there it goes. So there's the break on
90.
NVIDIA.
Just a 90.
Yeah, I promise you we'll get to Disney at some point. But there's the break of NVIDIA. It got to 99.80 and now right back through. So this would be that test. If it makes a push into 101, I'd look for a short back into 101. Or maybe just something a little bit lower in here. So basically a flat bottom break happened on Disney. Unless it gets back above 90, I think they're in a world of hurt for Disney. It's a hands off for me in the long term. 78 is the key level. Sorry, I'm going to be watching NVIDIA here. It's at 100. But 78 is the bid on the long term. I think that's where it's worthy of looking. If it continues to the downside, that's where I would look to see if Disney can catch a bid. Otherwise, it needs to reclaim the $90 level. It's at the lows of the day as we speak, while the futures are at this 18,000.
Yeah, definitely. Again, I got it on a watch right here. It's chopping around. A lot of volume being done at that 100 mark. So yeah, just definitely something to keep eyes on. I don't necessarily want to get involved right away. But I think definitely got to have eyes on it.
broke 500.
SMCI broke 500, says Neil. Okay, wow, yeah, let's. All right, so a little bit of chop happening around that 100. So let's talk about Disney here. Disney's selling off strongly off of earnings there. Makes a little bit of a low. Lick grabs that low right off of the open, gives you a little bit of a bid, but can't really get past some of these pre-market levels. Does get past some of that VWAP, but look at that previous day consolidation low, a little bit of a pullback here. Can't really get past that either. That level kind of shows up as well in the pre-market right here, where a little bit of consolidation pop comes down, bit of a chop, and then drop down further. So that an 89 level rejecting as of right now, and we're pulling down to the downside again. Let's see if some of these day lows, opening range low at 86.21, also day low. Let's see if we can get there. Only about less than a point away from that level right now, 50, 60 pennies.
Very tough today for Airbnb. Obviously, they reported after the bell yesterday, down 14 1/3. Look, it was a mixed report. There were some good, some bad, but what really stood out, and I think what the market is really digesting here, is the forecast. They're basically seeing weakness in the U.S. market, not as much weakness in the international market. They also removed about 200,000 lower quality listings that they say didn't meet their standards. Yeah, but right now, we're trying to bounce off day's lows, guys.
Yeah, we're trying to bounce up days low. So the reclaim, when it retook the low of the day there on NVIDIA, by the way, it, let's just say it flushed rather quickly. I'll just go ahead and cancel. I did try to quickly snag it as it reclaimed that low. The other thing, and I'll get to Airbnb in a quick second. The other thing that just played was 130 on AMD as I saw that happening. So I went over when I didn't get the fill in NVIDIA and tried to get AMD off of 130. Did not get the fill either. I'll leave that one in there because it's a pretty good level on its own. Now we can talk about some Airbnb. 99.50s trying to hold a little bit on NVIDIA. So might make another challenge at 100. Sometimes down 14% could look a heck of a lot worse. Because there wasn't a ton of follow-through at the bottom on Airbnb. It went right down into 113, a support level. I had one short early off of VWAP that we scalped, and then it kind of broke back out. It didn't go back over to it because it just really started blowing it out. I felt at that point, this was the moment, it either reloaded or not. It then falls right back in, and it's underneath 112. Which is where I was shorting before. That's a key price level, as I showed you. The daily support was down at 113. So closing underneath that's going to be pretty bearish here for Airbnb. But as you can see on a 15-minute chart, this is what it's been doing. Going sideways for the last hour and 15 minutes. At this point, it is a chip story. SMCI, I still can't get over the fact that for anyone that wasn't watching in the morning show, this was the moment that I got into an SMCI long on trend. This is the moment that I was like, it's not getting to the 40s. It's going to stop here. And this is when it turned, and I did not get short on that trend reversal trade. The mean reversion was ridiculous. This is now at $492 while NVIDIA battles with the 100 on the other side.
Yeah, 1 second. I just got to get this in real quick.
You going long?
I
got it. So basically, I know you're always going long back through the 100 level, as we can certainly see there. And will it hold on? See, my plan of action was to, if it lit grabs underneath, let's have a look at the 101 instead of the 100 on the way down. So it already broke a fresh low. Let's see what happens. AMD is going to try and take that 130 level. If it does, I'm jamming out of it. But I wanted to see the 101 there. So I know you're long at the 100 level, Obi. Yeah. Let's see what happens on that. NVIDIA, nice lit grab going. SMCI making a bit of a bounce as well. AMD just took out the 130, so I'm going to be out of that one. I'm looking for 101 here. Can it sustain through that level? And the other thing I'm curious about is, if we do make a big bounce off 18,000, how far can Intel get? And I think that's, to me, that's the biggest dog right now, because it's been sliding down regardless. Some days NVIDIA is strong, some days it's weak. Today it's weak. Yesterday was actually a pretty good day for NVIDIA. Whereas Intel's basically been a short every day. So on any pops, that's the lowest hanging fruit in my opinion. It looks like we're not getting to that 101, slowing up here at 125 cents. I'd like it to get a little bit into the 101 so you could give it to the 101 half. I see Pathik saying shop, shop, shop. You must mean Shopify moving. Eyes are on NVIDIA for me. maybe I can do this for you. I'm going to throw Shopify on another chart that I can just bring down because I don't want to get off the NVIDIA chart. Yeah, look at Shopify's reversion here. Nasty. Shopify right into the morning low and it catches a bounce. 63.5, opening range low on Shopify. That is exactly where it bounced. So I'm going to hope that if you're long, you got it long right off of that low. This is why we talk about the opening range. I'll zoom it out so you can see. This is why we talk about the opening range bottom, because that ends up, you never know when it's going to matter. And that just ended up giving you a nice bounce trade there on Shopify as we're headed back into the upside. All right, now you're starting to press a little bit on NVIDIA. Let's see if we can get to that 101. The low was 63.50, Patrick.
Yeah. I mean, it's been holding the 8 and the 21 moving average right here. I got the 8 on a 3-minute. I got the 8 moving at like 140. We're attempting to push that. 21 at 101.18. So yeah, 101 is definitely within range of the trend that it's been doing. But yeah, Airbnb, sorry, I kind of missed that one there. But a little bit of a move off of the open there. You attempt to break some of these pre-market highs, but failure to follow through, man, comes right back in. I was looking for that push either way, right? One way or the other, but we kind of just been trading within that opening range pretty much all day. You attempt to break the highs, can't really get there. Opening range low, attempts to break, holds on the bid just above that 110. I like that, but hasn't really gone anywhere too far since then. NVIDIA is still chopping around this 100 mark, man. So it might not be, like we said, might not be the cleanest on the first time around, might not even be it. But that 18th out, catching a little bit of a bid here, holding in trend is NVIDIA on I got a 3-minute chart here. So let's see how well this 100 holds. We've sold off quite extensively, I guess, since the morning. You can see when the sell comes in around 11 o'clock right here, 18,550 reject, and then pushes right back in all the way to 18,000 on the DAC. So absolutely wild move there. Over, well, pretty much 500 points. 500 points to the downside on the NASDAQ right there. Things might be catching a little bit of a bounce.
I mean, they're definitely, I see Ricky Peters in the chat there. The trap has been set, but is the weight enough to set it off? Ooh, I love that analogy.
Ooh.
I love that analogy. Like, certainly the trap was set for the short down underneath the 100. Like, that's sort of what I'm looking at. Like, okay, well, what happens when it gets back into here? Like that 101 half zone, this low. Like VWAP is at $104.05 or 50 cents. So even if you get up to this level, you could break out that top. You've still got $3 to go up into VWAP. Yep. So to me, the decision zone is going to be in here. I want to see, does it punch through here, or are we still going to be heading to the downside? So I want to see it get to $101. A, obviously it'd be nice if you just went on the long. B, it'll get into the zone that I like. And the other thing, I cannot believe, like this is, whoops, I just went to Tesla. I legitimately meant to type Intel. I don't know why I just typed Tesla. So Intel tries to get back to 1950. This is the other one I want to look short. Want to look short up at that 1965 zone. We're going to do the unveiling a little bit later, but NVIDIA took 100 downside, came right back up, Randy. Big shout out to Randy, who did go to the Rexall to pick up this Magic 8 Ball twice, because it wasn't there. Well, it wasn't available. It's there, but you can't pick it up until 1 o'clock. You know it's there already when they say that. Yeah. It's like they give you the slip and it's like it'll be available after 1 o'clock. You know it's been sitting there all day long, and why they have to be like available.
That's happened to me so many times where I'm really like anticipating a package and they're like ready before this. I'm like, well, my app is showing me that it's already at the location. It's already there. So I'm just going to go pick it up early. They're like, no, we got to do some stuff. Like maybe it's like some logistics or something like that. Who knows? But
they're just messing with us, man. But that's how it's. You know the episode of Seinfeld with the cable guy, right?
I think I've only seen the first season. So like,
oh, okay, yeah. Well, I mean, you guys probably know what I'm talking about. They give you like a window. The joke is they give you a window of time. Well, come between 12 o'clock and 4 p.m. Like a 4-hour window that they're going to show up to do 10 minutes of work, and that's not how it is anymore. But like. Yeah, then they show up outside of it. Actually, I think realistically a lot of that stuff is way better now. All right, so let's go back over to the markets. So I was saying Intel can't get past 19.5. NVIDIA's still going or trying to go up. Intel's curling at 19.5. I feel with Intel at these levels, it'll be tight stops. If we get back in closer to 1975, I'd give it a bit of a wider berth. But the market is really trying to make this bounce work. Let's see if I can't get picked up like 48 or something like that on Intel in front of this 19.5. Let's go. Let's see what happens here. I want to keep an eye on that NVIDIA, which you're watching it because you're into it. Might have just missed a chance to get the offer. Okay, let's move to 97 and see if we get filled at 97. Don't want to move too far away from.
Holding within this trend here. You can see I got a moving average on this chart here as well, but not necessarily the one I'm kind of using as an indication really. But you can see you get the gist of it. We've been in this pretty much tight trend, and this retest off of that 100 still holding well within that tight trend. We did drop down into what is that? You know what's funny? I had an alert at 490 and change on SMCI, and we took a little bit of a bounce. We took a 6-point bounce on SMCI off of that 490 as of right now. That's the only alert I really had on SMCI. I might have put it in this morning as well on screen, but
why 490? Out of curiosity.
Okay, let's see why 490. I think I remember why. I just got to make sure. Just looking back at the chart, let's go to an hourly here. Why 490? Oh, right, because earnings, first earnings day. Right?
There you go.
Yeah, I did put that. First earnings day of this year, right here.
I see it.
Like you see that right there? Top coming into it, base coming off of it. So I like that 490 for a potential push. And because that was the first earnings that we popped off of, pulled back, and that was the base of this year. First earnings of this year is what I mean. On SMCI, and we're holding that. As of right now, we're just holding that by like 6 points. Again, a $500 ticker, 6 points. It'll eat that for breakfast.
Oh, 100%. The other thing that's happening right now as we speak, so I did get that fill in the offer of Intel. With Intel, you got to sit on the offer. It's it's a $20 stock, so you don't always want to be paying that extra penny, but it gave me the fill anyways. Bitcoin is rolling over a little bit here. So this is a 15-minute chart. I don't really need to use a different time frame. We're going to test 55,000. So basically 55,000, NVIDIA 100, NASDAQ 18,000. I mean, the ES isn't really at a key level. Actually, wait a minute. 5233 was a key level, I think. I think the ES bottom is actually at a key level. 5233 for some reason. Actually, in the back of my mind, I'm pretty sure that was a big level. So you've got a lot of things sort of coalescing, if that's even the right word, on the bid. That if we lose them all, I know it's only Wednesday, but you guys can make up something for. There's no good puns for Wednesdays. Like there's Turnaround Tuesday, Free Fall Friday, Manic Monday. What the heck do you do for
Wonderful Wednesdays?
Well, I mean,
Right.
Hold on a second, Obi.
Yes.
Oh, just wait a minute, because I'm going to pull back up the chart of the futures and just remind everybody that we've gone top to bottom here. So I don't know if we can call it a Wonderful Wednesday. I was thinking something more negative.
I mean, depends on perspective. I see a pullback that hard, and I see again backside. I'm going to be like, that is wonderful.
Okay. And
Wipeout Wednesday, all right.
Wipeout Wednesday. Matthew Booth in the chat. Wipeout Wednesday. There's Wild. There's Week Wednesday. It's also Hump Day. No, I know it's Hump Day. I just wanted something that was a little bit crazy. No, Wipeout Wednesday. So if we get to the lows and break them, we got ourselves a Wipeout Wednesday. We'll see. So I took some out at 42s on Intel. Low of the day is 1937. So you effectively have the current range, 1950 to 1937. So the local range is basically 13 cents on Intel. Obviously, it's moved a heck of a lot more than that today, but until it breaks out of this range, any shorts in front of the 50s is a scalp to the low and then hold some. So I tried to get more shares, but I actually did not get filled at 48. Wet blanket Wednesday, whack Wednesday. Now you guys are really starting to live it up there. So I'm going to wait till we're in a power. When we get power hour, we'll do a power hour reveal and maybe ask the 8-ball an important question. But for now, the market seems like it wants to retest 18,000. If we lose 18,000, well, we did get, okay, we got to 18.0 something.
Yeah, we never got to 18 flat.
Close enough. We didn't actually get to 18,000. Yeah. But at this point, did we come all this way?
To come all this way?
To not get to the level? I'm inclined to think not.
I don't know.
I'm just saying. Yeah,
so that 100 coming right back in as the market takes a little bit of a flush down. So yeah, we only bid back up into that trend high, and then we're coming right back in to that 100 as of right now, with the market pushing right back into that 18th thou mark. So yeah, very likely, I guess that I'm probably going to get stopped out of this one here. But stop is in. We'll wait. We'll see. I'm accepted the risk and more than willing to try it a couple of times. And if it's not there, it's not there. If it trades lower and kind of pushes back in, then that's perfectly fine as well. Next trade is what I'm going to be saying. So yeah, it's coming right in. Look at that 99.90s churning as of right now here. Reclaim of 100, but nothing too crazy. A lot of chop, a lot of volume. We were talking about a lot of volume. Almost 8,000 shares. Sorry, lots. Not even shares. Not 8,000 shares. 8,000 lots almost got taken on the bid at 100. We were talking about this just yesterday. You remember last time NVIDIA was at 100? You know, I'm sure that's a phrase we're going to be saying. We're going to be saying in a few months, maybe potentially. Whichever way we go.
Obi?
And 100 definitely going to be an interesting area.
Do you remember the good old days?
Good old days.
When NVIDIA was trading under $100, where it looked like the world was ending, and it was down at $93, and everybody and their mother was asking, when is limit down? What is the market going to do?
Limit down?
Well, that was 2 days ago.
Yeah.
That was 2 days ago, and I know you knew that, but I'm saying it anyways. Be careful with it. Thank you for the super chat. Kyle Burdett, 245 coming, and the big boys could try and put on a big action burst. Stay water. I like that. That means stay fluid. Do not get wrapped up in anything. Do not get messed up. Bo's saying in the chat, I'm going to hit the old like on that one. Thank you so much there for the super chat. Is that Boaz? 100 is in support. 100's a round number where a bunch of people just took shares. I tend to agree with that. The support level, I got a bunch of wicks on this. I can go to the 3 minute. Maybe they don't have those on the 3 of NVIDIA. Hey, that was Neil going short at 104 and getting out at 103 because sometimes I do that. But if I pull back a little bit further, I think it was 98. No, that's not the day. It was 2 days ago. 98 was, you can't see. You can only see it on the 15th. But it was like a double barrel higher low support at $98 on NVIDIA. I guess I'll just have to use this 15 minute, and it's right here. 98. I think that would be the spot where you run into some support. So you could still have a bounce off of that level. All bets are off if it loses it. And speaking of stocks losing levels, Intel still won't break the low yet. But the similar thing happened on ARM at this 108. So the reason I was in the ARM short was this. So look at this 108 level. Sorry, it's actually like 108.80 or 109. You saw the same thing happen where you had some support after that big, massive down day in the afternoon where we reversed. You had support there. It ended up breaking down off that support. So I was short it. And I should maybe be going back into this. I don't know. This is to 110. I don't know if it's close enough to the 110 for a reload in this. But yeah, NVIDIA looking awfully weak. Intel won't break any fresh lows. I might pivot to ARM if I don't find something juicy in NVIDIA. I don't want to be punching the low, but there's still some room to that $98 level. Should try and get something into that 100. But ARM looks pretty tasty as well. I just kind of feel like if we run the short, if we run that 18,000, it could get relatively nasty, and it might be difficult to get into shorts as 18,000 is trying to go. You almost need to be in something going into it. What else we got going? I know Lumen is trying to make a bit of a base, but that's a weak stock currently. If I see Lumen start to go, I have no issues trying to jump into a long, but it's been very, very weak lately.
Yeah, no, I'm just, again, we're coming right back into that 100 mark, so I am trying this a couple of times here. Again, we talk about things not being clean on the initial pushes there, so gotta be a little wary on that one there, and see what we do in and around this 100 as the market comes into that 18,000 and attempts to test push around some size, some volume here on the future. So we are still hovering, still holding 99.70s on NVIDIA here. But yeah, no, you're right. 100 is just not. It's not necessarily like a clear technical level, but it is kind of a place where a lot of volume churned. And yeah, I like that 98 as well. If we can potentially come back into that, I like that even more as well. But yeah, let's see what we do with this 999.5s holding as of right now, trend holding as of right now. And yeah, no, was it Kyle? Was it Kyle who was saying that? Yeah, watch out for any sort of like volatility be like water. Yeah, definitely gotta assume that mindset for sure here as things start to get a little bit spicy. Again, selling off all day. Well, most of the day, majority of the day. We've been selling off since 11 o'clock in a straight trend down. You'll take a look at some of these ETFs, some of these chip names. Very clean trends to the downside. 50-minute prior bars, 30-minute prior bars, 1 hour prior bars. All of them holding so well. Shorts have definitely been in charge and on the book here. Very clean. You can see we've pretty much extended distinctly off of VWAP as well as we're pulling back into some of these levels here, Neil. So yeah, let us know. Are you guys trading some of these trends on the day? Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, let us know in the chat what you guys are doing. Ponzi, no, Brendan's hard at work, man. He's, I have to go that way. See, there's Brendan, and he's always hard at work, but he's not trading. He's doing the things that need to get done to make sure Trader TV Live gets better each and every single day, and it's all for you guys. But Intel just broke the lows, and I'm trying to get into what is with like ARM. Okay. Anyways, yeah, I didn't get into ARM. So ARM did this wick up to 109. This is me trying to catch the lower high. That's me canceling the order as it starts to break into the downside. At the same time, that's also me trying to get short underneath 100 again on NVIDIA. And the only thing I'm in right now is that Intel. But on that last little pop up, I did try in a couple to get into some things. And Darius Golden just said, well, I didn't get into those shorts, so we'll have to wait for another entry. Rounded top on the 1 hour on NVIDIA. I don't know, but what I can do is we can look at an hourly chart. I'll just use a picture-in-picture here. Go from a 15 to the hour. Yeah, that'll do. Well, you can call this a lot of things. I mean, you've got, not only do you have a rounded top, you've got a double top, you have a clear resistance failure, you have a higher low support breaking down to multiple levels. So basically, see all these higher lows that you've got on NVIDIA, that's the 98, that's the 100, and then we already lost the 101 half. The 101 half was already referenced on the fail break of 100. I wanted the short back at 101 half. That's for this reason. So now you fail that one, you're testing the 100, you still got the 98, all bets are off if we lose $98 on NVIDIA. So if you were trading this in the morning, like I think like long here to 98 would be reasonable because you could probably break back out and go $5. It's just usually when I have a tighter stop. Let me pop that back in. The cool thing about Trade Ideas is I can just double click the top and it just pops right back in. See, when I look up, I'm looking sometimes at that.
VIX just wicked off of 30.
The VIX just went too?
Just slightly off of 30, pulling back off of 30. I like that a little bit.
Oh,
better
I saw
for
that,
the confluence for the long
now
as well. Let's see if the VIX can catch a little bit of a pop here. Still holding trend here on.
Oh my God, Apple's at 210.
Apple's at 210. That was a bit of a level here over the past couple of days. Let's see what Apple does.
Now
with
that would be a long back through.
What's your idea on that one?
No, so in this last move, 18,000 didn't break. Okay, so here's Apple 210 in the morning when it broke. Let me go to the 15 minutes so you guys can see this. There's Apple 210 double top yesterday. So if it's going to lit grab underneath 210, this is actually up 1 1/3. So Apple's up on the day. I just went one screen too far for you guys there. I want to go back to my 3-minute chart. I don't like 1-minute charts. Back to a 3. So it just lit grabbed underneath the 210 level, consolidating. If it can reclaim it, I do like this a little bit better for a long here. So let's see if we can get back through the 210. Still not really finding, like I said, if NVIDIA gets up to 101, 101 half, that's the spot that I'm really looking for that short. That would make some sense. But Apple through 210, that was a big level before. If it can reclaim it, that was the biggest candle since midday in terms of volume just happened. So let's see if it can get back to that 210. That would be bullish for Apple.
Yeah, no, that, again, only about almost 3 minutes left to print here on this 15-minute candle. And take a look at the NASDAQ candle right there. A bit of a bottom wick about to go red to green on the NASDAQ candle. So we would have had an attempted push into that 18,000, a retest of 18.1 on the previous 15-minute candle, and now this 15-minute candle here, a little bit of a bottom wick happening. Let's see if that means anything. I don't know whether it means anything or not, but can it bounce? I have no idea, but there is a lot of volume that's getting churned in and around this 100 mark. So let's see. I have no idea. But that 100, definitely a little bit of an interesting area for me with all the volume that's coming in and around here. It could just be a pit stop and we could trade lower, or it could be like a little bit of a point on the chart where we take a little bit of a bounce off of. So no idea, just waiting, watching patiently, not in the full size that I'd really like to be in here just yet. I've tried it twice already. They say third time's a charm, but I don't know. We shall see. I don't think there's
a lot of
33% win rate is not necessarily.
If you're a baseball player, you're going to the Hall of Fame with a 33% win rate. Although, see, people say that, but it's not actually true. Because people always talk about in baseball, it's your batting average. But last I checked, there's more than one way to get on base. The thing that actually matters in baseball, and I'm a bit of a baseball nerd, how many outs do you make? It's not, to me, it's not, it's the rate at which you make outs. So if you don't make an out, you've done something good. So in baseball, if you win only 33% of the time, you're basically average. People say go to the Hall of Fame 3 times out of 10. You're actually not. I'm gonna take a shot at this arm. I actually didn't mean. I didn't mean that pun, man. That was a bad pun. I didn't mean it. It was a complete accident. I'm gonna take a shot at this arm underneath 109 here. Just some selling that's coming into 109 even underneath that 109.30. Now I was short this before around this level. Pretty much at 9s. I kind of took, I don't know, I did not like this out there, and I kind of got back in here, then took some out flat when it held 9, held down into 107.5, as we mentioned before. Now I want to give it to this 109 quarter if we can. Intel's still cruising to the downside as far as I'm concerned, and I would like to be able to get into ARM or something else here that isn't just Intel flushing. SMCI tried to reclaim 500. It did not. Unfortunately. So SMCI, it's doing its best to get back above 500. Remember, this is SSR. That explodes through 500 could be spicy. Apple didn't break 200, so no long for me in that. I guess I'm either waiting for 101.5 short the fade on NVIDIA. If I can get filled at 109 on ARM, we'll take that. I am looking short. Intel just continues to flush. It's at 19.3. Okay, if I'm not going to get more shares of Intel at 19.5, do some work as to what the bottom is. Oh, lovely. Intel is 3 cents away from its post-earning low. 2 cents away. 1 cent away from its post-earnings low. And then there is no bottom that isn't $19 even, because that's just a round number. So Intel is going to get to 19 bucks. We'll have to find another way to get back into this. The market still holding the bottom of the channel, but at least this is still continuing to fall. The mistake was waiting till 19.5 to get short after covering at $20 even on Intel.
Yeah, that's a bit of a missed opportunity on my part as well. But again, missed a lot of playbook trades. I got to do better at trying to capture a lot of those trades when I can. And Intel was definitely one of the names on watch here. All right, we have closed that 15-minute candle. Let's see what we do on the DAC here as we're chopping and churning on top of that. What is that? 1850 on the NASDAQ there. Whereas the ES is at 5240 as of right now. I should probably be watching a little bit of some of this tech basket at the same time, just to kind of give me an idea. Okay, so Google, hello Google. Google, a little bit of a bounce happening on Google. Amazon, kind of a green candle on the 15, but we're seeing that kind of sentiment on a few different names. There's Softy though. Softy's the one, Neil.
What's it doing?
That's looking weaker than the rest of these.
Really?
Though they're all kind of selling off. This thing is looking. I mean, we made a bit of a wick on the last 15-minute candle, but the thing is, they're all wicky, right? So you can't really inference too much off of that there. But 13 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to print. Let's see if we can get a bit of a reversion here going into the last 15 minutes before power hour.
I'm always curious because everyone has different terms for these things. Because I see RL agree healthy sell-off NVIDIA. Then I saw someone Martin in the chat saying healthy sell-off has been selling off since June. I think every stock is different. Like, what's a healthy sell-off for Mullen? 97%? Like, what's a healthy sell-off for the Qs? Like 10, 20, 10%, 20%. Those things tend to be reasonable. For ARM, everything is different, man. Like, a healthy sell-off for ARM when it's doing this is not going to be the same as it is for Walmart. Just throwing something out there that is probably not having a terribly bad day today. I could be wrong about this, but everything's in context. So I think it's great. That's the best thing about the market is you have different instruments which have various degrees of volatility and where people can have vastly different opinions. That's why the stock market moves, and that's what makes trading, even possible. Like, if everyone had exactly the same outlook and the same time frame on everything, we'd be screwed. But there's people that are long-term investors and swing traders and day traders and scalpers and whatever the heck you want to call it. Now we'll go back to trading. ARM got that fill in front of 109, 108.80. You guys can see the range. That's 109. This is a 3-minute chart, so this is 10 minutes. For 10 minutes, it's been bouncing from 109 to 108. So plan of action, get short in front of 9, scalp some in front of 8, hold to see if it can break the low. So we'll keep it pretty simple there. And if the market wants to continue to go flush, at least I'll have something that is not Intel. There's always something else. VIX still ripping. I just saw that in the chat. Yeah, VIX
holding under.
Yeah, we're still trending higher on what I'm looking up. I'm looking at other charts. But yeah, we're still trending it back into the highs. So volatility would suggest that this 18,000, which is on the bid, could go. Tesla breaking 192, SMCI low a day. Intel's been at the low of the day forever, so who cares? Where's Apple? Nowhere. Okay, let's just cancel that. We're not breaking 210 on Apple, so we'll just cancel that order. We're going to the downside. It looks like Adara was dead on when she decided to dress in red today. And the funny thing, I'm not making this up. I had two choices, this like ridiculously bright teal shirt, which I'm realizing now is probably not the best look with all these lights. It's really shiny. I'm not going to wear this again. And I had a red polo that I was going to put on today, and then I just didn't do it. I decided this is really bright. Someone should tell me not to wear this on the show. Like, it's blinding.
Yeah, no,
Rob just said, I don't know where Fabian went, but Rob's on the ones and twos now. He just said it's a good contrast. No, I think it's like blinding. What do you guys think?
Yeah, no, I think I was talking to Fabian about this literally yesterday after the show, and I was like, I wore that really bright white shirt one day, and the chat was like, yeah, that's way too bright there. But yeah, no, sometimes I guess depending on I guess the lighting and how bright certain reflective materials on the things can be, I guess it can get a little too stimulating. But yeah, I'm just staring down this.
That's an interesting way to put it. Stimulating, huh?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, that's not going to happen in Zero Saskatchewan. Come on, man. It's a family show. Family. It's like, just take it off. I'm like, no. Ain't nobody want to see that. Nobody wants to see that. You don't want to see it. Trust me, you don't want to see it. But the market does want to bounce off 18,000. So I do have to consider, when I say the market, I mean the NASDAQ. So that's this. This time we did get to 18,000. Now I can say we went to 18,000, Obi.
Yes.
Last time I said it here, and we got to 18,000, like 15. So like 15 hands away. This time we bounced off 18,000. So if we do get back to the top end of the range, got to be very careful with reloads, because if this is a good hold, you could really explode. So that NVIDIA 101.50 could come back into play here, and let's see what happens. Logan Hudson in the chat. Neil and Obi, what time frames do you guys use for entries and analysis?
All of them.
No problem. Yeah, that's a good answer. All of them. You saw I was using a 1-minute chart to show you guys something on Intel at that $20 break, but I use a 3-minute chart. This is one of my main. If we can come to my screen, Rob, for a second? There we go. I have a 3-minute chart, and I actually use like multiple desktops to show you guys. It's actually really easy. So everything on my other 3 screens can stay the same, and then what I show you guys, I can show you guys level 2. And then I have a daily chart, and then I use a 15-minute chart. Most of my work in the morning is done on the daily, the 15, and then a weekly. And then once we're trading, I'm using the 15 and the daily, the 3-minute chart. So like when I'm finding levels and finding ideas, that's pretty much exclusively on a daily and a 15-minute. I'm not looking for trading ideas to start the day on a 3-minute chart of the previous day. I've never found that to make any sense. They usually get chopped up with ideas like that, so I like to use a 15, 3, and a daily. You, Obi?
Yeah. Okay. So I like the 3 minute. I like the 5 minute, the 15 minute, the 30 minute, the 1 hour, the 3 hour, the 9 hour, the weekly, the daily, the monthly, the 6 month chart, the 3 month chart, and the 12 month chart. So when I say all of them, I kind of mean all of them.
Literally meant
the
all
1 minute as well. Sometimes I like to use the 15-second or the 5-second as well. So yeah, across the board, depending on how and what I'm trying to play.
See, unlike my 7-year-old daughter who says literally a lot, you actually meant literally all of them. You said all of them. You really meant all of them.
Yeah. Sometimes I like to get a little weird and be like, "What is a 6 minute chart looking like?" You know?
Come on, son. You're not using any 6 minute. We don't even have a 6 minute chart.
I have all the charts.
Are
you talking about?
I'm talking about P Pro 8. So our trading platform 1, 3, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, 90.
Something about the
2
powers
hours.
of 3s and 9s. I've heard. I don't know. We shall see. Whatever. It depends on whatever works for you, whatever you like.
Exactly.
Right?
I got 3. That's all I'm looking at, man. I'm keeping it. When I started trading, I had a 1 because I was trading a lot of. This is a long time ago, but when I started trading on penny stocks like 20 years ago, yeah, I was like 1 minute level 2. Like I didn't even like sometimes like I would want to see like on a 15 like where it held for a while the previous day, but I was like pure short-term time frame and was in and out a lot. So everyone's going to be different. So it's almost 3 o'clock.
It is.
I've got ARM, I've got Intel, and we're gonna open it up. So I hope Mr. Westermeyer's here because we already know what it is. We already had one.
I'm curious to know
Magic 8 Ball.
Yeah. What are the options?
One of our viewers, longtime viewers, I call him Mr. Westermeyer because it's just a sign of respect. Got us this, and it's customized. Now, I think he was going to spoil some of the custom things on here, and I was like, I don't want to know. So what are we going to ask here? I want to ask a question about NVIDIA. Okay, so here's my question for NVIDIA.
Yes.
Will NVIDIA close above $100? Magic 8 Ball. Give it a shake. And we put it here so you can, I'm not tampering with it. You can see.
What does it say?
You can read it. Oh, no.
Yes, and Neil is the GOAT.
So that means no. That means no. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say that.
Awesome.
But I feel like that almost like invalidates. You know who the GOAT is? Oh, that's the wrong key. I meant to hit this one. Yay, 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 yay. Brendan's the GOAT, even though that's a sheep in the graphic. Sometimes it is what it is. I don't know. It says GOAT on my board. When we made it, the whole point was that it was supposed to be a GOAT, and then it's still a sheep anyways. But apparently the Magic 8 Ball thinks we're closing above 100.
I mean, we're doing a lot of volume in and around. Here comes the 100 reclaim. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I held a little bit against me. I got stopped out a couple of times, and I was like, I can see what maybe, I don't know, there's some chop going on there. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna let it trade do its thing a little bit and dabble in a little bit there. Let's see if we actually reclaim some of these levels here. We have been trending down for the longest time, and we got that 18th bounce as of right now, but we don't know if that bounce is gonna come in and actually bounce, or we just kind of do a little bit of a pit stop at that 18th and continue to the downside. We are down just over 500 points from the highs to the lows in the intraday trading session today. 500 points to the downside, man. That's absolutely crazy. But you know what? We've seen some more volatile days as of recent, so I'm starting to get used to this a little bit there. We talk about that 30 pullback on the VIX. I'm looking at the hourly on the VIX right now. Let's take a look at the 30-minute as well. Yeah, okay, so a little bit of a pullback happening there. Let's see if there's any sort of confluence with a bid coming in. Check in Softy. Softy actually made fresh lows. Apple made fresh lows. Alphabet's still kind of bouncing. Amazon's a little bit of a bounce. And NVIDIA attempting to kind of bounce off of its highs. Let's see if that, how that kind of comes in. Spider is attempting to test almost yesterday's lows. Yesterday's lows at 517.88. So interesting stuff. Nothing else too crazy going on here. I'm not really watching anything other than this NVIDIA here, but let us know in the chat. What are you guys up to? What are you guys watching? What's in play for you?
It might actually
everybody's playbook is a little different.
The funny, It did catch a bid as we said that. That's hilarious. I saw someone in the chat. It's like the second that we said that.
Watch it close
went to the upside.
100.00.
Well, that's not fun for anybody if it closes at $100. And it's not even a Friday. There's no excuse for it to hug $100 forever unless it's Friday. I was just checking back in on Lumen. Saad, how are you? Did you ever trade Lumen today? I'm doing fine, thank you very much. Although I've already said this, and I might say this in the aftermarket show with Adara, that today is the worst possible green day because Intel should have been the greatest stock ever. It was the easiest short off $20 that I've seen. And it was the most simplistic short off of $20 that I've seen in quite some time. By the way, I just trailed out. Intel hit the low post earnings and bounced off of it. So I'm trailing that short at 47 out at 31. So just hit that bottom and went. Still in ARM, that's managing to hold. But Lumen, I have not traded Lumen today. And oddly enough, that was a mistake because when everyone forgot about it, actually, you can rewind the tape. It was right about here, I think. So sometime around 10 o'clock in the morning show, between 10 and 10:20, I'm pretty sure I said something about when these break trend, so it broke an early trend, kind of a line of best fit. It may not be that good, but you guys get the idea. When it breaks the early trend, retest some pre-market support, everyone's given up on it, that support ends up holding, and then there it went. So it gave you that 6 higher low into 7. Unfortunately, it completely ran out of steam here on Lumen. Maybe you can do it again, but I know what it looks like when this stock is going well. Right? Like it's trending up, look at it, hold VWAP, it dips and bounces off of it. And when it's going sideways, it's creeping up, going sideways. I'm not seeing any of that. This looks much weaker, at least today, in terms of the action than it did yesterday. But keep in mind, that's 225 million shares, 50% higher than that $4 level from earlier, from yesterday when it broke out from. Or if you're just talking about from the close, 30% higher from the close is doing 225 million shares. So yes, the price action looks bearish, but overall, that's a pretty decent hold for Lumen. That's just the earnings move, reversal in the aftermarket. On the higher time frame, that is a wide consolidation day. There's no other way to say it. It's just consolidating in a $1.25 range. Still technically consolidating.
Yeah, NVIDIA is still holding its trend quite well here. Again, we see the futures coming back for a retest of that 18th potentially as of right now. About 9 seconds left on this 15-minute candle to print. So we are getting a little bit aggressive in terms of price action here. The tape's starting to speed up a little bit on that candle close, and here we go. That's the close. Let's see what we do with the next one. Do we break through that 18th thou? Or do we kind of push right back up? I have no idea. But yeah, I'm kind of reading the chat as well. What did you guys reply to me talking about what you guys are saying? Stacks saying he bought calls on crowd. Okay, nice. Buying NVIDIA for a bounce to 103. Okay, nice. I like that idea as well. Let's see what else you guys are saying. FTNT, yeah, we know that's had some great moves off of that earnings this morning there. FTNT was absolutely great. And yes, Tony Price saying, welcome to Power Hour. We are 40 seconds into Power Hour. What is powerful? I have no idea, but this market to the downside, showing a little bit of strength there, Neil. Let me take a look at my baskets here. CrowdStrike, a little bit of a bounce here. FTNT is still pushing day highs. The market is tanking, and FTNT cannot catch a sell all day long.
So as the market's coming back down, I want to answer this question because it's an important point. Where is it? Kling Daddy. I apologize. You don't apologize for anything. This is a fantastic question. I notice things. If something is the easiest trade, why weren't you in it? That's a question I would ask a trader seeking help. So the reason I'm calling it a huge mistake for myself is specifically why I'm not in it, because I wasn't even on the stock. Despite the fact that I was on the stock all day yesterday, all day the day before, and pretty much the entire time up until about midday, when I was short biased on Intel, it held the $12 level at VWAP. And at that point, I was like, unless it gets back up and alerts me at the 12, can we come to my chart for a second? Because that was me getting out of it. Unless it gets back up to the high, which wasn't a random high, it was yesterday's high. I'm like, okay, all of a sudden, I think it's going to retest the high in here. It's in an upward trend. Let it get to the good price to short, or don't short it at all. I pivoted over to ARM. So I'll quickly, a few other
there's
names.
a bid. Something's coming in.
I went to Micron and ARM and started trading ARM and Micron in that moment, right? So instead of sticking with Intel, I got Intel's a little bit strong. I went over to ARM, which I'm going to get out if it breaks that $20 level, so the 109 level, and I got away from Intel. So I wasn't watching it when it did this, and that's why I missed the trade, because I went to some other chip names, notably Micron and ARM, as now NVIDIA is starting to go to the upside there for you, Obi. So if we lose 109, I'm going to get out. That's upside on ARM. If it holds here, I might try a reload, but I think it's going to lose it. We're probably headed back into the upside. So I trailed out of Intel. The last one is going to be the ARM short, which just came out at that 109 level. So I did not reload it because NVIDIA is flying now. Still want 101 half.
Yeah, that aggressive bid came in. Again, we see what the NQ is doing right here. Pop off of that 18,000 push. 150s coming in, but I'm looking at this prior high right here. So as soon as that potential trend breaks, I start looking at those horizontal support and resistances as well. Once we do break a trending support and resistance, so the next one's in the 70s. We're trading 160s as of right now with the DAC. Look at that, pushing right back into that 18.1. So yeah, about 100-point wash on the DAC, and now we're trading a little bit above that 18.1. Let's see if that'll come in here. Oh boy. I got to do a little bit better at this stuff, man. Those fills underneath 100 were absolutely mint, and we are attempting to push into 101s as of right now. So let's see where this will bring us. VWAP, where you at, VWAP? 104.12s on the VWAP. See if we get a little bit of bidding in that last hour. We've been selling off quite aggressively. I like the reversions. I don't know if this is going to come in as clean as I'd like it to, but it is what it is. 100 bounce, 18,000 bounce, a little bit of confluence here. And take a look at the VIX. We keep talking about keeping eyes on the VIX. Nice little pullback off of that 30 happening as of right now. So some confluence with a little bit of indicators. Let's see. What else do I got? I got some moving averages as well. Prior support at 101.50s from here, right here. 101.50s happening. And yeah, I was talking about Shop as well. Shop was a clean fade through that VWAP. Shout out to Dara. I saw that she had that short through 66, and I was like, oh boy, is that a nice clean reversion trade continuation? I like the short idea off of the failure to follow through, but that VWAP crack, oh boy, that's a solid trade as well. And that definitely came all the way down to 63 half. So 101 is incoming right now. Let's see. I'm looking for places to get bigger on this trade. Can you show me what I want to see? What you got? NVIDIA, 18.1 pushing back as well.
Yeah, 18.1 in the future. So finally, Apple makes that 210 break. I like Apple for longs because it's up that 1 and change percent or whatever. And then that 210 level that we mentioned, you got to see a 15-minute chart to look at it. But you had some support to resistance. Now breaking a good liquidity grab down here under 209 to maybe trap some shorts in that range. VWAP sits at 211, so scalping to 211.
Prior bar high break on the 30-minute as well.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So you're getting a lot of confluence.
The hourly is about to break prior bar high as well.
And as you mentioned, you're getting volatility pulling right back in. So I'm looking at UVXY, but it's a distinction without a difference. And you've essentially lost. Like here's trend down. You've lost the support at 42. That's why no trail out of Intel, no reload on the ARM short when this started breaking down. And then Apple 210 was the long that I liked back into VWAP, which sits at 211. So if we get down to, I'm looking at UVXY, but the levels will probably be like eerily similar. But if we get down to this support at 39.5, I think you expect another turn. 41 makes some sense. 39.5 would be the absolute potential turn. As I look at that, 41 making sense, and we're at a spot here where Apple wants to stop. If I'm saying it's a scalp to that level and it goes to the $0.50, let me get a touch out here and then find a reload spot potentially for Apple. So Apple looking good into VWAP as we speak. I am still thinking, yeah, look, if we get to 1950, I'd probably just short Intel again because I still think that's, the market's going to have to be pretty strong to get me away from looking for a short the pop situation on Intel. So let's go longs. The Magic 8 Ball apparently getting it right as we go into Power Hour.
Power Hour coming in with a little bit of strength there. So definitely putting the power in Power Hour. We're testing some of those prior levels here. Let's see. A little bit of bounce happened here at 101.70s. Prior to that, we're at 101.30s. Let's see if we can push. The DAC has to hold this 18.1 and push a little bit higher for that to kind of come in there. VWAP all the way, like we said, 104s. 104s, the red line right here is the VWAP as of right now on NVIDIA. Chips with the dip all day long. Let's see if we can get a little bit of pop, snap back up on these names here. But yeah, let's see. I've been selling off quite extensively as well. Shout out to Kyle Burdett. I think he was the one who was like, yeah, watch out for that volatility to potentially come right back in. But let's see.
Good call. Good call.
101's coming right back through. So
oh, you couldn't even get to 1950.
We got to pack our patience a little bit here.
Of course.
I don't think the turn is going to be as clean as, it's never as clean as you want it to be.
No. The bounce is never as clean as you want. The turns are never as clean as you want. The best opportunities, typically speaking, aren't going to be super clean. Again, that's why I was talking about that 20 being ridiculously clean on Intel. But if it doesn't get to 1950, if anybody was trading the bounce this morning on SMCI, then believe me, you know the meaning of that term. Like I told Obi, like I was laser focused. Yeah, we're not going to get 1950 on Intel. I was laser focused on SMCI. Like I had some stops for some breakout trades. Like, okay, I like this break on Upstart. It broke. Throw my stop in there, and then I'm going back to staring at the tape of SMCI. And then I would go do something else. And why is this floating around all over the place? Let's just stop right back where it was before. But and then I was floating around all over the place. And when it made this lit grab under 520, I just didn't get in. I just didn't get the long. And it was so quick. Now you're back above 500. That's another thing maybe working in favor of this bounce is when you have the stocks bleeding, catching some big support is that SMCI at 500. So Apple's pulling back into 210. I don't know if we're going to be able to get a good reload. I felt you could dip down under 210 for a reload there. And it held at almost exactly $210. Let's see if it gets back into VWAP there. You just got to be patient with it. We have 40 minutes to go till the imbalances come through. Plenty of time to get some confirmation on this move. Maybe the NASDAQ even wants to go red, but I'm telling you this much. If the NASDAQ goes green, if it goes green, Apple's getting to VWAP.
Yeah, I think where's that red to green mark on the NASDAQ here? So opening price and actually it's a way high. So we are printing very, very red on the daily here on the NASDAQ. Like I said, majority of half the day, right? That selling started off at 11 o'clock, and we've been kind of tumbling to the downside. No real sign of a bid really coming in until about now. But the question becomes, if that selling is real, do sellers step back in and kind of we break back through lows? I have no idea, but that's just some questions that I'm thinking, maybe scenarios that I'm mapping out in my head and thinking about what decisions I may want to make if that is the case and that does happen. Apple about to break trend high on the downtrend as well. Oh boy, we know that's a little chunky piece of constituent there. And if that kind of goes, chunky piece of constituent. Why not?
It doesn't make sense, and I think it's hilarious.
Sense to me.
A chunky piece of constituent.
Yeah, it's like when it comes to pieces of constituents in the market, it's a nice chunky piece.
It is a big one.
One of the bigger ones.
It's definitely a big one, to be sure. I like it. I love it a lot. No questions asked. Oh, Lumen is starting to go. Okay, so NVIDIA didn't quite get to that level and is trying to curl a little bit, but Lumen is starting to pick it up a little bit into VWAP. You know what's good for you, Lumen, and that would be to break and hold above VWAP so we can play with the $7 level. Okay, I don't mean to throw cold water on this. Okay, yeah, the volume's starting to creep in there, but it's not overwhelming there on Lumen just yet. Like, remember yesterday, this thing was churning through volume. It's not seeing the same thing. So NVIDIA does go close to 101.5 and starts that curl. So there's the test. Now seeming like it wants to hold the 101. Could still have a reversion. This would be the area of interest for me. Love to see it get back above 101. Maybe retest that 101.5, and then we can see if there's really sellers on there. I wasn't watching it closely enough when it got up there the first time, so I didn't actually see anything up top at that 101.50. But certainly that looks like a pretty good one there. Still holding for it, $0.50 in the money on that Apple trade. VWAP sits at 211. But I still want some shorts. I still want Intel, which is going nowhere near the level. NVIDIA, I don't think we're done until it breaks 101.50. over 101.50 gets me bullish on this stock.
Yeah,
There's
it's
still
still
a lot of
a little bit more. There's still a lot of room for that bid to really again potentially start pushing even harder there. But again, I'm looking at the 15-minute chart here. We're kind of reclaiming trend on the 15-minute as well. The 30-minute did attempt to break out as of right now. There's 17 minutes left for the 30-minute to close, and we talk about how many different frames I'm looking at. I have an NVIDIA chart here. I got 3-minute, I got 15-minute, I got 30-minute, I got the hourly, I got the weekly. I don't really need the monthly right now, but I have it up. But definitely the weekly on watch as well. Something interesting to note, Neil, prior week low, 101.37. And guess where we're kind of struggling to get past?
I think that's, that's kind of where the 101 half comes from.
In that area, give or take, plus minus half
I think
a
that's,
point.
we say this all the time. Like, we'll say prices, but a lot of times it's like an area within like 10, 15 cents.
An area.
So when I say 101 half, that's the general price area. And like you mentioned, it's that bottom
right
that we saw last week. And it's coming, now it's starting to come right back. And we might have missed the opportunity to be short off of that level. But I'd rather be absolutely right. It didn't, I don't know if it went deep enough into the level to get me into the short. And I wasn't really that convinced at that moment. I will get to your question, name the gain, in a quick little second here. But I just want to point out, you actually found that 41. UVXY, which I was watching, that found that support at the 41 and is now bouncing back up. So I'm going to look to see if there's a curl in here and fall back down, that would be a reason to add to the longs, in my opinion. 500 is now gone as well on SMCI one more time. Name the gain. Should I add more hood for the long term? Current average 13. We're not here to give, we're trading. We're trading live intraday for everybody here on a real trading floor. So it's not really our place to give financial advice. I can pull up any chart, and I'm pretty sure the funny thing about this, and I guess it's not funny, but the last time I was asked about Robinhood, I'm probably going to say exactly the same thing as I said last time. Just have a look at this daily chart. You see it's a 16. The 200 period lines up. What we just had happen, which I would say is somewhat of a bullish look, although anything can happen on earnings. You have a lit grab underneath that 16 that immediately reestablished and held the next day. So I think above $16, I'd be bullish on the stock in a general sense. But when earnings are coming through tonight, I think all bets are off in that situation. And you know what? Just because it's that time, now I'm not even setting it up properly because Rob's like, what are you doing, Neil? No. Guess what we get to bet on today? Oh, no. I'll get it in a quick second. I don't know if we have Fabian's not on the ones and twos, but if you go to stonks.com, I know if he can get that up, it's Robinhood that you can bet on today.
Ooh,
so the actual earning play that you can guess for free to potentially win up to $250 if you get first place at stonks.com is going to be Robinhood. So I haven't even thought about where I want to make my bet, so I won't make it live just yet. But certainly the expected move, we'll double check in a quick second. I'm probably going to pick, because it's more fun, higher. I pick higher every single time because it's more fun. But I'll look for some kind of a higher bet there on Robinhood. But 16, that's your key level. But I'm watching right now, little bit of a curl on UVXY. Going to go for a reload on Apple.
Yeah, some of that. So again, for this trade, what I'm thinking is okay, if the bid is actually going to catch any sort of selling back down towards that 100, should get picked up in a sense, right? So that's what I'm kind of looking for. We dropped down to 140s, 130s, I think, right there, and picking a little bit back up as of right now. So let's see, the NASDAQ trading back in and around that 18.1. We saw that strong wicking action on that 15-minute candle right here on the DAC, and we are just holding that 18.1 as of right now. NVIDIA still holding this 100. Let's see whether or not that magic ball is actually any real magic here as of right now, and we close above 100, or we'll close below 100, and that will be the litmus of the brand new Magic 8 Ball, just to see. I mean, we're not
faith
gonna
in
make a
April.
call right away. We need to collect some data. You know, you can't be making significant conclusions with n equals 1. I think that
Want to bet? You can make whatever conclusions you want. That's the fun
sample
part of
size
play.
1 is not my thing. I gotta have a lot of sample sizes. You know, you got to do it for the science. You got to have a lot of you know, you can't make conclusive data if
I'm
you just have
joking.
one sample size. You got to have at least, you know,
I obviously agree with that.
25, 30 at least.
But you can do whatever you want. It's just a matter of
Statistical significance
will it
is
actually
what I'm
work?
looking for.
Will it work is the question.
Yeah, will
right?
it
I
work?
think that's the thing. You want to make sure you actually have significance to any sample. And that goes with trading as well. Right? Like you want to try something out. Well, if it works once, what does that
Science.
actually mean? Back test, forward test, do it every single day so that if you're trading off of support and resistance or moving averages, just make sure that you have a long enough sample. That's why trading takes a long time to work. I did get that reload on Apple as it just bounced. So see, tried to hold underneath 210, held the first quarter, and then came right back above. So wanted to see a real test underneath before getting back into it. We'll scalp into this resistance and then see if we can get the high of the day on Apple, still going into that upside as we speak.
Can we get
or at
the
least
high day on
attempting
Intel?
to.
On Nvidia?
The high of the day. No.
No.
I mean, look, I hope so, man. We all own NVIDIA in our long-term accounts, at least I'm sure most of us do, and you're long it right now, and if it gets to the high of the day, the market goes ape, you know what, and it's going to drag Apple with it.
Yeah.
So I'm not
Talk
complaining.
about a V-shaped recovery in the last half hour. Oh boy.
But I mean, the chances of that are, I'm just going to make up a number.
I'm just talking smack.
1 in 100, let's just say. 1 in 100.
Let's go.
It's not zero. What?
Yeah.
These guys are all laughing behind us.
I have no idea what's I don't know. Something's funny on the floor right now.
Big Patty Ice behind us. We got Brankles. They're all laughing about a joke that we don't get to know because we're doing the show live. Apparently, the market wants to go higher, so we did scalp Apple back into that 210.40. So right back
Apple
up
trend break.
on the way back.
I like that.
Yeah, it's a nice trend break for Apple.
Potentially, yeah.
Potentially. I mean, it's making the attempt at it.
Yes.
So we come to this chart. It's kind of like this.
Exactly that, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So there's the lit grab, a liquidity grab under 209. The key level of 210 broke out. And if we break this top, so one of the reasons why, and I should have drawn this line for you guys. It's easy to see, like you can see it visually without putting the line in there, but it's easier to see when you put the line in. When there's a seller out in front on a reversal on a trend like this, scalps them out. That's the point you want to make a decision. And then I'm only adding at support or above. So no adding in here, adding at the 210 support, or if it can break out the other side of the trend line, add above that trend line. So that's my thought. A lot of times we talk really fast, and like I have a thought fully in my head, and I realize, hey, I didn't actually show all of this or say all of this, but Apple going for that trend break, looking pretty good. Odyssey fights, Neil Roberts, NVIDIA bull. I hesitate to use terms like that because in my personal long-term account, I am long things and I don't short anything. The most bearish thing I've ever done in a long-term account is sell covered calls. That's about as bearish as I would get, or get defensive and buy something more defensive. So in that sense, like most people of that ilk are like a perma bull. I buy and hold in my long-term account. Trading, I believe you have to have an open mind. Some days you want to be long, some days you want to be short.
You've never tried swing shorting in your long-term account?
No.
Something like Rivian?
Okay, obviously.
Beautiful swing short.
Obviously,
roll
yes.
those puts over. I mean,
look, there was a firm was ridiculous. I remember when I got out of Silvergate being like, there was a point, and you have to go way back to when COVID was going nuts. I was in Silvergate at like 47, and I got a double up on it. Yep. And then I took it out to play with house money, and then I got it all out at like 120 or something like that. And at that point, I remember it went to like 140, 150. I was like, this is the most ridiculous thing ever. This is going to crater. So I converted the last 10% bag hold on the way down over into Coinbase, but that should have been a short. But I just don't do it. And it is what it is. And obviously it is what it is. I don't do it in my long-term account, so I'm not going to pretend that I'm someone sitting here shorting overnight and stuff, because I don't. I'll short.
You can get into a lot of trouble doing
As a
that.
day
Trust
trader,
me, I have gotten into trouble. Like swing shorting small mid caps. Oh boy, I learned some lessons there. But I'm finding that some of the larger caps a little bit more forgiving. And if you have an idea, bigger picture, being like, okay, well, a lot of these things that like IPO or businesses, what is it? It's similar stats as like trying to run a trading business, right? Was it 70 to 90% of businesses pretty much fail over their course of their run, and a lot of these tickers pretty much either get delisted or it's very rare that they kind of last a while.
Speaking
and we
of
see
which,
the outliers. Obviously, those are the examples that we've seen. They do really well, but.
Oh, you know what? There was a missed opportunity today.
What's up?
You just said delisted, and it made me think of this. It's 3:20. We're going to get early look-in balances at 3:30. Another reason why this comes to mind. So SunPower is getting delisted. Well, they're going bankrupt. But I want to make sure. I just want to make sure I have this right. Let me go into the research here. Yeah, it's a delete from the total market tonight because tomorrow. Check that. Tomorrow. So tomorrow, SunPower is supposed to be deleted. Maybe we'll see imbalances on it today, but look at the fade on this thing. I know it's a penny stock, but what difference does it make? So Obi is you're a mean reversion trader.
I wouldn't say that. I like to trade price action. I'm just a trader. I'm just a trader. I hear lies from the back. Here's the thing. The mental should be, in my opinion, I'm just a trader.
Okay, so
I have playbooks for mean reversion. Got playbooks for tape scalp. I got to do much better with my playbooks. Let me just say that first.
Okay, all I was getting at was this chart here.
Yeah.
So this is SunPower. Now let's just say you're somebody that is into you're looking for like a stock to mean revert, right? So I'll just draw a couple of lines there, and then we'll go since it made that high and then did the double top. Here is your obvious bottom. There's consolidation there, key support level there. So when it makes that wick bottom, that's where I want to join the trend line. Now I'll give you something like this. Now I don't care what style of mean reversion you do. Once you have that channel past the opening range, and it's a stock that's going bankrupt, okay? So stock is going bankrupt and it's a penny stock that shows you this setup. This is it trying to break out the high with that top of the channel, rolls over, busts through the trend line support. That is 1, 2, 3, I don't know. I'm not even counting how many red candles that is into the close. It goes from 70 cents failing with a 76-cent top straight to 40. 70-cent break of that trend with a 76-cent top straight shot to 40 cents. Now, I traded penny stocks when I started, and you didn't always see stuff like this, but this was the reason why, because nobody cared at the end of the day when you had a positive net what it was that you traded, and you will never see a move like that in NVIDIA. NVIDIA is not giving you, it's going to give you moves, but not necessarily like that. So it's the only reason I wanted to bring that up, because there's trades like this available all over the place. Penny stock, day trade, swing trade, Lumen, which I want to double check on, still trying to hold VWAP. It's trying to go. Lumen's really trying to go. You can trade Apple, you can trade NVIDIA, you can trade Robinhood tomorrow, but there's just obvious opportunities all over the place. SOD, that's a ridiculous risk to reward. Absolutely right. But you know what? Was I looking at SunPower today? No. So I can slap the fail on myself for that because I was looking at Intel and Apple and NVIDIA and all that stuff. And I completely forgot that thing's getting deleted tomorrow. So why not look for short setups tomorrow on it?
Yeah, that's fair.
Right? It makes
sense.
sense.
That's a fair assessment, yeah.
I don't know. Just, what I love about trading in the market is exactly that. You can look anywhere and you can find ideas all over the place. And it doesn't really matter what you do. So when someone tells you, oh, you trade small cap runners, you're buying that Lumen every single day and you're trading it, who cares, man? Are you making money doing it? If the answer is yes, then it doesn't make a difference. Just do you.
Yeah, no, that's definitely fair. If it's working for you, you got stats behind your trades, and you have confidence in your abilities, then yeah, for sure, definitely go for it there. Watching this 100 kind of come back in as we teeter around this 18.1 on the NASDAQ. Again, coming into that last half hour, we only got 4 minutes left for this half hour to finish, and we're pulling right back into that 100 mark. So you know what? Maybe that is all she wrote. And that 101 test, we got up to 101s and some change. Couldn't really get too far past that. Here comes in that 100 once again on NVIDIA. So let's see how far we kind of get in. Like I said, I've accepted the risk. I'm willing to get stopped out on this ticker here. 100 coming back in with the NASDAQ pulling back in off of that 18.1. So maybe those sellers that were there all day potentially still in charge. So the hourly has 33 minutes to close, right? So if you take a look at the hourly chart on NVIDIA, the hourly open is at 99.77. So we're pretty much there. If the candle goes green to red, we will have closed with only red candles all day long on NVIDIA to the downside. Absolutely wild there in terms of that trend. Holding on for dear life. Some of these short entries apparently. Or the sellers coming in real hot today. 100 still chopping around, man. So
I can't believe we're still just chilling right there.
Out of this one. Probably will get stopped out. Let's see. We shall find out.
That was it. It wasn't 10. It was 101 that ended up being the level, and sometimes you just get it wrong, right? So it wasn't up here testing a little bit higher. It was right down there at 101. That's way down there. I'm not reloading Apple another time. I think it was the right decision to get out of ARM but we could have just got right back in at the 110 level. We're right back under 18.1. Seems as if we are falling in there. If there's going to be a late push, it's about to go 330. If there's going to be something with a late push, I still have my eyes on Lumen here. I don't want to give up on it. We've seen it make power moves. If it just ekes above VWAP and makes like a local high break, if you see me pop into it, the idea would pretty simple. It's making higher lows, hold on to VWAP here, break out a local high, give it back into like probably 80 or 75. It's running out of time to do it. That's just it. Paula feedback on Amazon. Sure, why not? I mean, I don't want to reload Apple. I actually am now starting to think I should have gotten back into some shorts. Amazon almost went red today. My concern with Amazon has been basically the same. Outside of the fact that you've made the nice bottom, you're under that 200 period moving average. And so you've made bottoms, but you haven't gotten back through the flush top, which is $170. So you had gap down, earnings, continuation when everything was falling, and then you got this 170 in here. And all you're doing is grinding back into where clearly the post-earnings sell was. Like it's right in here, 68 to 70. That's where the put up or shut up is for Amazon in this range there. So if it gets up in there, which it got close today, and look what happened. It tried to even test to that close area, and it completely flushed. I know the market went down, but my concern with Amazon is, yeah, good recovery, but once it starts to get into where you think their seller's going to be, it just gives it up every single time. So we'll see. If it gets through 170, I get a little more bullish here on Amazon. We'll see what happens. I did not reload Apple, but if I'm feeling a little bit bearish, I'm going to get on the offer in front of VWAP. So it didn't hold above the trend line. You see it test above and not hold above. If it does something similar, I'm going to get out in front of that curl.
Yeah, a bit of a pop happening. Only about 4 seconds left for this 15-minute candle to print, and the NASDAQ candle just went a little bit red to green to red to green, and then closed green just now. So let's see if we're going to come right back in. A little bit of a double wick into that, 18,150 as well on the DAC here. So maybe we are poised to trade a little bit lower on these markets. 100 still holding as of right now. We attempted to push below that 100, and then we pop right back above, but well within that range there. I guess trend high. I had the EMA sitting at like 140s, and we've held below that as of right now. We attempt to push. We broke out a little bit there, but holding some of those levels, like you said, 101s and change as a bit of resistance coming into the close here. With only about 30 minutes left to go, David Clark saying NVIDIA 9% range, beta, oh boy. Yes, sir. Oh boy, indeed. Coming into that last half hour. But here's something, though. If you throw up some anchors on NVIDIA from some prior earnings and some events as well, you'll see that we're in that area as of right now, in and around confluence with this 100. So I think that kind of gives some precedent to maybe why it's doing so much volume at this level as well. Again, you can be like, oh, it's a psychological, it's this, that, and the other. But there's a lot of just using some of those anchored VWAPs, you can probably infer that there may be a lot of participants that are sitting in and around some of these prices, which kind of confirms that bias there as well. 100 still holding, man. What do you guys going on? What do you guys have going on into that last half hour of the trading day? Are you guys in any trades still? I'm curious to know. I'm just in this NVIDIA as of right now. Nothing else too crazy, but it seems like Shopify was the gift that kept on giving there, and it is definitely trending back to the downside here. 64 is potentially coming in as well. So
what a beast!
Bit of a missed opportunity on that breakdown there as well. So, but it is what it is.
Upstart.
Upstart as well. So some of the best opportunities missed on my part on the day. Intel, Upstart for sure. What is it? Upstart was absolutely beautiful. Market short as well. The reversion of the market, one of the biggest moves on the day. I definitely missed that as well. Shopify reversion, we failure to follow through happened once and then twice, and I didn't get back at it. Same kind of trade. You break the high and then you fail to follow through. You break the high, you fail to follow through. You get like that. I should be getting short again right there, and that's the short that actually works and pulls in all the way from 67s down to 64s after consolidating above VWAP and giving you chances to get even more in. Take a look at this breakdown of 66. This VWAP breakdown as well. Absolutely beautiful price action that I definitely I'm observing here. Tony Price saying, I got nothing going on at the moment. Yeah, I understand that. We only got about 30 minutes left. A lot of the times, if I'm not in a trade already, I'm not necessarily looking for something in that last half hour. If I'm in it, I'm in it already. But if something does show up, oh boy, kind of want to get involved. What's going on? Oh, the Apple's breaking out.
All my animations are dying. They're all slow. By the way, my Stream Deck is slow as well. Turning pages on my Stream Deck is actually slow. So I think it might be the Stream Deck or my computer. Fabian's asking if I've tried turning it off and on. Yes, many times. But Apple got the VWAP in there. Also in that animation, there's something very funky about it that I'm sure most people noticed when the thumbs up happened. But into 211 was VWAP. I said if we got there, installed even a little bit, I'm getting out. It's past 330, which means early look imbalances, but you got to ring the register sometimes here. And it's trying to break the trend, but you have a lot of chop in and around 211 already on the stock, and we're getting into the end of the day, so why not end it? Why not end it green on your last trade? We'll see if there's another setup there. I don't mind that 210. I don't think we're going to have enough time for either short 19.5 or that 101.5. 19.5 Intel, 101.5 NVIDIA. Early look imbalances are pretty much a nothing burger. BAC, that's from the morning. And then Visa, sell of 1.2 million. Lumen, early look sell of 700,000. So that's not looking too good at all. But outside of that, like Ford, very small, early look sell. So you're looking for the BRKR. Those are the early looks. It's Visa, which always pairs off. Lumen would almost be the most interesting. A 700,000 sell on Lumen for an early look, but keep in mind, it's done 235 million in volume. So that 700,000 is not that big of a deal. It needs to be in the millions for it to be significant for LUMN. Doesn't mean it couldn't come out bigger. We're going to keep an eye on that stock. I have a level 2 up of Lumen anyways, so I'm just going to keep that up for myself. Doesn't want to hold VWAP, so I think we're going to get no entry. Double back and see. Probably the right call to get out of Apple. What could also happen here is that trend from this trend line that it just broke, it could always bounce off this, be a re-entry a little bit tighter to 210.5. So out at VWAP, but there might be a chance, like before we get the imbalances, for a bit of a long here down into 210.50. Jay Lee. Neil, sometimes worth bringing up Task Manager to see what's eating up your CPU and causing slowness. I actually did that, and there was nothing that stood out. So thank you very much for that. That's exactly what Rob always tells me from IT, but there was nothing specific. I think it might be something with the Stream Deck, to be honest with you. Maybe I need like a version update, or I don't know.
Yeah, no, perhaps there. Always shout out to Fabian when he's like, have you tried turning it off and on again? Classic. I like that. I've actually that's one show that I have seen multiple times.
The
IT Crowd.
Yeah.
Solid show there.
Here's a question. Where can you find that to stream it? Where can you stream the IT Crowd right now? If you wanted to rewatch it, where would you?
It was on Netflix.
Crave? I don't have Crave. All the stuff that I want to watch is on Crave, and I don't have it.
Yeah, I don't know. Usually, if you just search up a show,
I
on
meant
YouTube,
legally. I meant legally.
No,
Where can I watch it legally?
understand. If you usually search up a show on Google and say stream, it'll tell you what platform it's streaming on. It'll tell you at the very top. So Google's done pretty well with that kind of information. So yeah, if you just search up IT Crowd stream, it should show you if there is something. There you go. Prime, it's on Prime.
No, it says Apple TV for $2.
Yeah, premium
per
subscription,
episode.
Amazon Prime, it's on there.
So it's on Prime?
Yeah, it's on Prime. That's what that means. All right, cool. So we know what Neil's going to be watching.
But it might be only for the U.S. Sometimes it's different, the U.S. and Canada.
Got to hop on that VPN, dude.
Ooh, good look there.
All right, so the DAC is pushing back up above that 18.1 as of right now.
See, it's not available.
We're holding. Oh, is it not?
I need to have BritBox.
Oh, okay.
Whatever that is.
I don't know what that is. Oh,
See,
it says BritBox on there as well.
Man.
It's okay.
No, you see, but it says it's on. See, this is why I don't trust anything, because it said when I Google searched it that it was going to be there, and now I have to pay for something else, which I'm not going to do.
Yeah.
Whatever. See, and I would have rewatched that show.
It's definitely a rewatchable. I think I've seen it like a few times. One of the few shows that I've seen more than twice through on that one.
Oh, we got a super chat
Willis
here.
Addison, yes sir, did good today on Airbnb. 120 swing puts, FTNT, 61 calls, now ready for Hood, SEDG, Hubs tonight. Financed with gains. Let's go, buddy.
That is
Congrats
the
to Willis
best
Addison. Thank
way.
you for the super chat.
Finance with gains is the best way. Let it roll. That's the whole idea. In trading, your bankroll is your life. I mean, it's your lifeblood. Like, you build your bankroll to a point that you don't have to, well, it's not about don't have to worry, but you're comfortable in all of the trades that you make. And I will tell you candidly, I was one of the last we have a bunch of high school friends. I was one of the last ones to stop living at home because I was a trader on a commission. And as far as I was concerned, I was saving every single dollar of what I made in that first year. I'm talking every dollar. I wouldn't buy someone forced my girlfriend at the time forced a cell phone on me that was a super cheap one because I'm like, I'm not buying a cell phone. I don't want one. I'm too cheap. I'm living at home. I'm not eating out. Mom's was making me meals. I'm like, I don't care. It doesn't matter what the check is until I build up the account to where it needs to be. And I had that lifeline. I put something away, for a first home and that kind of stuff, and investing and the RSP and all that stuff. Until that happened, I didn't care. But thank you guys so much for all the advice on all of the places where I can watch the IT Crowd. That was very nice of you. Not really seeing anything dramatic yet. Intel still no good. Lumen not really happening. Still that 100. The way they're supporting that 100 is at least interesting there on NVIDIA.
Get a shake and bake into the imbalances as well.
I'm starting to feel that could be the idea.
Yeah.
If it's sell and balance, just break down the 100. If it's a buy and balance, just go long.
I mean, yeah, exactly. And it's like sometimes you see it come out as a sell, and then it bids up. Sometimes you see it come out as a buy, and then it sells off. So it's like just interesting price action there off of the imbalances sometimes. But yeah, when it's like something outlier and crazy, yeah, definitely in the direction of the imbalances. That's what I've noticed as well here, Neil. So yeah, let's.
I just want to address something because someone just said you're positive in your first year. So I have never had to be a retail trader for a living. I started out trading on a prop floor here. In 2003, I graduated in my third month, and I was positive going forward from that. Now, the advantage of trading on a prop floor is you've got a risk manager and a daily loss limit that you are accountable to all the time. And I think that gives you, like as a trader, when you're sitting at home, for all of you out there, the level of internal discipline that you have to have is much higher because you don't have a risk manager. You are your own risk manager. I had a risk manager. I had mentors. I had other traders to talk to on the floor. I had Sean, a friend of mine since high school, who had already been doing it successfully. So I had all of those things in my advantage. So you're never going to hear me brag about I was positive my first month. No, I had a lot of advantages. I traded on a great trading platform. I had so many things that worked out well for me to make it work for this long. That's one of the reasons I believe in paying it forward, was for that. And it's all really true. I did get made fun of by a couple of friends, and my girlfriend hated it at the time that I wouldn't move out, even though I could. And it was all true because I was very nervous that, well, what happens when I go into a slump? It was legitimate. Like, I was very nervous about going into a slump, and like, what if I can't do this for a long time? So I just made sure that I tucked as much away as I could for that inevitability. So I just wanted to make sure, like, I don't like that notion of making people think that this is easy or anything like that, because it's not. And we say this all the time. Sean says it all the time, and it's true. Like, most traders are going to end up failing. I'm just looking up to see what Lumen is doing, because Lumen's creeping up to VWAP. But yeah, most traders are going to end up failing, and it's not an easy business. That's why this is free, because Real Trading, our #1 sponsor, and why we tout the campus program. Check that out, realtrading.com/campus. It's a free program where goals are aligned. The idea is on a prop floor to have profitable traders, and that means training them. That means going into a simulator, all of that good stuff. So. Now, impromptu, I might as well just point it out right now. Right now, you can actually join the Real Trading Campus program. They're still taking applications. You just have to be in Canada, and you got to be willing to put in the time and the effort. So you can check. I don't know, the QR code's not going to be there. You can click the link in the description. I'm pretty sure it's somewhere in there. But just go to realtrading.com/campus. Everything that I went through as a trader at the beginning, that Obi went through and all of the other guys back here, essentially you're going to do. You're going to learn the market basis. If you already know them, there's going to be something in there you learn about. Do you know about all the different gateways? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Do you know all the different types of stop orders? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Do you know how the US markets work versus the Canadian markets? You're going to learn things like that. Then you're going to learn how to use the P Pro 8, which is a platform professionally that we have here. You go into TMS, great simulator. You're in there for a month with full training, one-on-one, every single day. You'll be trading in that simulator, learning how things work and developing strategies. Then you can go live. Get a real account, trade real money, but you've got to go through the process. All it takes is an application. If you get in, you put the time and effort in, and if you come out of it on the right side, which obviously not everybody will, you have a chance to be a funded trader. I'm not saying it's easy, but at least it's free, and your goals are aligned with the company that's backing you. That's the end of the day and what's most important. So unfortunately, it's not in the US. We get that a lot. Right now, that program is in Canada, hopefully expanding. With 5 minutes to go till the imbalances come, this 100 battle is the thing to watch. The early look on the imbalances was nothing but Lumen. Lumen now 1.2 million to sell. Lumen was 700,000 to sell. Now it's 1.2 million to sell, and it's going up anyways. So I'm going to be watching NVIDIA and Lumen going into the close here 100%. And aftermarket, we've already talked about Robinhood. Robinhood being the aftermarket earnings. There's other ones. Maybe we can get the board up in a second, the earning board if we have it. But we'll be doing the aftermarket show, myself and Adara. We've got Chris Brecher as well, and we'll have Robinhood earnings. Speaking of Adara, let's go to her now.
Just be aware here of Top Golf Callaway Brands, MOGD. This one falling quite steeply to the downside. There's news on this just coming out. They actually reported earnings from what it looks like just recently here. They did have a miss for their sales, $1.16 billion versus estimates of $1.19 billion. Though their EPS beat estimates, and it's also worth noting here, their forecast for their adjusted EPS for the next quarter here, 11 cents to 21 cents. Analysts were looking for a 31-cent estimate. So EPS expectation miss and sales miss for Q2, sending MODG to the downside. 10.4% short float, guys.
Damn.
That is not good.
That's going straight for the hole, that Callaway there. So 100 still holding as of right now, trading below 18 ones. Last 15 minutes of the day, man. Last 15 minutes of the day. Looking at that hourly chart on this ticker, and I'm like, what's the probability we break that open at 99.70s and print red? We've only been printing red all day long on the hourly candle on NVIDIA.
Leave the 8 ball.
Yes, I guess.
Can I get to a couple? We only have 4 minutes to the imbalances. I missed a couple of super chats here. Apologies for that. Sometimes, I get on a train of thought and I wanted to trade in Lumen that's just not setting up and there's a sell imbalance on it. William Addison, thank you. Willis Addison, sorry. Thank you for another super chat. They're still holding Indo at 241 into the weekend. Yep, energy play. It is what it is. I'm not going to say, we know betting on energy and things like Lockheed and defense names isn't always the most fun thing in the world. But at the end of the day, when it makes money, you're here to trade. So good luck to you there. And Anjan, after Novo miss, thoughts on Eli Lilly. I don't know that I've changed my mind on Eli Lilly. Here, I'm going to go to the weekly chart because I think I gave these thoughts last time. Why is that a daily? Oh, it's because I changed this to a monthly. Here, let me just fix my charts and put this back on a weekly on Eli Lilly. So essentially, I just want to see, like, you've made the pullback. This is the area to be tested. So the $720 level, 710 to 720. If it can test out in there, if it bounces off it on a weekly basis, like we basically just broke the 800 this week, like here, just broke down to test that. If we hold this and come back out above 800, I think we go back into the upward channel on Eli Lilly. If we don't do that and consolidate, maybe there's some scalping. If we lose here on the weekly, I think it would be reasonable that you come all the way down at $600. So I evaluate, it's only in my long term. I don't swing it or do anything else. So I'm not making any decisions till we get another weekly candle here, maybe even a couple on Eli Lilly. I hope that helps. 2 minutes.
2 minutes to go.
2 minutes to go. They just halted MODG and they've halted it news pending, which that's a little bit late, but do you? Clearly that's a little bit late. They've now halted. You just heard from Adara, so I'm not going to bother repeating, but MODG is now halted news pending. It's 3:48. This is almost certainly not going to open up until the aftermarket, and there's no way to know what time that might be. So MODG now halted news pending. 2 minutes to imbalances. We'll keep our eyes on NVIDIA. Still a sell imbalance. Whoops, NVIDIA's on the NASDAQ. Still a sell imbalance on Lumen here, down to about 1 million shares. So we'll see what that comes out as. NVIDIA, Lumen, I feel like those are going to be the two things that might move when 350 hits.
Yeah, perhaps. Only about a minute and a half left here, and NVIDIA is still chopping and churning around this 100 mark here. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Let's see if it kind of dumps below that 100 or we rip right back up. I have no idea. This imbalance is going to come in soon enough, Neil. So we shall be patient, wait and see what surprises this,
How is Lumen
this
going
has for us today. 126 is trading as of right now, still teetering underneath that 18.1. What is the ES doing? ES is just holding that 52.50 as well. Yeah, nothing too crazy. I'm just staring down this tape. A lot of noise, a lot of chop. Getting rocked, clip clop, drip drop. Am I long?
Drippity drop.
Got stopped. Go for a walk. Flip flops. Bars.
That was legit. That was that was legit. Wow. Man, I should have taken Lumen. But that was legit, Obi. Not messing around at all. 20 seconds till imbalances. I won't lie to you guys. Lumen broke out from VWAP here, and the reason I didn't like it was that 1 million sell imbalance. I'm like, well, you're going to punch long into something when we have this going on. So we're about to get the imbalances in just 3 seconds. I'm going to drop those for you guys live like we always do. NVIDIA, 5.8 million to the sell. 5.8 million sell on NVIDIA. SunPower is a sell because it's going to get deleted and delisted. Lumen has not come out. Where's Lumen? I haven't seen the imbalance update on Lumen. That's still the old one. So it's just NVIDIA 6 million to the sell side. I don't know what it's doing right now, but Lumen's not moving. And then SPWR is an imbalance to the sell side. Oh, and I do, before we get back over here, let me just remind everybody, because we only have, I think you're running out of time here on stocks, and I haven't made my prediction. They're going on right now. And I'm not even logged in. So anyways, I'm going to log in. You guys check out stonks.com. You have still a little bit of time, 10 minutes to get your prediction on Robinhood earnings after the bell tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and log back into this and make my prediction, but I'm going to keep it secret this time because I've lost the last couple of times when I've given it to you live. So scan that QR code below, absolutely free, prize pool of 1,000, and you have a chance. All you got to do is sign up, claim your free guess, and then make a prediction, which I'm keeping closer to the vest because I feel like I'm telling you guys every single day what version of 42 and 69 I'm using. This time I'm going to make it a little bit more secret. And then if I win, I'm going to keep making it secret for you guys. So check out stonks.com for sure. NVIDIA is not exactly cratering here. to the downside, Obi. And Lumen, I still don't see an imbalance on Lumen, unfortunately, so I'm going to get away from that and go over to NVIDIA. I mean, it fell off 100, but it didn't exactly fall apart under a 6 million sell imbalance on NVIDIA there. And I did want to check out SunPower because what are the chances? Yeah. Lower hanging fruit, maybe. Seller at 40, stock being delisted tomorrow, going bankrupt. Comes out sell imbalance when it was an early look and just drops. So you probably could have shorted 39.5 with a half a cent worth of risk to make 2.5. Just right there. I know it doesn't sound sexy, but that's actually 5 to 1. And that's why penny stocks sometimes have something in there for you. SunPower, as I said, going to be deleted tomorrow. NVIDIA is still 6 million. I'm going to get up to the desk at 355, but I want to see what happens at 355, whether this pairs off on NVIDIA. If it happens to pair, there could be a nice reversal trade for like a quick scalp.
Yes, sir. So so that those imbalances coming out, I did get stopped out of that NVIDIA as it traded much below those 77. So yeah, that hourly candle on NVIDIA printing a little bit of red, and you can see that 18th hour mark as well coming right in to the NASDAQ there. So got to keep eyes on some of these imbalances going into the close. Things could get a little bit spicy here, Neil.
Yeah, the overall market was 1.2 million to sell.
Yeah, so overall market was 1.2 million. Okay, wow, we're
Tesla
ripping
800,000
right back up to that 100 mark. Oh boy, all right, cool, that's fine. Next trade, that's what I'm thinking about right now. And yeah, let us know if you guys are trading anything into the close here today. Let us know what you guys are up to as some of these imbalances bring in some of that volatility that we've been talking about on the day and over the past couple of weeks as well, right, Neil?
And yeah, 100%. You never really know. That's not a huge move for 6 million sell on NVIDIA. I guess you could have scalped 30 or 40 cents if you're fast enough. But there was a question, Willem asking, are there any earnings today? Robinhood, AppLovin, Hubs, BNBL, Bros is reporting as well. Occidental is reporting they're at like 415. So there are some earnings. When Robinhood, maybe the sexiest trading name, I'd venture to say that SolarEdge is typically very volatile, and that could certainly be something. I haven't really looked at these guys in a while, but SolarEdge is a pretty volatile name. There you go. I mean, all the solar names have been hanging out at bottoms, trending in one direction. To your point about swinging short things, which I've already said I don't do, but I think these are the kind of things you were talking about, Obi. Like, how could you have possibly gone wrong if you were shorting something like this? But again, there's obviously more risk overnight shorting or swinging short than there is going long. We all understand that. So 20 seconds until we get 355, and we'll see what happens with this imbalance here on NVIDIA. It's actually grown to 8 million. From 6 million to 7.8 million shares to sell here on NVIDIA. If this pairs off, I don't know if anybody's even fast enough to punch long if it pairs off right here. 355 hits, and it's gone. Where is it? Don't see it. Don't see it. Did I get a fill? Wow, that was a slow fill. And it's not even going up. So it looks like it doesn't even want to go up. I'm just going to get out right away. I wanted to see it pair off and immediately jump to the upside. That's me. Ooh, I did get a fill here. Yeah, I think I actually made a couple cents before losing 15. But I said if it paired, I would take a shot on it, and it's still heading to the downside. It paired off, and now we're looking at, I think it was 900,000 to sell. So it went from 7.8 million to 900,000, and it didn't even bounce. Absolutely tanking here is the market into the lows, 18,000. Took a shot. I wanted to see that reverse. Didn't work out, but that's a very quick trade. Very, very quick trade. Sometimes you get a quick buck on it. They're bleeding on the NASDAQ. You know what we should have stuck with, Obi? I'm going to the desk right now, I promise.
Yep.
Intel's at $19. Enough said. I'm going to the desk. I'll see you guys in the aftermarket show. We got Adara, myself. We got Chris Brecher. We've got Robinhood earnings. We've got SolarEdge earnings. We've got Bros, Dutch Brothers as well. That'll be at 4:05. So a lot of things to talk about. I'm going to get myself ready for that. And the Magic 8 Ball, unfortunately, is 0 for 1.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So it seems like we're going to be trading a little bit below 100 here, Neil. We got all the way to those 98 70s, man. So absolutely crazy there. So yeah, 8-ball, maybe not the. You know what? Sample size is just one. I'm not going to make any hard conclusions just yet here. But you know, something to keep an eye on. 18th thou. We are trading below this 18th thou as of right now. So yeah, we sold off. We were pretty red on the day. So that selling is coming, potentially coming right back in to the markets here as we trade a little bit lower. So you know, I got my eyes on a few things coming in the coming days here. But a lot of earnings. We're still well within earnings season, right? So you got to keep an eye on that as well. So let me know in the chat what you guys are looking forward to. There's a lot of spicy earnings coming up, and I think that NVIDIA also kind of announced that they're going to be reporting earnings. I think August 28th or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see what happens there with NVIDIA earnings. We've been selling off quite a bit, 141 highs on NVIDIA, and yeah, so we've been kind of aggressively sold off back down to 100, over 40% to the downside, right? So that is definitely an interesting thing to be watching over time. So yeah, I'm reading in the chat what you guys are talking about as of right now. I'm just going to be watching some of these imbalances going into the close here. 99 still holding on the NVIDIA, so it should be a little interesting there as we come to a close. Only about a minute and a half left here to kind of close, so we shall see what happens. Okay, I thought I froze for a second there, but yeah, no, things are moving. 99's holding on the NVIDIA here. Only about a minute left to go. Let's see what happens here with that 99. Let's see where the DAC is coming down to, 17,960 as of right now. So we have sold off over 600 points now, guys. So absolutely wild there. Only about a minute left to go. Let's see if we can get a little spicy into the close. So 18,000. Okay, we're trading back at that 9. So you know what? Maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow we get to experience what that 100 might be looking like as well, right? So we shall see. We shall see. I'm reading the chat here. A lot of people trading that Lumen, right? So let's take a quick look at that Lumen, what Lumen has been up to. Take a look at the VIX as well, man. VIX, absolutely crazy. The reversion that we've been having on the VIX, kind of pulling back in off of that 65. Absolutely crazy here. Only about 20 seconds left to go. What do we got here? Market continues to flush in these last few seconds. Absolutely wild. 15 seconds left. Let's see what NVIDIA prints going into the close here. We were talking about 100. Can we get that snap back up? Let's go. Snap back up to that 100. Can we? No, we're still trading below 99. So let's go. Nice little hold there of below 99s. It is what it is. And let's see what I got. Okay, cool. You know what? Nothing too crazy here on the day. I'm a little bit flustered there. I was watching a few of these imbalances going to the close. I do apologize, but yeah, I see a lot of people. Adrian talking about next step is oil. Ding, ding, ding. Thank you very much. The bell was on there, and yeah. So ring it, says Professor Love. Bell Picky Eater was saying, yeah, no, I got a little bit distracted with some of this price action coming in to the close. I did forget the countdown a little bit. Yes, you know what? The bell has rung, but it's not the last bell that'll be ringing. Tomorrow we will see you guys. I think they are ready for us at the desk. See you guys tomorrow. Hopefully you guys had a great day there. Neil and Adara with the market recap. Don't go anywhere, guys. See ya.
Oh yeah, welcome to the Market Recap Show. We've got an interesting one here today. We've got a bunch of earnings that we're going to be able to get to. We've also got Chris Brecher that's going to be popping on through. Shout out to everybody that printed, but I have a feeling Look, Robinhood's already going. We weren't expecting it till 4:05.
We were not.
But I've got Robinhood already at $17.70. So it was at $17, and it just popped into the 60s and 70s here. So there's movement. This could be an SMCI situation. Remember SMCI tanked last night early. The numbers weren't even out. Then it broke out. Then it got destroyed today. So Robinhood is moving already, although I don't think we have the numbers just yet. Daryl will get them to you. When we have them, we're expecting Robinhood. I think we got AppLovin. I know we've got SolarEdge. Bros as well going to be reporting. So there's a lot of things to get to. Robinhood on the move.
Yeah, Robinhood, we're just waiting on those earnings. Also, guys, just to clarify, I put this in the chat briefly as well, but it looks like that news pending halt for MODG or Topgolf Callaway was just them putting the earnings that had already been reported out.
Yes.
So it was the official release of these earnings we'd already had reported by Bloomberg. Benzinga had it as well. Reuters had some of them, but just to go over those earnings, I said that the part I already said here was they missed on sales, they beat on earnings per share. The dicier issue here is going to be their guidance. They're seeing Q3 revenue from $970 million to $990 million. Analysts were looking for $1.14 billion in revenue for their guidance there for Q3. Their EPS, their full year revenue also, they're seeing $4.2 billion to $4.26 billion. Analysts were looking for guidance of $4.545 billion. So yeah, basically they had that moment there we had the halt for news. It was just them releasing those earnings that had already been reported. They also said they're doing a strategic review. So we'll have to see how that goes. That was just to clarify what we got there for MODG. Waiting on Hood, waiting on all these other ones, guys.
True story here for everybody. This happened maybe 2 years ago. A firm in the middle of the day had their earnings, which were expected after market, released early. It was like 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They leaked. The stock absolutely tanked. It wasn't dissimilar to what we see here on Topgolf Callaway, like this chart here, where the earnings came out as expected, or it came out early unexpectedly. And no word of a lie, when it happened on a firm, I had been short at the time and had been stopped out 2 minutes before. And then they dropped the earnings and it made a move like that. It does happen every now and then. It was bad luck for me. You're really still seeing movement from Robinhood to the upside. Like it's holding some of these bids up here. 1740 just held, 1750 starting to hold. So the numbers aren't out yet. I don't know what's going on. Warner Brothers, okay, so we have Warner Brothers at least. WBD, not Weibo. WBD is already out and obviously not very good.
Yeah, this is going to be a Q2 revenue miss, $9.7 billion. Analysts were looking for $10.07 billion. So that is going to be a miss for revenue, though they did apparently increase their global subscribers. So they had 103.3 million into Q2, so that was an increase of 3.6 million subscribers versus Q1. So they crossed that 100 million subscriber mark, I guess is the main thing there. They also did report a Q2 loss per share here of $4.07. Not sure how this compares to the estimate, but the estimate was a 22-cent loss. So Warner Brothers discovering downside with that report.
Discovering a 52-week low at $7 is what it's doing right now. So this would be the last line in the sand for you, Warner Brothers. But again, dying business, so it is what it is. But $7 now trying to hold down 6% here is Warner Brothers. I'll pop it back to the intraday. Yeah, it's just holding the even dollar. That's about as good as it can do. Robinhood is now making a different move. This is the exact same thing is we had happen with SMCI. The initial move was down, then it popped up on SMCI. Initial move up early, and then Robinhood takes out the low, broke $17. It was all the way up as high as $18, and now flushing underneath that support. Just don't trade it until the earnings come out. I don't know what to say. So let's see what it holds on to here. What are these numbers, Adara?
These numbers here, Q2 revenue beat nicely. $682 million versus estimates of $643.3 million. EPS also a beat, 21 cents per share versus the estimate of 15 cents per share. They beat as well for their Q2 adjusted EBITDA, and they said their assets under custody increased by a whopping 57% on a year-over-year basis for the quarter. They also had quarter-end net deposits at $13.2 billion. So I'm not seeing any bad numbers yet, but I'm still seeing all the numbers roll in here for HOOD. I was seeing someone asking about Bros as well, so take a look at Dutch Bros.
They're tanking right now.
God.
Robinhood's barely moving. It's right back to where it was when we closed effectively, but Dutch Brothers is just down 11% already here. If you pop this one up, we showed where Warner Brothers were from a relative sense. Bros is at least holding an upward trend at this point. So the 200 period sits at 32. It's chilling at 33 right now. It's lost recent support, just barely underneath 34. So double-digit loss here. Currently for Dutch Brothers, they are already out. SolarEdge is also clearly making some moves here. Now, this is a very different looking chart than most of the others. And SolarEdge dropped 10%, it looks like, and then bounced. So we were as low as $21 on SolarEdge, now back up to 23.5. But initially the move down here in SolarEdge, Dutch Brothers tanked to the downside. Adara, what do we have for both of these?
I'll start here with SolarEdge. SolarEdge did a little bit of a Rivian, and by that I mean they beat on revenue and had a larger than expected loss per share. For revenue here, Q2 revenue coming in at $265.4 million versus estimates of $262.3 million. That would be a beat. Now we get loss per share here. That's an adjusted adjusted loss per share of $1.79. Analysts were looking for a loss of $1.58 per share. So that's going to be larger than expected. Dutch Bros, I did look through those numbers. They generally seemed positive. So let's see if we got any more coming out here. We did have here Q2 revenue coming in at $324.918 million versus estimates of $317.1 million. That's a beat. They also beat here, it looks like, for their pre-tax profit above expectations. Q2 income also slightly above expectations. I'm going to see how their guidance compared to what analysts were looking for, because that could be what's moving us down here for BROS. I'm not seeing the expectations yet for their guidance, but they're seeing fiscal year adjusted EBITDA 200 million to 210 million, and fiscal capex they're seeing here 270 million to 290 million. If I see any other numbers, I'll let you guys know.
Yikes. Still at the low, that now 13% down for Dutch Brothers, and still continuing to the downside. It doesn't matter what we think of when you read the earnings out there, your initial impression. It's what is the stock doing at that moment, because I can tell you SolarEdge did a ridiculous reversal just now. It was down in the 20s, low 20s, 21 specifically. It then went back above 24. It hit as high as $25.50. So you've got $4.50 worth of range right now in SolarEdge, and I think we just got Hubs just reported, and wow, they are to the upside, 12%, and still going is Hubs, crossing through the $500 threshold here at Dara. I do believe they like what they see with Hubs.
Yeah, I understand these. Why? Because these numbers are pretty solid here. Q2 revenue, $637.23 million versus estimates of $619.4 million. Nice little beat there. For EPS, also a beat, $1.94 per share. Analysts were looking for $1.64, so they beat by 30 cents for earnings per share here as well. Guidance also not bad here. Q3 adjusted earnings per share, they're seeing $1.89 to $1.91. Analysts are looking for $1.89, so that's largely above expectations. They're also seeing Q3 revenue between $646 and $647 million. Analysts were looking for $646.7 million. So at the very least, that's in line with estimates there for HUBS. And
Hubs currently 11.5%, now 10.5%. That was the expectation. Actually, 10.5% was the expected move. So if it holds above about right here, $497, above that price, and you've beaten the expectation in terms of a move. SolarEdge was supposed to be a big move, like 16% is what was expected on SolarEdge. And it's just, it's now right back into the downside. So it got that far down and now trying a bit of a bounce. I just want to double check on Robinhood. Occidental's not till 4:15, so I'm sure we'll be talking with Chris at that point. They're going to report in about 5 minutes as Occidental. They're the last big one. Robinhood's right back. It's holding the range. So it's, we'll call it, you've been hoodwinked, bamboozled. All those things have happened here in Robinhood, is going back and forth with no definite direction on the old hood. Do we have something else out?
We have Bumble. Yeah, I don't know but Bumble is a pretty big move here. So Q2 earnings per share, they beat 22 cents. Adjusted earnings per share versus estimates
going
of
to zero.
13 cents. Sales were a miss, 269 million versus estimates here of 273.12 million. The biggest issue, though, here seems to be their guidance from what I'm reading here. So Q3 revenue, they're seeing 269 million to 275 million. Analysts were looking for 273 million. Also here, they're only seeing fiscal revenue growth of 1 to 2% and Bumble app revenue growth between 1.5 to 2.5%. So slower than expected growth. That's what I am seeing here as the reason for this larger move down.
I don't think this one's going to make it. 28. There's always, I feel like every night there was the first night that we didn't have something that was just like, you had down moves, but I felt like we were going to get through an earnings after show without something that looked like abject disaster. And that's what we're going to see here right now. Bumble's down 25%. I don't know what else to tell you. We obviously had the daily chart already up there when we were describing some of those numbers. And before we head to Trade Talk to get a smile on our faces from Chris and stop looking at charts like this, I just want to point out, Fabian just said it, and I heard him say it, what's left? I mean, it's going to go down far enough that someone wants to pick up the pieces, is my guess. Here on Bumble. What else do we have?
We got Beyond Meat here, just in case people are looking at that one.
Well, that'll make things better.
Larger than expected loss per share, 53 cents versus estimates of a 51-cent loss per share. And then also for revenue, that was a beat, though, 93.2 million versus estimates of 87.8 million. So EPS miss, revenue beat for BYND.
It's up. Beyond Meat is up 20%. It's a $6 stock. So good for you, Beyond Meat. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get excited about something. It's got a 39% short float. So obviously shorts need reasons to cover because they've been winning and winning and winning and winning and winning. I'm just zooming the chart back out until I saw something where they weren't winning, which is all the way back into 2020. So there you go. That's the chart of Beyond Meat. So let's celebrate the small victories because that's pretty much all you've had in Beyond Meat is some small victories long, unless you were a short seller, in which case you short every pop and you've been making oodles and oodles of money. So Beyond Meat up 15% for now. Let's see how it goes. But I know a guest that we're all eager to hear from, one of our favorites here on the show. We've got Mr. I never called him Mr. before. We've got Chris Brecher, everybody. Welcome, Chris. There,
Hey.
Mr. Bro. What? I'm not calling you Mr. We're friends now. What about you?
No, you don't. Your Highness. That's a better one.
You
So,
win.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So I've been called a lot of things. So especially when we messed up an Apple earlier today, we ended up doing really well. But yeah, I've heard them all. So in there. So I wanted to, when I talked to you about the email, it actually worked, but I thought I'd show you something first because I know you and I have talked about it before, about that last 10 minutes of the lack of buybacks in the markets and
Right.
what can happen. And so companies can buy back stock up to 10 minutes before the close. And you saw, like, there was news about possible Iran, geopolitical stuff that came out at 3:45 Eastern, and the market shrugged it off. Right when companies couldn't buy back stock, the S&P got trashed right here. And I'm talking about the cash itself. So it went from here to here in like 5-10 minutes. So pretty cool to see the lack of buybacks, what can happen. So we did not do the XSP or the SPX. We shorted Apple. So we did fine in there, shorting it in this area and buying it in here on the close. So we were out of Apple, but I just want to tell you that lack of buybacks. I'll just show you. So you take the biggest buyback companies. So you could take Meta. That did it at 1550 as well. How about Lam Research? That did it at 1550. It's just incredible of these companies that have big buybacks, and all day they held up until the very close.
And I think one of the things, and we talk about this when we show the imbalances a lot of times, and everyone can understand, like at 350, you're also going to get a bunch of net order imbalances. And when you see them, we've seen a lot of big cap tech net order sell imbalances at that same moment, which is going to exacerbate that same effect that you mentioned there. But today, just for an example, like I like that idea because you put it on, you take it off. today Apple was actually looking very good at the open. So it's you get those big curls. Oddly enough, like you just had to pick your spot. Like it was a 350 trade, but most of the session it was holding on to strength. Apple has been doing this now 3 days in a row off of higher lows. It goes up, catches a crest, and it's basically the same crest, which I'm just going to point out to you here on the 15-minute. And then we get the late dump, and you catch a bid, late dump, catch a bid, late dump. At some point, it's got to break out the top, no, Chris?
Well, it seems like the correlated indexes, if they're breaking down, then Apple's more likely to break down. But I'll show you something. I don't know if you call this the slime ball trade or what, but I want to show you this with Apple. A lot of times we call it the slime ball trade because people get tipped off before it happens. That's what we called it when we were on the floor. But I want to show you this in Apple because you're right. All day it held great. Except watch what happened right before the opening. Right before the opening, it went, look where it was, 206.5. It was even lower down here, pre-opening. It just wouldn't rally, even though the markets were rallying. And the minute that they could buy back stock, it acted better than the broad market. It's amazing. And then what happens is the rest of the day, people are starting to get nervous about lack of buybacks in the last 10 minutes. At least that's what's been happening. So definitely that the pre-opening doesn't mean where it's going to be an hour later. And so I made a mistake on that in the opening, but then we scrambled and played it on the short side.
Right.
Not here. No, I mean, and here we were stubborn. But then we started to see the channel breaks right here and the trend line breaks. But the bigger deal and when we knew we'd be right is a couple of things, and I know I mentioned this to you earlier, is when Apple was doing that, and Apple was having those big old rallies, you know, every day I know it changes, but every day we have different tells. So I learned that on the floor and all that a lot of people, if you looked at pictures of the floor from back then, they were reading the paper and stuff. I was always obsessed looking for correlations. And this is the correlation that worked today. So the correlation that worked today was that when Apple was rallying, the VIX, the VXX, the ETN was actually forming a bull flag. So when that formed the bull flag, that to me was a tip-off that the overall markets were probably going to sell off. So whether it was Apple or not, Apple's a little rough because of the buybacks. But on the left, if you put the SPX, look at this right here. It's pretty exciting. So number one, it went up to resistance. Number two is the Russell has been a tell, and the Russell was falling apart. But this is where it gets exciting. So here's the S&P on the left up here, all the way up in this area. So luckily in the room, I posted that bear flag. So believe it or not, this bull flag was before this bear flag broke. So when this broke on the right to the upside, you had more than enough chance to short that. Yeah. That also worked yesterday on the close. So you had the VIX yesterday, believe it or not, the same darn thing right before the close. Bull flag. And when this rallied right here, that little rally right here, this wouldn't go down. So it actually formed a bull flag. So when this broke up, this got destroyed. So I love watching these correlations.
And it's not always that you see them. To be candid, I usually have like UVXY because we have it on our P4A platform. I can look at on other platforms, I can look at VXX as well. Essentially, effectively same charts. But Obi and I on the show were looking at the VIX today as well. And I remember that there was a moment where it flipped. And when that happened, I went from looking at some long plays early in the morning, like you had so many things that were actually trending, but I flipped, and it was mostly semis that I was trading today. So I famously got out of an Intel short and then didn't get back into it. That's another story. But shorted ARM in that moment that was really good. Suffice to say, I picked the top on Intel and covered it all at $20, and then basically just held 20, broke underneath it, and gave you the easiest consolidation at $19.99, and that I missed getting back into. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. But I flipped short on a bunch of things as well around that same time, and we've just been using the VIX. to your point, which has been a very, very good indicator. At least sometimes it matters, sometimes it doesn't. I find you always want to be there when it starts to matter again, you use it. When it stops mattering, then you're not going to be on it. And it's the same thing with the USD use the dollar strength. Sometimes it matters more than others. And it doesn't, you just have to find what's going to be there. There are times in NASDAQ I've found Bitcoin takes a key level and maybe we see a bit of a rollover in other risk assets. It's just whatever happens to work, Chris.
Well, you were right that when Bitcoin started going down today, so did the semis.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, they've been correlating pretty well. The other is, I don't look at the VIX all the time whatsoever. And the VIX is designed to go down that VXX or the UVXY. UVXY was $1 trillion 5 years ago. That's how much it has slippage. That's why I like using the VXX, because it should go down
Right.
On a day when it's just waffling the market, waffles. So if it goes up, that's a big warning sign. That's why I like using that instead of VIX, because it should go down. So if all of a sudden it has a bull flag, that's a big warning sign. But I just started using it in the last week because it's had such an explosion. So I figured that would be a good intraday tell. But the other tells are definitely what I was mentioning earlier. And I was showing this, pretty proud of this, because I showed these before the open and also on StockTwits, that similar charts have similar outcomes. So we were posting these bear flags. And when the Russell broke its bear flag, and this was still all the way up here, that was a huge tell that the markets were going to get hit. And they all did the same exact thing by the end of the day. In fact, not just that, they all went to fill that little gap here. So I'll go and take the NASDAQ on the right. There it goes. Filled the gap, bear flag. So YM filled the gap, bear flag. It's amazing. So now what I'm watching is if the Russell undercuts right here, right there, that little thingy right there, I call it a twerk when you have that reversal candle. If it violates right here, which was 9 o'clock yesterday morning, and violates it decisively, then I have to think the ES on the left is going to violate it decisively. It's close. I mean, what happened was the Russell was here. The ES was only down 14, so it eventually snapped back into line.
Yeah, the only thing I would say to that is I'd be very careful, and we're talking about this with another guest, if there's a liquidity grab underneath that support. Because I think we're all looking at that support. So then sometimes the first time it goes, little liquidity grab underneath and it might pop, but eventually if you kind of stick with it, if it holds underneath there, all you know what can always break loose. And again, I love the fact that you're pointing out multiple places where you can express the same idea. Adara trades IWM. I know I don't really. I like to look at it. I like to have it as a reference sometimes like you do. I know I don't trade it, but our viewers out here, hey, look, if you like, it doesn't matter what you like trading, you can probably find the correlation somewhere, whether it's SPY, whether you like the IWM. Chris, before we get you out of here, any final ideas? I know we're wrapping up. We're not really wrapping up earnings season until you get NVIDIA. You're not wrapping up anything, but we're starting to have smaller names reporting. We've got most of the big names. You've had the Fed come through. You've had some data in the market that spooked some people. You have what's going on with the USD Japan. We're starting to get a bit of a piece of the puzzle as to what the back half of the year is going to look like. What's your outlook going into at least the next couple of weeks in a general sense?
Well, number one, and it's already happened basically, is look at the S&P on the left. At least I'm not telling you what to do. I mean, I'm looking at the S&P on the left, and on the right, I'll look at Schwab. What I saw in Schwab, and we could put it on a 4-hour chart, is that Schwab got nailed, then came back to a resistance area, and then tested the low. And so that's, to me, is sort of like the S&P. It needs to test the low. But the one thing I thought I'd mention to you, because so many are talking about it, is the CNN Fear and Greed Index, and that it's extreme fear. And to me, the extreme fear doesn't matter yet, and I'll show you why. Last September, there was extreme fear, and believe it or not, you can chart it. So when it broke out, so the extreme fear went away. Not the first twerk in here, because that for 6 weeks, you would have lost money on the long side. So when it broke up, that was actually a bottom in the S&P. Right here was a top in the S&P. Right here was a top in the S&P. So you can actually chart that that CNN fear and greed, which means right now when it's down in the greed, extreme fear, it can stay there longer than you ever imagined.
I think that's absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for that, Chris. That's why we bring you on the show, sir. I don't know. Well, I'm going to make up some different things to say. I'm not going to say Mr. ever again, Chris. But fantastic friend of the show. Great insights as always. Best of luck in your trading. This is Chris Brecher from Simpler Trading. Everybody, make sure you take notes every time he's on. We always get some absolute gems. I want to thank you very much there, Chris.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
All right, take care.
Thank you,
Bye.
Chris.
That's literally twice as loud. That music, I don't know if it is for you, but it's like twice as loud as it normally is there. So hopefully you enjoy it. Thank you so much to Chris. We did have Occidental come out and not really move around a lot there. Adara, thank you so much, Adara, for putting that in the chat. She's put the numbers in.
Chat, guys.
It's only like Oxy's not moving. If it was a little bit more exciting, we'd say, but it went like $1 up on a $50 stock and is coming right back in. So not a heck of a lot there. Well, obviously was not good. It was good for Beyond Meat. It wasn't that good for Dutch Bros. Bit of a mixed bag for Robinhood as well. So an interesting day. But the earnings names outside of a few clunkers, not that exciting.